Well, everybody, welcome back to the show. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, spirits of all ages, welcome to the BlunderSpeaker Show. Welcome back to the BlunderSpeaker Show. If you happen to be new here, my name is Tepid Goose. I am the host of the show and the host of these playthrough sessions. If you're new to the channel, we get some wacky stuff done here. We play Spirit Island, we talk about Spirit Island, we do all that kind of good stuff. But this isn't going to be a podcast episode, very clearly. We are looking at the table full of spirits and plastic and cards and all sorts of good stuff. So we're going to be playing Spirit Island, and if you've looked at the thumbnail and you've looked at the intro, we are of course jamming some more 6-6. It's still in the off season, as before, still not starting up yet with season 2, so it's another bit of an ad hoc playthrough, although at this stage, if my wife would be listened to, it's a bit more ad nauseum than ad hoc, but that is neither here nor there. I just can't keep away. I love these games too much, and I am trying to get through a pretty hefty 6-6 challenge, which I may have mentioned before. I'm trying to beat all 28 of the available combinations of the 8 different adversaries, and I'm at 22 out of 28 won so far, so I only have 6 left, and as of the previous game, which I played the other day and managed to win. That was number 22, I guess. As of that game, before that game, I decided that I wanted to not only beat all 28 spirits, or 28 combos, but I wanted to get a win with all 37 spirits as well. And so I went bit back and sort of looked at my data and all of that, and it turned out that before the previous game, as I say, I had 21 wins, 3/4 of the kind of roster, let's say, of combos done, 7 left, and I had 15 spirits of the 37 left to get a win with. So that previous game, I managed to get a win for Mud, Teeth, and Eyes. So Trio of Horizon Spirits. You may well have seen the old YouTube short that I put up on the last turn. So I got the win. So that was 3 out of the 15. So there's 12 left, and 12 left with 6 matchups. Divides in as 2 per. But as I said, I'm sort of still in this kind of phase of in between sort of situations with the seasons and all of that. There's some stuff coming up in life that's going to probably prohibit me from doing too many more of these, I would suspect. At least not my wife losing the rag with me. But I wanted to get another three-hander if I could on the channel, and what better way to do that than try to chalk off 3 of the remaining 12 spirits. So as you can see on the table here, I have Sunbright Whirlwind, I have Ocean's Hungry Grasp with the Deeps aspect, and I have Wandering Voice Keen's Delirium. So I have yet to win a 6-6 with any of these 3 spirits, and not only that, I have yet to ever win a game with Sunbright Whirlwind, which, to be fair, is not great practice coming into this one. I've actually only ever played Sunbright twice, which is also true of Wandering Voice, and it's actually also true of Deeps as well. I've played Ocean, more than that, of course, but I've only ever played Deeps twice. So each of these 3 specific spirits, I've actually only ever played twice each. I have 2 wins with Ocean, I have 2 losses with Sunbright, and I have 1-1, a win and a loss with Wandering Voice. Now, to be fair, the 2 games I played with Whirlwind were England, its worst matchup, and then I played something and France 1. So I played a France 1 combo, which are actually in many ways more difficult than France 6 combos. 6-6 combos. A 6-1 with France is, because of the odd rule set, an absolute travesty. But anyway, we won't be getting into that one right now because this isn't France. What we have on the cards tonight is going to be Russia and BP. And it's going to go in that order. So it's going to be leading Russia, and Brandenburg-Prussia are going to be supporting. So it's the Usha combo, and it is an absolute horrific combination. I have tried twice and failed twice to beat these in the past. Both times, actually, I tried it with Finder and Volcano, which is a bit of a favoured combination of mine. Pretty strong, but they could not get the job done. I also tried it once with Volcano solo, and I lost as well. So I've actually tried it 3 times. So maybe I can get it on the fourth try. That's probably the one. Yeah, that's the one I've lost the most. I don't think I ever. Maybe HL, Habsburg, the two Habsburgs essentially, livestock and HME together is also awful. I think I might have tried that 3 times and lost 3 times before I managed to win that one. So most of the others I've gotten in kind of 1 or 2 tries, but this one will be my fourth try. So hopefully I can get the win on the channel and get some interesting content for you. Of course, we have had deeps on the channel before, but we haven't had voice and we haven't had whirlwind. So I wanted to try also, given that I was recording, get some new spirits and some new content on here as well. Let me see. Anything else to talk about before we get into some details here? I am sweating terribly, tremendously. It has been typical Irish summer weather, which is to say horribly, horribly humid. It's been raining and sunny on kind of rotation, which is exactly what happens in the summer over here usually. And when it happens, it's like it rains, you get loads of moisture, and then it's sunny, and then you get that kind of science stuff where water evaporates and it just turns into humidity, and it's awful. I couldn't hate it anymore. So that's what I've been contending with. Now, to that end, I have a beer. It's not a real beer, as I say, I'm off the drink for now, so it's an alcohol-free Erdinger. I have had this on the channel quite recently, and as I said before, it's delicious. So I'm very much looking forward to this. I've been waiting all evening to pour this. I've got a couple there chilling in the ice bath as well. So I'm looking forward, as I say, to this. So let me get a big old gulp. Oh yeah, that's that one. We'll need a few of them. Now, where am I? Okay. Now, what's that? That's the beer. We've got our water there, needless to say, as well. Now, what else do we have? We've got the usual setup. We've got the card count. We've got all the bits and pieces going. It's the 3-hander as well. So again, we're that little bit zoomed out as we were before, but I think it turned out more or less okay. Last time out, of course, we got a win into probably the hardest combo in the game, which is Habsburg and Sweden. So hopefully, I managed to take a look at that one. Very, very long. Of course, 8 odd hours. So I did mention towards the end of that playthrough, as I was losing my mind, that I wasn't sure whether I'd play any more of those 3-handers because they were so heavy. And I did say, if anyone is interested in seeing any more of them, please do let me know in the comments. So needless to say, nobody said anything. But you know what? I just said I'm going to do it anyway because I like playing 3-handers and I like breaking my brain a little bit. So, look, to be honest, the Finder Fractured Starlight stuff is very heavy and interlocking, combo-y kind of style of play. Maybe a little bit less with this setup. You do, of course, have Ocean, and that's why I've kind of chosen these 3 spirits, is that they work well with Ocean. Should I say the other 2, right? So Sunbride and Wandering Voice do quite a bit of kind of pushing and control, and that, of course, works quite well with Ocean. So pushing into the Ocean and all of that kind of good stuff. So we shall see how all of that plays out. But before I get into the spirits, we'll take a little bit of time just to break down the adversaries. So as I say, we've got Russia leading. So we'll start off with Russia. And look, again, we're not getting into that. We've done this before. But just to kind of talk through some of the details here around what we have to look out for in particular. Well, we've got kind of the Explorers, needless to say. A whole bunch of horrible things happening with the Explorers, as always. And with Brandenburg-Prussia, there's no real interplay with the Explorers as such, not in the same way as there are with the likes of France and HME, which I think are... Well, no, I beat France and Russia very recently. That was a very tough one. I still have Russia and HME left to do because that's going to be another absolute horror show. That's going to be one of the worst for sure. But this one is all about the speed. So Russia and Prussia, as I've said in my sort of analysis episodes, I believe that they're probably the 2 adversaries that require the most of your action economy. Prussia, I would say, certainly is number 1. It's like action economy or bust. And if you have the action economy, you're generally pretty fine. Russia is also very sort of demanding of your action economy, but it, at least in single six, will give you the time to get yourself set up. So you've got about sort of 3 turns. There's a plane going by in the background. I'm not sure how much that's coming across there. Hopefully it's not too interrupting us too much. But yeah, usually Russia will give you those kind of three stage 1 cards, as you can see here on the screen, to get yourself set up before you hit the kind of 2-3-2-3, and then obviously your fear bombs and all of that kind of good stuff. So we talked about all that before. The beauty of Russia and Brandenburg-Prussia is we're just going to delete those 3 ones. Which is going to be awful. So we're not getting any of them. And we're going to start, of course, with the Brandenburg-Prussia Stage 3 card. So there's a little nuance here. For many of the 6/6s, they will start with the same invader deck, regardless of which of the 2 adversaries you take as leading. I do believe that's not the case for this one. So I think if you take Prussia leading, you end up with 2 stage 3s in a row at the start of the deck. Now, I'm not going to go through the maths of all of that right now, but what you basically do is the way this works is you actually take the supporting adversaries' rules first. So in that case, we would take BP's rules here, and it's going to tell us to start with the standard 3-2-2-2 and then 3-3-3-3, the bottom one there, obviously, right? So you start with that, and obviously you put a town in land number 3. That's basically it in terms of Brandenburg-Prussia, and of course you have to check your fear cards there as well. And we will, of course, get our escalations on the stage 3 as well. But that's the kind of simplicity of BP. So you do that first. Then we come to Russia, and we essentially look at that Russia 4 rule there that's going to tell us to put 1 stage 3 card after each stage 2 card. So if we looked at it before, we go back quickly here to BP, we'd essentially go 3-2, and then you go 3-2-3-2. So the way the deck finally ends up is it's a 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-3. So it's still 8 cards, but you've got essentially some of those 3s at the end are now interwoven between those 2s. So it's just all kinds of awful. It's a horrible invader deck. It's so much pressure. And if we talk about action economy and the demands of your action economy, it just doesn't get any worse than this. The compounding effect of the 3s and the 2s, and just the fact that every explorer is a blight. You know, it's just the back-to-backs with Prussia are just horrific. The triple explorer stuff with Russia making everything ravage. It's just awful. And when you think you might have the game in some kind of a situation that you might be able to handle, then the fear bomb drops and you just lose. So again, as I said last time out, this is, and it didn't quite transpire that way last time. I did say that I thought I would lose very easily and quite quickly last time out, and it wasn't the case. Both of my playthroughs, I had to do it twice. They were both essentially wins, but there was 1 or 2 things in between. The first one, obviously, I forgot how the rule works, and I didn't stop myself losing to the loss condition. Second time out, I actually won, but there was an asterisk because I played one of the special. I played the innate of find a wrong on the first turn, which I didn't bother putting in the video because I just was too annoyed about it. But I looked, and it, to be honest, the game plays out fairly similarly if I just slightly reverse my operations on the first turn, and I just change the 2 lands that I do the effect in. But anyway, that was the previous game. I talked about, losing horribly, and I didn't lose horribly. And here I have a feeling I'm talking about losing horribly, but I will lose horribly. And if I do, you may not ever even see this. But anyway, that is kind of all of that. That's how the adversaries work. The invader deck, or the fear deck, is, I think it's a 6-6-5, something like that. So as far as 6-6 combos go, not the worst. We still, of course, have the Russia bombs after the 3rd card and the 7th card, so that doesn't change. We've got our kind of fear set up, we've got our blight set up, we've got all that kind of stuff set up, we've got our decks and everything off to the side. Finally, a little quick kind of run through on the adversaries, the spirits themselves here. Won't deep dive on them because we're already 15 minutes in, but we'll have a little quick look here. So Sunbright Whirlwind is generally a sort of controlled spirit. You can see here the innate has a whole bunch of pushing and some damage later on. So that in itself should be very, very good into Russia. You've also got a kind of a push when you place a presence there, so they're kind of special rule again, pretty good. So they're, as you can see here, they're kind of very high control, incredibly good at handling explorers, as it says there. So they, in theory, are quite a counter pick into Russia itself. But you know, that is kind of not quite the same truth to be applied when we start talking about 6/6 combos here. So they're uniques here. One of them is going to give some extra range and some extra energy, which isn't really going to, I think, do a whole pile in terms of dealing with explorers, but might be really helpful for Ocean to be able to get them to drown the right lands at the right time. So that could come up. We've got Gifted Windsped Steps here. That is going to allow push or gather instructions happen slow to fast. Probably end up doing that to themselves, but there is there's one or two Wandering Voice powers that are they're unique powers that are slow, that they may well end up make you fast as well, so that might work. Scatter to the Winds then, so again, this is one of those push effects that's slow, as well as the unique, as well as the innate power, which choose up to 5 explorers or towns in a land, and you can push them out, so that could be really good potentially against Russia. And then finally, this broken card against Russia, which allows you to fast speed, essentially, you know, damage 5 explorers in a single land, which is, you know, very, very good. So this clearly here is a broken card into Russia. Generally speaking, should be very good into Russia as a whole, but whether or not it can do it fast enough is kind of the question there. So I do believe I'll be trying to build this quite standard, quite bottom track. As far as I understand it, from some people on the Discord server, there is a pretty insanely powerful top track build that you can build with this Sun Kitty here. I tried it once, that England game I talked about. I gave it a try and it was pretty stinky, so I will not be trying that here most likely, but we may well mix in a major or two, given that we have a +4 energy button there, so we shall see. Now, moving on to Ocean's Hunger Grasp, we do of course have the deeps aspect here, as we looked at before, so I'm not really getting into it, but just a note here is that adding the deeps, that's the first part. Second part is going to deal damage to buildings, and then it's going to check whether or not there are buildings in the land, and then drown it. So this also could be a combo, because if we essentially load up a whole bunch of explorers in a land, we could drown them all but one, of course. One of them will get pushed. But yeah, so this is kind of something also that we may well keep an eye on. Now, again, you know, four water, two thing, it's pretty slow, right? So it takes a while to start drowning lands. So I'm not 100% sure that this will be the answer to all of our Russia problems, but it's definitely something to keep an eye out for. We do, of course, lose the 2 and 8 powers, and they're replaced by these. Otherwise, we have some explorer gathering here, which could be quite nice. This one a defend 4, maybe not. Some kind of drowning stuff here with Swallow the Land Dwellers, and then Tidal Boon, which can kind of give some people some energy and stuff like that. So the usual kind of ocean stuff going on there. So then we will finally get to Wandering Voice. And Wandering Voice, again, if we look at its kind of summary of powers, it's quite high on the control. It's also pretty fear heavy as well here, so whether or not that's a good thing, we will have to see. As we talked about with Russia, you need to be very careful when you drop the fear bomb there. Yeah, you've got kind of obviously the left innate there, which is all related to the Incarna, and when your Incarna gets pushed into a land, it can, so read it there, spread tumult and delusion. When your actions add/move the Incarna to a land with invaders, you get to add a strife in the land. And then when your actions add strife to a explorer or a town, you may push it. That's the other special rule at the bottom there. So you get to kind of strife stuff and then push them around, which may well be very helpful to stop the triple explorer stuff with Russia. So something to keep an eye on there for sure. We just need to also remember, I hope I don't forget this, the other part of the spread tumult rule there is that inlands with or adjacent to your Incarna. So if there's a strife present, the Dahan do not participate in Ravage. So we have to be careful about counter-attacking with Dahan there. If our Incarna is nearby, we will we will not be able to counterattack. So that's something there. And then, of course, if we get to empower the Incarna, we can isolate a land, which may come up, may not. There's not a huge amount of adjacency stuff with these two adversaries. Yes, we can isolate a land and sort of turn off the Russia, is it Russia 2? Yeah, the Russia 2 rule where you kind of get where the explorer runs away. We can turn that off with isolate, but it's not at its absolute best here in as it is against the likes of Habsburg, England, and some of the others. So the left innate is a whole bunch of pushing, which turns into a whole bunch of explore, and then on the right side, then you start doing kind of damage to invaders there, which is potentially quite good later on in the game. Your unique powers then very quickly here. One of them will just stop invaders kind of participating in ravage if they have strife, so you kind of get to keep the strife. Then we have that one of these are one of the slow kind of push effects here. Actually, push. What does that other card say? Target spirit may use, oh yeah, with a push instruction. Yeah, so this is a push instruction, so this could be sped up with the Gift of Wind sped steps. And of course here, this, when it goes into a land, we'll get to do the pushing. Then the Turmoil's Touch here then is kind of stinky, but it's a 0 cost with four elements, which is kind of good. But it says target spirit may either pay 1 energy or discard a power card from hand to take a minor power card into their discard. That's a new sort of keyword from Nature Incarnate. I say new. Nature Card's about 2 years old at this point, but take just means essentially flip 1 from the deck into your discard. You don't get to do the kind of look at 4 stuff. And then you may do likewise. So pretty weak card here. I would rarely use this, but obviously for elements, yes, but actually resolving the card and doing something with it, not quite. And then the twist perceptions here is you add a strife, you may push the invader you added it to. So then, as it reminds you here, if you added it to an explorer or a town, you can push it once and then push it again, type of thing. So that's all of that with Wandering Voice and the other 3 spirits. We can come back here and we can sort of continue on with, so what are we now, 22 minutes. Not too bad for an intro on this channel. But let's go ahead and flip the opening explorer and see how badly we're going to get wrecked in this game. So we've obviously placed our presence here. 6 and 7 is where Wandering Voice starts. Ocean is going to start in the ocean, and I've chosen land 3 because it has a town. And then over here, then it's like lowest mountain and highest sands or something like that for Sunbright Whirlwind. So we'll see where we have to go. Obviously, we need to get the ocean's presence onto the other 2 boards if we're going to take advantage of all the pushy kind of stuff. But again, we'll see all of that. So let's go ahead, opening explorer into the jungles and the wetlands. So I have just noticed something. I have set up an illegal situation on the board. I had boards E and F. This is embarrassing, but I'm not going to cut it out. I'll just fix it and show you the fix in real time. So I had E and F chosen for these 2 spirits, and then I basically just had to pick a board for Ocean to kind of combine with them. So I choose my boards when I play 6-6. I don't at single 6 level, I just randomize them, but at 6-6 level, I do choose my starting boards. And I just said E and F, I'll just pick D because I did ABC last time, but as soon as I flipped this card, I realized my land 2s are matching here, and that can't be allowed. And quite clearly here, it says it on tile F, this can't be paired with tile D. So that's all wrong. So I'm going to have to fix all of that now. So I will kind of, I'll fast forward the actual admin of moving a tile out and putting one back in here. So I'm just going to pick one of the other ones. So I'll do a cut here, and I'll come back with the board actually correct, and then we'll keep this explorer. That's all going to stay the same. I will basically just pick A, B, or C. Actually, you know what? I can't go ahead and pick A, B, or C now because obviously I'll have seen the opening explorer, so that isn't going to work. So I guess I'll just randomize it. Seems as a fair thing as anything. So let's go ahead and randomize it. So ABC would be 1, 2 is A, 3, 4 is B, and 5, 6 is C. You see that? Yeah, it's 1. So it's board A, right? So that board A is going to go in there. So I might not even have to cut. I might be able to do this without cutting. So let's see. You out of here. You in here. Same situation with Ocean's Present. So I already talked about that. So that was always going in land 3, which happens to be one of the ones that is just explored. So that's going to go there. Our disease is going to go there. We will put our Dahan 1, 2. So we've got some Dahan to go with that one. Okay. That one goes there. That Dahan goes there. And then our other 2 Dahan over here. Our town is in there, and then our explorer and our beast go into that land. I actually forgot to add my regular starting beasts, so also have to fix that, because we do of course also start with a beast on the board. So that goes 1 in there and 7 over here. Oh yeah, this is the board that you take the 2 in the same land, which is now under threat. And then on this board it goes in land 6. Okay. So we've loads of our beasts under threat here. Well, actually, we've what? 1, 2, sort of 3. Okay. So did we fix everything? Dahan, 2 Dahan, 1 Dahan, 2 Dahan. Starting town, starting city, starting town from Brandenburg-Prussia. We've got our blight. That was where our Russia extra explorer starts. So now we're going to go ahead and actually explore. And it's just, you just feel so bad. As soon as you do this, you just look at the board and go, like, how am I not dying here? How do I just not die? Look at this, like. Got our starting city land on this board and our starting city land on the other board, which is terrible news. Over here, we've got, so our 3 starting buildings all get explored on this board, which is awful. This board, 2 of our starting buildings get explored, and the other board, 2 of the starting buildings get explored. Like, there's just no way. Like, that's got to be the worst. 3, 2, and 2. Like, if you hit Sands, 1 total starting building on the whole island. Jungles is 4. Wetlands 2 as well. It's awful. Okay, so 1, 2, and then our wetlands are going to be 1 and 2, and wetlands is also 2 of the Russia explore lands. Like, this is by far the worst explore that we can hit here. It has to be. So did we do everything? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Well, look, if I wanted a challenge, I've got one. Oh, I forgot to fix this rubbish down here. Hang on. Sorry. It's probably coming across really loud on the camera. DIY stuff under the table. Oh, my drill and all sorts of other things. Sorry about that, folks. Okay. I'm in big, big, big trouble here. Big trouble. So one thing I see, and it's the only single piece of good news. Well, no, I guess I see 2 pieces of good news. And this is really stretching it for good news, let me tell you. There's a land I can at least Russia 6, or that one. And then there's one over here that I can Russia 6 without concern. Otherwise, I've got need to protect the Han, need to protect the Han, need to protect beasts, need to protect the Han, and then the Han. And then, oh, there's another one. Look there. So we have a Russia 6 land on every board, which is fine. But then we've got Blight, we've got the Han, we've got all sorts of things here. So it's just not really, really, really all that great news. We need to be honest with ourselves here. But that's okay. So what can I do is the question. Well, the one thing to bear in mind with this adversary combination as well is pushing an explorer out of a land is very good, because they don't do anything with buildings, either adversary really. So stopping a single explorer, either by preventing it if you can isolate or whatever, or if you can just push the explorer out of the land, like that can do really, really nice work, because it doesn't pull buildings back in. It's not adjacency building. It's not, even Sweden, sort of mining, rushing and putting extra buildings. It's just, if you stop the explorer, the whole land is solved, which is great. Now, all the back-to-backs will put a quick end to what I just said, because the back-to-backs will kill us, because it's just going to keep forcing explorers back into these lands that we just solved. So that in itself is also a massive problem. But it is worth at least saying that if we can just do things right now, like get explorers out of lands, that is in theory the land solved before next turn, unless we hit the back-to-back, as I say. So it's a stage 2 card coming up, and then it's a stage 3 card. So obviously this can be wetlands, and if we pull the explorers out of the wetlands, it just puts an explorer back in, and then it's just back to being a problem. So all of that is just really bad, obviously, but still, it's something. So what are we looking at here? Well, first of all, I'm looking and noticing that my Grasping Tide, which is the Defend 4 card from Ocean, I was about to say it doesn't have a land where it's useful, but I suppose it's okay down here in this land here, but it's only got 1 Dahan, which is sort of a problem. You'd really like to be getting that in a land where you've got 2 Dahan to protect, but this is going to build a city, and a city is going to be 3 plus 2 plus 2, which is 7. Way too much, right? Now, if you could get one of those kind of things out of there, then that kind of helps there. So, in theory, if I do, like, for example, swallow the land dwellers in this land, that does pretty good work. But it also drowns a Dahan, which we don't love. We certainly don't love that. So there's lots of things going on with the 3 spirits here, but I'm sort of need to start somewhere. So are we heavily reliant on Dahan in this game? No, I don't really think we are. I don't think we need, like, obviously with Wandering Voice, we've got kind of Strife, and Strife obviously can pair really nicely with Dahan, but like Voice has a way to destroy and remove invaders by either pushing them in the ocean or just using the right innate, so they don't have to kind of counterattack. In fact, I think a lot of the game really isn't counterattacking. So that's kind of one thing over there. Sunbright Whirlwind, obviously, it's got that card that deals 1 damage to a bunch of explorers, which can solve a lot of problems. It also has the kind of push into the ocean stuff. And then Ocean, I think, just later on can start jamming some majors, and kind of maybe even Sunbright can do the same. So I think that we don't necessarily need to be too worried about our Dahan necessarily here. And for that reason, I sort of like the idea of drown the 2 of these, and then you've got kind of 1 city left behind, and then I don't know. After that, I'm not sure. Obviously, Sunbright Whirlwind here, so we'll maybe come back to that. Sunbright Whirlwind has, when it places a present, it gets to push an explorer from that land. You can also push a Dahan from that land, but we won't be doing that. So obviously here with Sunbright Whirlwind, with a presence ad, we can just go ahead and solve one of these lands. Now, where would we solve? Almost certainly that one, because that's the one with Blight, and we don't want to be ravaging in that land. So that seems like an easy land to just step into. We've got to add a presence at range 1 with a 4 energy here, so I could go range 1 straight into that land and push that little chappy out of there, which seems like almost certainly what I'll be doing. So that is pretty good. There's also a single explorer there and a single explorer there, but as we said, that can be one we potentially let go. That one, yeah, it's got a Dahan there, so maybe not. We also are next door to that one with the Wandering Voice, so that seems like an easy solve for Wandering Voice as well over there. So that one seems pretty good too. So I think that's a Wandering Voice problem. This is a Sunbright Whirlwind problem. This one here, given that we have two beasts in that land, I wouldn't mind necessarily hitting that one with the Tempest of Leaves and Branches, which is the kind of 5 damage to each explorer here. We could do that either there or there. Now that's a actually no, I can't. Fortunately, that's a range 1 from a Sacred Site situation. And our Sacred Site is a horribly situated Sacred Site down here. So that is not helpful at all. So we essentially need to wait until Sands explores, place our presence in there, and then that gives us the Sacred Site in the middle of the board, which is not ideal, given what this looks like right now. But it sort of is what it is. So Scatter to the Winds is a solve in any land right now. Well, I say any land, I mean this land, none of the ones that build a city, but any of the other ones. So this seems like a kind of a certainty to play. So there's the Tempest. That's the one I was talking about with the range 1 of the Sacred Site. So helpful card, but not quite yet. This is Scattered to the Winds. We're almost certainly playing on the first turn. Which can allow us to solve, any of those kind of double explorer problem type lands. So I think that's a kind of a no-brainer. We want to play that one. We would like, I believe, to be able to hit the innate here, push up to 1 explorer. So it does seem like a sort of G2, give us the energy to play 2 cards and go from bottom. Seems like a pretty solid approach. Now, any of the cards remaining in my hand will allow me to do that. It won't be the Sacred Site one that I talked about, so it's going to be one of the other 2. One of them gives some range, and then the other one is going to allow us to do some slow to fast stuff with the push or gather effect. So that kind of seems to me like probably pretty important here. I can't reach with myself because this is range 1. My innate is range 1. Well, actually, that in there in the fast could work quite well, but my other range 1 will not allow me to get anywhere else to stop another explorer, because the Gift of the Windsped Steps is also the 1 energy card. If it was the 0 energy card, I could go G3 route, but I can't. I have to take the extra 4 energy if I want to play the Gift of the Windsped Steps, which might give me my innate fast. But the problem is right now, if I do this, my innate fast actually doesn't solve anything. So it's whether or not I can give the Gift of the Windsped Steps and make someone else fast. So I'm between 2 minds here. I might go G3 and then that could allow me to kind of go somewhere else. We'll see. This is a kind of a temporary sort of maybe type of situation. Over here with Wandering Voice, we said for sure we want to hit the first level of the left innate, which is just a no-brainer because all of my cards have air. So we'll definitely be hitting that. And that is going to give us push this Incarna, which is where it starts, push that straight in there and solve that land. That'll just be boom, done. So that's easy money. After that, we won't be playing the thing that stops things ravaging, so that's easy. We have this Turmoil's Touch thing, which I don't think we'll necessarily be playing either. That's more of a sort of an elemental card for later on, I think. So those 2 cards can be gone. So it's a question of, do I just go... So I have a 0 and a 1 is my starting thing. So I was about to say my other 2 cards here, I can't actually play the 2 of them on turn 1. Because I can only gain 1 energy off the G3. I can do a G2 top and bottom or something like that, but I can still only get one energy. So I can't play both of these cards on turn 1, which I think I would quite like to. Now, push my Incarna isn't really helping me here, because once I push it into here with my left innate, then what? Right? What do I do from there? That's not helping. I mean, technically I can push in there and like strife the city or something, but then I still have the explorer in here, which is still a problem. So I don't think that necessarily does it. By the way, I didn't mention it here. There is a kind of a sort of a solved build of Wandering Voice, which you may well have heard of. It involves, I don't know it exactly. I've seen it played. I don't think it's all that strong. I think it's fine. I think it can certainly win a lot of single sixes. It's not a 6-6 type of build for me at all, so I will not be using it here. As far as I remember, it involves totally underplaying on the first turn. I think you do like G2, you take 2 presents off on the first turn, then you go like G2 again, and then you play like 3 or 4 cards or something, and you essentially go into a reclaim loop, and you just play like your whole hand or like 3 of your 4 cards or something every turn. It's not for me. When I played Wandering Voice before, I played it quite a bottom track heavy, but I wasn't playing it like that. I played pretty much to get all the way to the 4 card plays. I was using G3 at least a bit to get the extra air to kind of flip the Incarna, and also max out the kind of an 8 over here as well. So, I think there's definitely a nice mix to be had between G2 and G3 here. Get extra cards, all that kind of stuff. So I won't be just kind of doing this all in silly kind of rush to a reclaim loop here. So let's forget about that before that even gets started. The right innate can be enabled by playing 2 cards here. But realistically, it's just a little bit of fear. I'm not super interested. The second level is 1 damage per sun to invaders with strife only. So in theory here, if I did something like play out, well, I can't play those 2 cards, but like if I picked one of the zeros and one of the ones in my hand, I could hit the sort of, second level, and I could do like a single ping of damage, maybe kill an explorer. I'm not too fussed on that right now. I'm more thinking about how am I scaling myself to the point where I have enough cards that I can kind of go into a proper engine mode. I talked about that on the Rushin show before. How do you build an engine? Sometimes an engine, as I said before, is a reclaim loop, and that's fine. But here I'm not thinking reclaim loop right now. I'm thinking, how do I get enough cards? How do I scale my spirit so that I'm actually powerful enough when some of this stuff starts happening? Because when that first fear bomb drops, if I am in any way struggling in this game, the game is just over. So I have to sort of think past panic mode, play as many cards as possible right now, and solve as many things as possible right now. I have to also think about how am I scaling for the next 2 to 3 turns, and that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. Is the first turn 1 single air gets me the push, so I can play like maybe 1 card. The following turn, I can maybe Well, actually, yeah, no, the double push. I can get the double push with the G3. But again, as I said, double push is 1, solves, 2, strifes the city. But then where do I go from there? Because this is also my Russia 6 land. So I don't really even care about pushing into that land. So that's not really doing anything for me. If I play the Frightful Keening just on its own, I could have access to, push this into there or there, which solves an explorer into either of those 2 lands, but it doesn't, or here or whatever. But it's not hugely impactful. I'm just looking at the board and I'm thinking about a G2 underplay, which is exactly what I said I wouldn't do. But I'm just wondering, like, how do I get to my 3 card plays here and start actually affecting the board with actions and getting to that kind of engine type situation? Like to draw some extra cards here for sure. Maybe I just start with a G3 and look for a card that does something. I mean, maybe like a defend power can be pretty good here. You know, we'd like a defend power for that land, for example. It's one land we'd really like to protect with a defend power because that builds a town, and then that can, you know, ravage for 6. We could hit a defend 5, of which there are several. So we'd quite like to have a shot at that land. Can we get there at range 2? We can, yeah. Even at range 0, something like domesticated animals, or the other one, the 0 cost blue card that can get +1 range with air element. I think we need to let both of them go anyway. We're just not solving those lands. This one we need to solve. We need to do something with this because we can't just give up on 2 to hand there. We'd really like to solve that one as well. I'm wondering how on earth we solve it, but I mean, it could be the scatter to the winds that I said. Actually, no, because that's going to build a city, so scatter doesn't work in there. Scatter is either this or this, and ideally we scatter this land and defend that one. This we let go, that we let go. This we're solving with our explore, our growth, should I say. This one, we also, I mean, we could let it go, but it's another to hand gone. And then we said we are solving that at least. So there's sort of some stuff we can solve here. That's another one again, a single to hand. Like we're giving up on a bunch of the hand if we don't do anything here. We said also over here that we can maybe draft with Sunbright if we play the range power here instead of the slow to fast. Again, slow to fast on Wandering Voice isn't quite doing it either. Where's that? Call of the Deeps, gather 2 explorers. Unfortunately, yeah, the 2 lands with double explorer are both. Actually, hold on. Call of the Deeps. You know me, guys. This turn 1 is going to take me forever. Gather 1 explorer. If target land is the ocean, you may gather another explorer. Oh no, yeah, no. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. So those explorers would have to be on a coastal land. I was about to say, I could give myself extra range with the gift over to ocean, place my presence in here, and then range 1 target this land and pull them in, but it only would pull 1, it wouldn't pull 2. But I might have that trick up my sleeve with any of the other lands. No, not really, because we've already kind of got the single explorer solved. That one. And that one. We technically didn't solve this, and in theory we could. With that trick I just said, the Call of the Deeps would give me access to pulling him in there to solve that land, because we already have our Russia 6 land. So that might help. I mean, we don't want to take Infinite Blight here, right? We'd like to take probably 1 per turn. And in this case, we've got kind of targets 1, 2, and 3. So that might actually be a good play here with the Call of the Deeps. That might just work. And that would allow us to go kind of bottom track and play Call of the Deeps with something else potentially. That could be a thing. Again, with the +1 range, we could also maybe target like put 1 in here, 1 in here, and then we can actually target a coastline with something else. Like, for example, the Swallow the Land Dwellers. I don't know whether that kind of helps me somehow with one of these things or not. I sort of like the idea here, because given that I can't give the wind steps to sort of get proper work done, I think I don't mind the idea of drafting, which goes from the bottom and it only costs me 1 and I get an extra card, but it does mean that I'm adding a presence at range 4, and that's a kind of a total waste to go range 4 into that land right there, right next to me. I hate the idea of doing that, given that I could do it with an add presence at range 1. But like, what else am I doing? Nothing really. Obviously here as well, we don't have access to any kind of actually. I have the scatter to the winds in this land, and I can push both of them into an ocean. Better say I don't have access to any pushing into the ocean here to get my economy online, but actually that is a push into the ocean. So that could be something. Said that's one land I wouldn't mind solving. Does mean I'd kind of give up on this one in here, unfortunately, but that does mean I'd need to do this way around again, go back to the gift of the windsped steps. And using this on myself means I'm giving up on the 1 energy as well, which is also not ideal. But it starts getting rid of stuff off the board. Now, obviously, when I push that in there, that will generate a fear and it'll get pushed out, and I'd have to maybe push that back in there or something. And that's probably where I would push it. So it doesn't actually kill the explorer, but it solves the land. And then this one doesn't get solved. At this point, I'd have just my innate power. We'll be going back to this play here. Still don't have that solved at all. And at this point, we wouldn't have that solved because we weren't given the range boost to ocean. But again, it's probably okay. This is tough. We're kind of don't really have a lot of great things going for us here. Like, obviously, the defend 4 with grasping tide can combo with a push effect. You know, like range 4 next turn with a gain of power, jump across, push the explorer out, and then the defend 4 works in the land now because the explorer gets pushed. So that is a thing I can do next turn. It just means that I'm sort of using 2 effects in 1 land, which we talked about before. I hate a lot, but I'm not sure how I'm solving this land otherwise, because my drown will only get rid of the 2 invaders, but it leaves the city behind anyway. If I leave the land and don't do anything in it, I lose a presence. So it sort of feels like a land I have to protect. Obviously, I'm not going to be G1ing and gathering that presence out of that land. That won't be happening either. So that sort of feels like a combo I nearly have to do next turn. I hate the sound of it, but I kind of feel like that might be okay. Doesn't solve this, but that would basically say this turn solve that. I'd have the push 1 explorer situation, which could help me with maybe one of these 2 lands if one of the others found something. And then kind of between ocean and Sunbright, we'd have to solve that land. That's solved. This isn't. So right now, that's not getting solved. That's 3 blight on that board, which is horrific. Still not solving this land. So I'm just placing God knows how many of these orange problem tokens on the board here. That's 6 of them already. This is solved. This is solved. This isn't. This isn't. And then that's solved. This isn't. So we're going to have to reach for more of these bloody things. I know the colouring here isn't quite great. Not sure how well that can be distinguished on the camera. It's probably not bad right now, but it's going to get worse if I add gold markers in here. I can absolutely tell that. But anyway, for now, we'll have a look. So that's not getting solved. Oops. That's not. And as of now, that's not either. So Jesus, I'm solving so few lands on this board right now. This is tragic. Starting to see why this is such a problem matchup that I was talking about, I imagine. But anyway, we'll have to see. It sort of feels like doing it this way, at least it gets some of the engine going for the energy with Ocean, which is something. I still have to decide exactly what I'm doing with the other two spirits here. The Grasping Tide is next turn, so that's in my hand. The Call of the Deeps isn't really doing anything for me here, is it? As I said, it just doesn't. Well, actually, you know what? Call of the Deeps pulls that Explorer out of there, and it means I don't have to worry about getting across there with Sunbright Whirlwind next turn. So that's actually probably fine. So that's better. So yeah, so that doesn't get solved. But it's still 2 actions, but it kind of uses the Call of the Deeps this turn, which I kind of felt I needed to do anyway. So I think that's probably better. So we'll put that back, and that gives me another solve next turn with my Explorer instead. So that's definitely better. So that's okay. So Call of the Deeps this turn. What I'm saying here is obviously I need to G2 because I need to get across into that board to enable the push. So I have to G2. So that will give me 1 energy. And then it's whether or not I grow from thing. I don't think in this matchup I'll be growing from top track at all. I grew a bit of top track in the previous playthrough that I did, and in the end I had way too much energy and I couldn't spend it, even though it was like I'm doing less drowning than normal. But here, clearly, I have 2 spirits. They're going to be pushing stuff into the, at least hoping to push stuff into the oceans. So I think I'm just going to go bottom here and go 1 and 1. And that gives me 1 energy here. And then next turn, I can play 2 cards this turn, keep 2 in my hand. And then next turn, I can go G3, gain a power card, and play kind of my whole hand. So from an elemental perspective, do I need to think about anything here? What I want to have is for next turn, I would like to have 2 moon for the deeps. 2. So that's the one thing I need to think about is 2 moon in my hand. So I can't play these 2 really together here. The problem is I can't play Swallow the Land Dwellers. There's nowhere to target. I mean, again, I can target this land, but I have that solved with the defend. So I wonder then, is there any way we can reverse this a little bit and think about the defend in this land? And can we somehow combo Wandering Voice over here to push the town, get the town out before the build? Can we do that? I mean, technically, if I go push, I can do that, but then I'm not solving this. What I also could do is do G3. Yes, this works, I think. Yeah. This back in my hand. Play the terrible card. Now I think I might have something. G3, bottom. That gives me 1 energy. 1 energy allows me to play these 2 cards. Give the gift of Windsped steps here to one Wandering Voice, which I can use on this card, which is a push instruction. Slow to fast, twist perceptions. Let's bring it up. Where am I? Here. There it is. Add a strife, and then you may push the invader you added the strife to. So here, range 1, land with invaders. Before I move my Incarna, well, actually, it doesn't matter because I have a presence in here as well. Range 1 in here, strife this, push, and then I can push it again into the ocean, which will generate me a fear, and it'll push back out, but it gets a free fear. Or I can push it somewhere else. Depends. Anyway, the point being, I solved that land. And then I now have free air, which gets me a double push on my innate, which lets me go push, push, hit the building, strife the building, push it in the drink. And then when this land explores, not explores, builds, I have a solve with Swallow the Land Dwellers. We got it. We got there. Now, it does mean that so Tidal Boon's back in my hand. Swallow the Land Dwellers is my 2 zeros on the first turn, which is fine. Move them over, put them back here. So that means I get to solve this land with 1 action from, well, actually it's 2, right? But it's the innate plus the whatever. But I get the free kill essentially with the push, so that's quite nice. That sort of gives me a half an action back, if you will, because it's 2/3 of an energy or whatever. And then what it means is then this land over here is my land which I defend next turn with Grasping Tide. And then obviously I need to get the Explorer out of here, similar to before, but I have that lined up already with my left innate on Sun. So it does mean then again, if I rewind all the way back here, we're not solving this land with Sun because I don't now have the gift of Windsped steps on myself anymore, but I am instead solving this problem land, which is the one I kind of wanted to solve anyway. So that's quite nice. We do have this still being a problem. And we, of course, still have this one that we still want to defend over there. But hopefully with this power card gain, with Wandering Voice, with that range 2 that I talked about, we might be able to hit a defend here. If we hit a defend 5 here, we're in good shape. He says with like 6, 7, at least 7 orange blight markers. I'm flipping the card next turn right now, and we're calling that in good shape. We're not in good shape. We're in shocking shape. But you know, it's better than nothing. Let's put it that way. Anyway, with all of that said, let me go ahead and draft with Wandering Voice. I think I have this lined up. I think I figured it out somewhat. Oh yeah, you know what? We don't even need to do this because we're gonna go Call of the Deeps on this Explorer that we talked about, rather than the innate of Kitty needing to do that. But anyway, again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's do a draft. How long are we into the over an hour in, and we're still in the growth phase of turn 1. Turn 1, we've said it on the channel, God knows how many times. Turn 1 is your strategy turn. It's the turn where you figure yourself out. And here we're very much we're figuring everything out. We're figuring our life's purpose at this point. We're over an hour in. We're trying to get everything figured out here. But let us see how this is all going to work. So we've got Shadows of the Burning Forest. Not in love with it. We really want to hit something here with air if we can. Roiling Bog and Snagging Torn. Again, it's okay. It's not a bad card. Song of Sanctity. Push All Explorers is a pretty decent effect. And then Bird's Cry Warning is certainly the I mean, it's a solution to this problem, isn't it? It doesn't defend the land, but it protects the 2 to hand, and it ravages back for 4. So it'll kill a town plus kill an explorer, and then it'll fear push the other one. So it's, you know, our innates as well for the right innate with the elements, should I say, for the right innate. So I do like Song of Sanctity here, a reasonable amount given that it's push all explorers, but Bird's Cry Warning is kind of a solution to the problem that we talked about over there, and it's a decent card. You know, again, we're talking about a Strife Spirit here that could set some stuff up with Strife and counter-attacking, so pushing the hand around the board is also pretty decent as well. So despite the fact that Song of Sanctity there, let's have a little quick look at Song of Sanctity. That's a pretty nice one. You know, in two terrain types out of 4, you've got a kind of a push all, so that's good. Like it is definitely very strong here. I would certainly pick this card over the other 2 zeros, both of which are decent cards, but this is a kind of a Russia killer. But we do have a pretty decent one here in Bird's Cry Warning that we'll take and put into our hand. It's a good card. I like this card quite a bit. Again, we'd like a 0 there rather than a 1, ideally, but I can't turn down a pretty good, strong on element card that also sort of solves that land up there. So it's not perfect, but it kind of solves it. So that's fine. Now, we're going to need to add a presence at range 2 there, and I need to think about where that's going to go. Our Incarna then is going to, we're going to have the third level of that. We're also going to hit the first and second level over here, which is quite nice. One short of the third level, but that's going to get going in you know, not too distant future. And I believe we're sort of back down to 6 dark orange markers now, which isn't too bad. 6 out of thing, but this one is also taking a blight, so that's 7 blight, which will flip the blight card unless we do something about that. So yeah, not great. Anyway, so we go over here. Ocean is going 1/1, and then it's banking an energy. That's fine. Those 2 cards are in our hand for next turn. We know that. We're fine with that. What are we going to hit from innate wise? We're just going to hit that first level of that innate over there. That's going to take a little while to get going, but the following turn we'll hit the 2. We'll hit the basically. Oh, actually no, we hit the first level of both innates. But yeah, that's gonna. The following turn will be better. Put it that way. So that's fine. We've placed our presence over here. We know where we're placing our presence. This is at range 1 in there. That's going to hit that, and it's going to ping it and push it to. Like, we want to push it towards the coast, but we don't want to push it in that land. So we'll push it in there, I think. That's okay, and hope that doesn't explore next turn. Gain 4 energy, plus the 1 is going to be 5. 4 energy buttons, insane. So we're quite happy about a 4 energy button, needless to say. Also pushing this towards our sacred side there is, you know, pretty good for the other card that we have in our hand as well. So that's quite nice too. But we don't want to be doing something like push the 2 of them in there and have to use that card to get rid of 2 explorers next turn. That's not something we want to focus on here. So it's 5 energy. We're going to blank 3 of it, and we're going to go 1 and 1. We obviously go bottom track here, as I say. That's going to give us the first level of the innate, so nothing too spectacular there yet, but next turn we'll get a draft and we might be able to hit the second level. That's all of that. Over here, as we say, we played two cards over here, and then we played the Turmoil's Touch and the Twist Perceptions over here as well. I will go ahead and start using my abilities then. So actually now I have to place a presence here. Do I have Sacred Side Caring on the side of this spirit? No. I do though for my right innate. And I really need to be pushing my Incarna into specific lands as opposed to trying to pair up my things for the purposes of the sacred site stuff. But I can't imagine making a sacred site right now with a range 2 presence is something I care about. Bird's Cry Warning is range 3, so I can get anywhere on the board basically, but I still don't think that's necessarily a good shout here. So what am I going to be striving? I'm going to strive this and push it somewhere. Probably just push it back in there. and then I'm coming over here and strifing and getting that in the bin. So you kind of like to have obviously build up lands with a bunch of strifed invaders. So that could be something here. I'm not pushing that in there because I'm trying to stop the city build. So again here, I'm just thinking, where am I going with my presence? I've got reasonable coverage over here. We've got Ocean kind of doing some stuff. It feels like this side of the board here could do with some help. So I think I'll move myself across. Range 2. I'm not going there. Maybe I'll just here or here maybe. Yeah, because I might want to do some kind of, I don't know. Maybe. It's range to 3 lands. Maybe I'll go in there. It's got range to more lands. Something like that. Okay. Now, left in 8. Oh no, before left in 8. Let's go. Once this turn, target spirit may choose one of their slow powers with a push or gather instruction and make it fast. And if you target another spirit, they gain 1 energy. So we're now also using this gain 1 energy thing, which is nice. So that goes over there. Now, twist perceptions. Range 1 in here. Add a strife. And then you may push the invader you added a strife to. And then you can push it again because of the special rule. Now I can, as I say, do 1, 2, drown it, and then push it somewhere. It'll keep the strife. It's going to generate me fear. I'm just thinking right now, if I stop and have a think, how am I approaching this game? This is again strategic thinking. Sometimes it's a no-brainer. You just go, yeah, snap off the fear. Is this a game where I want to rush fear or not? Or is it a game where I need to take my time just a little bit to get set up before that fear bomb lands? I'm about to hit 2 fear anyway with the innate. Oh, hey, I need a sacred site to use the innate. So that matters a lot. What am I talking about? I'm on the first turn and I'm already making a mess of it. Oh, and I'm about to lose that presence as well if I don't do so. Oh no, I'm not, because Scatter to the Winds is solving that land. But still. So I need a sacred site next to 1 damage per sun to invaders with thing only. So I can push this guy out of here. I think, am I making a sacred site there? Is that madness? Yeah, that's madness. I'm not making a sacred site there. I'm making it there. And then when I push him, I'm only pushing him once into, I think, there. No. Here. And then when I push him in, I will strife that. And then from here, my sacred site can kind of start to deal with that land. Okay. You may push it. I just wanted to confirm. I don't have to push it. Okay, so that was what I did. So in there, target that, ping that, push it over here. Obviously, I'm not going towards the coast now, so that's fine. But I'm going to make a bit of a factory of strife in here. So that's okay. Now, push my Incarnate twice. So 1, 2, as we said before, put a strife on this guy. And then when he gets strifed, he goes in the drink and he dies. So that's a fear. This goes over here. I can't convert it yet because I have to convert 3 power worth of invaders. So he's going to sit there for now. That stops the city build that we talked about before, and the Incarnate stops where it is. So that's that done. Now, Call of the Deeps. Range 0. Gather you in there. That dies. That generates a fear, and I'm going to push that back in there. That's fine. Now, slow, 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 slow. All the rest is slow. So we finally gotten through the first growth phase. It took a while, but we made a plan. We got some stuff together. We have a plan. I think I didn't vocalize it there, but it does appear to me as though this is a game where I want to generate fear and get the fear bombs going as quickly as I can. Ocean's Hungry Grasp is usually pretty decent on fear at the base ocean. Deep's Ocean, I think, not quite as much. So that's something to kind of keep an eye out for here, is that Deeps is probably not generating as much fear early on. And Sunbright Whirlwind is certainly not really a fear spirit, but Wandering Voice is. And Wandering Voice can't really get away from that. I don't really have a game plan that involves not generating fear with Wandering Voice, so I think I should be probably pushing this as much as I can here, and kind of, you know, going that kind of direction. So it's kind of landing in the bit that I said in the episode that you shouldn't really do, which is sort of land in the middle, which is do some and then not a lot. But I think I kind of have to. Nice cold beer out of the ice bath. Okay. As I said before, I'll have a few of them, no problem. Most of the non-alcos I wouldn't, but that one I certainly will. Okay, so we've done all that. Let's go ahead and flip the event. We're not carrying it out. It's Sacred Side. It's under threat, which isn't really a very threatening Sacred Side card. But that's a joke I may have made in the past. But again, we'll don't hold me to account there. I have a lot on my mind, as you can probably tell. Now, that's all of that. Let's go ahead then and do our build. So we don't build in that land there. We do build a city down here. That was, again, one of our problem lands down there. When I moved through here, as I said before, I strafed that, but I didn't push it. I'm just leaving it there. So that was that. We removed this. Over here, we're building a town. And thankfully, I'm not playing against France where I have to convert that other explorer, which is what I was doing the other day. So that's all good news. There we get rid of that disease. Here we build an explorer, and then we build a city. Like 3 blight on that one board on the second turn is just awful. It's so bad. City down there. Nothing here. City over there. Town up there. So that is all of my builds done, if I'm not mistaken. That was solved already. Like, if this explores either wetlands or jungles, which it's 2 out of 5 to do, but it's so bad if it hits either of them. Like, it's a train wreck. Because it just makes that blight again. This one blights that way. That, you know, it's just like this. Like, if it's jungles, it's even worse. Jungles is a horrible explorer for us here. Absolutely awful. Because it's just like 3 lands we had solved just get unsolved. You know what I mean? Is that all of our builds done before I go anywhere? Yes, no, yes, 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 yes. No, we didn't build here. That one needed a town. That one we removed the disease, and then we built, So, okay, we finally got there. But you just know when I say that, obviously we got the worst explorer on the first turn, and this is just definitely going to be jungles. No, it's not. It's mountains. Oh, I just remembered something. I did not escalate on the first turn, and I should have. Oh, goosey boy. God damn it. I've seen these. I just remember just as I see that explorer. So the first turn should have been stage 3, which should have been a Brandenburg-Prussia escalation, which would have said on each board with thing, add a town to a land without a town. So needless to say, I would not have done it in any of my my wetlands or jungles. So the question is, where would I have done it? Where made sense? Well, let's look at this board. go board by board and try to piece this together. No, it's clearly not going in the land with the blight. Here, I don't love putting it in the land with the beast. Here, I don't love putting it in the land with the beast, and here it's like a random land with the Han. The thing to note here, though, is putting them on the coast makes it much more likely that both of my other spirits can come along and push them into the drink. So I do believe that the coast are the place I would want to put that. So that's something to bear in mind here. So given that, that looks like a pretty likely place for the escalation on that board. This board, it had to have been that land. Even though I know that Mountains is about to explore, it would have been that land. And then this other board, it's to a land without towns. I would have put it in there because that was already a problem land. So I'm being fair here. I'm putting the escalation into a land that's about to, 2 mountains that are about to explore. I'm obviously not going to just cheat my way out of it and just put them all into sands, but they are the 3 lands that I would have put that into. Almost certainly. So that's the way it is. Hopefully you'll accept that one, given that I screwed myself on it. But we're good. We're fine. We'll play it out. We'll play it out. Mountains. Now, escalation. Immediately on each board, add 2 explorers among lands with beasts. 1, 2. Because we're not putting it in that other land. So that's that escalation. On this board, horrible problem, because it's 1 and 1. Dreadful. And then on this board, we can go 1 and 1. Well, actually, we have to. Not we can, we have to. Because now we're going to do the push 5 thing. But the question is to as many different lands as possible. Oh no, that's awful. As many different lands as possible is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 available lands to push into. Safe, safe, safe. So those 3 are safe. But this one isn't safe for sure. This one now and this one now are both also definitely not safe. So I think what we want to do here is we want to go take you in there. On this board, we want to go... I think we just put actually both of them in there. Because now, that was always just going to blight for 1 anyway. But now when we do the Bird's Cry warning, we can counterattack for 4 and kill the 4 explorers as opposed to the town and the 2 explorers. So that kind of eats the escalation on that board, which is pretty nice. So that's fine. And now when we push from here, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we won't have to push into that mountain. So that'll only have 1 explorer in it. It'll help us to solve it. So I think that's kind of okay. So again, I'm really struggling to find the positives here. But anyway, on this board at least, it's only explorer, explorer. That's all we hit. On this board, I just put 2 explorers in that land, and I'm about to put a 3rd in that land. Is that really what I'm about to do? Do I have any way to make that not a problem? Wondering here how I make my Tempest of Leaves and Branches work for me next turn. What can this do for me? So what have I done so far? Let me just finish exploring so I can get that right in my head first, and then I'll come back and think about the escalation. I know technically escalation is first, but let me just get the explore right first so I know the explore is correct. So I've done that one. I didn't do that one. And over here, I didn't do that one. And I didn't do that one. I pushed that explorer in there, yeah, and then that one was pushed from here. Okay. So there's a solution. There's a land that I can Tempest in next turn. It's gonna say, could I maybe Tempest into this land and then do something else with the town? But no, I'll just use this scatter on that land as I planned. Tempest in there to solve that at least. And then God knows what from there. So then this. Oh, wait a second. This is pushing 5 invaders, but not 5 explorers. So I can go explorer in there, explorer in there, explorer in there, and explorer in there, and then I can push a town in there. That's better. That goes back in there. When I did the escalation, as I said, it was 1 and 1, I think. There was 1 explorer in there for some reason. I must have pushed that. Where did that come from? I just did 1 in here. Oh yeah, that was the Call of the Deeps. Where on earth? 1 and 2. So no, I'd strike that. So there wasn't an explorer. So we explored in there first and there. So there's 2 explorers are here. Were the first turn. The town here was the escalation. One of the explorers was the explorer that just went in there now, and then this was escalation, and then one of these was escalation. But where did the other one come from? Why is there another explorer in that land? Where did that come from? Because that right now is 3 beasts with the escalation. This, I said I pushed in there, didn't I? On the first turn, yeah, because that has 1. Where would that have come from otherwise? Yeah, that way I did push that in there. Why does this have an extra explorer? Oh. Russia starts with an extra explorer in that land, of course. Okay, I was about to say I need to pause and go back here because every single explorer matters, but of course, Russia starts with 1 in that land. God damn it, Goose, get your head on a swivel here. You're all over the place. Okay, so we are correct. I took 1 in there and then 1 in there, and now I can push the town into that land, and then I'll still be okay. So I think all of that is fine. We've done all the explorers. We've done all the escalations, and we're good to go. Okay. Now, scatter to the winds in here. So we said town. So these all have to go in as different lands as possible. So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, and that is 5. Solved. Beasts protected. Okay. Now, push up to 1 explorer in this land. I mean, I guess it goes in there, doesn't it? Problem is, I'm now about to hit another stage 3. And the stage 3, like if it hits jungles, that just immediately ravages. So putting 2 explorers together is a disaster. 2 explorers together are so bad into this combo. This combo is horrific. This is, I think, very strongly challenging the Sweden Habsburg combo for difficulty. This is just awful. It's awful. I don't push it in there. Where do I push it? Yeah, and I could push it in there, but same problem. Suppose if I push it in there, then when I do my trick with the bird's cry warning, I just leave behind one explorer instead of two. The other thing about that as well is I might get an event that can let me to gather that Dahan in there, and that might help somewhat. So I think I do just push it up in there. Probably fine. So that's that. So we're done with our pitiful handful of actions here against this board full of insanity. I'm just looking at the screen. It doesn't look that bad from above. Somehow, it looks less bad when I look at it from directly above. From my angle in at the table, looking this way, it's just like just plastic everywhere. It's shocking. It's absolutely shocking. Okay, drown these plus a Dahan. So the Dahan is gone. Goodbye, Dahan. We barely knew you. These other two get drowned. So that's one fear. It's two fear because we got one town, and then the other one is an explorer, which is going to have to run away. And the explorer runs to goes to there. It's supposed to be one of these lads. Well, I'm not pushing it back into that land, so it goes there. It's the only choice. So that's gone, and that's okay. It's not okay. It's terrible, but it's fine. Swallow the land dwellers. You're gone. You're done, should I say? And now we have deeps, which is going to allow us to do 1 damage per whatever, which is going to do nothing. It's going to allow us to add a single deeps token. Oh, I forgot to get those out. Aha, I have them here. Get out there, deeps tokens. Get involved. So, deeps token. So this is where we said we want to have loads of explorers and as few buildings as possible type of thing. I don't know. Or maybe I just try going here, and then what can I do next turn? I can go add another deeps in there, and then what can I have? I can have two damage per deeps tokens to buildings only, which is just so unexciting. It doesn't even kill. It doesn't even kill the three. Sorry, the two buildings, because that's going to build a city. So I'd do 4 damage in there next turn. But I mean, I can kill maybe the town, but it's not solving anything, which is the problem. But whatever. I mean, I have to pick Alan, don't I? We're solving this. This is an ungodly mess. It's going to blight. It's going to be just full of explorers and stuff. It's just going to be terrible. Yeah, I mean, it sort of feels like I have to do something. So this is probably my best chance at solving the land if we get a Badlands card or something. I have no idea. I really don't know. But it is what it is. 1 damage to the town, but it's going to heal, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, we put a deeps token in there at range 1, and that is all that she wrote for Ocean. And now over here, Turmoil's Touch. Well, I also have my innate. So 1 fear per moon that I have, which is 2 fear. And then I have 1 damage per sun you have to invaders with strife only. So range 2 in here. This invader with strife deals 1 damage, which generates a fear, and I'm going to push that invader in here. Ready to fight and get hit by that to hand and get pushed back in there next turn. Although, having said that, if I'm going to make that play, I'll do it on that land just in case I get a stricken, so that I don't lose a presence to a stricken. So that's or no, not stricken. Stricken would just stop it ravaging. There's other ones that say ignore the strife, so that's fine. So I'll do that. And I can also just push back in there, of course, afterwards. So that's all of that done. And then finally, I've got this Turmoil's Touch card. What am I doing with the Turmoil's Touch card? Oh, I can also convert. So that's going to be 4. So I'll convert that to 1 energy, and then I'll basically take an Explorer of Change here, because it's really just a number at this point. It doesn't, the whole Explorer Russia thing doesn't make any difference. So I'll just put that there. That's converting 4, and I'm taking a change of 1, and I'll take 1 energy for that. So that's all of that. Now, Turmoil's Touch. Target player may either pay 1 energy or discard a power card from hand to take a minor power into their discard. You may do likewise. Do I like the idea of doing that on Sunbright Whirlwind? I think I might. Pay 1. I'll have enough then to play the Tempest, the Gift, plus whatever card I draft next turn. So despite the fact that I said this is terrible and I never really want to do it, I might pay 1 to do this awful discardy rubbish. Get more cards. Don't really want to do it on deeps here, because paying 1 and then going to my 3rd card play next turn, I'm not actually going to have the energy to be able to play. So I need to keep my energy with Ocean for now. I think I will. I think I'll pay the 1 with Sunbright Whirlwind and take this into my discard. This feels so horrible for 1 energy. What did I hit? I hit a Dark Entangled Woods. Absolutely useless for elements. But that's okay. Card itself is also kind of useless. But again, that's okay. Will it help with a defender 3 anywhere? Like maybe in here or something like that. Otherwise, no, not really. But anyway, whatever. Do I want to do it on me is the question. Unlikely. I mean, I could do the discard a thing. So next turn, but next turn I can go G2. No, because I can't play the 2 cards with a G2. So I need to G3 again. Gain an energy, gain a card. That'll put me to 4. Play 2 cards. And then the following turn I might be able to G3 again, up to 3 card plays that time. So yeah, again, I don't want to lose a card in hand or an energy here. So I can't do either. So no, I won't do it. We'll just take the terrible Dark Entangled Woods, and then we're good and we're done. Such a bad card. Awful card. Anyway, good elements, but awful card. Right, we're done. We're done with turn 1, finally. Okay. Now, we said with Sun, we're gaining a power card. We're likely going from bottom track. We'll get our 1 energy here, and we'd like to find a 0 so that we don't have to spend the full 3. Let's gain a power card. Minor for now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sky's Herald. It's a Sun. Unquenchable Flames. We're not hitting the nuts here, so drift down into Slumber might help. Is there anywhere that can defend? I mean, I could have defended there, of course, but we already have that defended, but we'll see. And then Rouse the Trees and Stones, which is pretty unexciting as well. So, no, actually defend a 4 there. Yeah, stops a blight in that land. It's a 0 as well, and it gives us the second level of the innate, which is pretty good. It's also just a defend power, which is fine. Sky's Herald, as I said before, I'm not a big fan of that card, so we'll take the drift down. It's okay here. It's not awful. There you go. These 3 cards, and it's a 0, which is good as well. They're all going to go there. We'll place our presence, and we will do something with an explorer at some point here. Solve that, I'd imagine. So okay. Now, Ocean is going G3. It is going from bottom track, most likely. Almost certainly going bottom track, and then we're going to draft a minor, probably. Might draft a major on the reclaim, but we'll go minor for now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I should have shown on the previous thing here, drift down into slumber. I didn't show that on the card cam there. That's going to give us a defender 4 in a jungle or a sands, which is why I was pointing on this land over here, saying that we can solve that one. So we solved that, and we're taking our blight on there for a Russia 6, so that's not too big of a problem. So that's going there, and then otherwise on the Ocean draft we get Gift of Power. We will take it. Rain of Blood, Call of the Handways, and Thriving Show Fungus. So we got some pretty nice ones, but we're very happy to snap off the Gift of Power here. Really, really good card. It's 0 cost. It's perfect element. It's basically everything we need. Call of the Handways is certainly not bad either, but I don't see a reason to give up on an excellent Gift of Power. And I make the stupid joke all the time, but I do not look a gift horse of power in the mouth, or something stupid like that. So there we go. Gift of Power, and it's also a 0 that I can play right now because I've only got 2 energy. So all of those things are all really, really, really good news. So that's that. That's going to give us our triple thing, that the first 2 levels over here. It'll give us our first and our third level over here. All kinds of good news there. And we're up and away with Ocean. Just on time to lose the game. We're up and away just before we lose. It's perfect. And then finally then, I think over here we said, probably want to sort of just run it back here more or less with the old G3, 2 card plays, get the double push, all of that kind of nonsense. We could go over here, push the town type of thing, and then actually the deeps, when it rebuilds the town, would let me. Oh, it would have been so nice if I could have given out a single water element here. It would have been so good. Single water element on Ocean would have, if I'd have hit like a boon of, or like a Nature's Connection or something on this side, and I could have given Deeps the drown. I could have actually drowned this land. It would have been really good to pick up those 2 explorers there. It would have been amazing. But alas, not to be. That's okay. So we want to play the Bird Square 1. We know that for sure. We could G2. No, we can't. We can G2 and then play like 2 cards, but we don't want to do that because that won't give us the second push. We want the second push. So we've got a G3 again here. Gives us the energy, it gives us the air, gives us a power gain, and in theory, we could hit the Nature's Connection or the elemental boon here to do what I said. So that is pretty good. 4 looks at it. Nature's Connection or elemental boon. They're the 2 cards we want. Nature's Connection. Come on now, baby. Come on. One time. Get us back in this game. Come on. Here there be monsters. It's decent elements, but it's not what we're looking for. Promises of protection. It's not what we're looking for. Prowling Panthers is definitely not a lot what we're looking for. Come on now, one time. Infestus Aquifers, not what we're looking for. Would have been good elements for Ocean. We'll take the here there be monsters. It's a 0 cost. It's decent elements. We will be fine with that. Promises of Protection, probably the best card in the pack, but here there be monsters isn't awful. It's some what do you call it as well? It's some fear and stuff like that too. So we might be able to do something with that. Unfortunately, it's inland and it doesn't let us land here and kind of push something into the drink. But again, that's okay. Promise of Protection. It's a single sun, but it could let us gather that in there, for example. But I don't no, because I can't do that this turn. I just need as much air as I can. Air is the key with this spirit. So I need to be always unlocking that left innate to try keep stuff under control as much as possible. So we'll take the, where is it? Here there be monsters. Get it in the card cam here real quick. I'm gonna take a drink. Half decent card. I like this card. Range 0, is obviously tough, but it's not a bad card, and it gives you the energy and all that kind of stuff, or it gives you the control as well as the fear. So pretty okay. Is there anywhere where I can do anything with the card is the question. I mean, I'm in here maybe. I can maybe push one of those two things out of there next turn or something like that. I'm playing Tidal Boon. So in theory here, Tidal Boon plus here there be monsters will solve that land for me. Which is something. Again, with Tidal Boon, you like to be pushing stuff into the drink, but, beggars can't be choosers. Oh, no, we said we want Tidal Boon in that land, didn't we? Oh, no, we didn't, because we're drowning that. Not drowning it, we're dealing 2 damage to that. We're jumping ourselves across here now and pushing that in the drink, and then when it rebuilds, we're going to deal the 2 damage to the with the Deeps token. So we don't need to Tidal Boon that. We're getting that out of there with Sunbright Whirlwind, so that's that solved. Now we still have 2 Explorers in here, but I can reclaim, draw my Swallow the Call of the Deeps, and pull the 2 of them out of there and actually solve that land. So that land right there is solved by a combination of those 2 spirits. This land is solved by pushing you out. The only land I can push it into is there, and that becomes a problem on our Jungles Explorer. But again, what can we do about that? Not a lot is the question. Interestingly, as I come through here, well, I can go push that way, and then I can put a Strife on the city, and that would then, when I land my Incarnate in there, it would actually prevent this Dahan from participating in that Ravage, which is kind of funny. So it actually saves the Dahan by doing it that way, but I kind of waste the Strife. I think I'd rather go through there, Strife that, and push that in there. So it'll cost me a Dahan, but it's kind of building up this land with my Strife farm again. Which is probably just better. So I think I'll just do that. So that stays in there. Here there be monsters combined with Tidal Boon solves that land. So we have that land solved as well. This one is already solved. This one is being solved by Whirlwind, and then this is a mess. And it's also going to cost me a Sacred Side as well. But it's, what can you do? And I'll have the second level of this, which isn't bad. Okay. Let's go ahead and do it. This was faster than the previous time, that's for sure. So did I... Oh, no, hang on. I didn't add a present, sorry, from over here. So I needed to choose, was I going top or bottom? I think I will go bottom, and then I can go bottom again next turn. The extra range here this time is unlikely to matter. For ocean, I don't think. Yeah, because it's target land or a land with your presence. So the range doesn't change that. The range doesn't matter quite as much for deeps as it does for base. Is probably what the way that kind of shakes out a little bit. Range one here with the deeps thing, you generally have a kind of a range one sort of stuff, but I guess in this case I can't actually go in either of those two lands. I'd have to go in here. Oh, what am I doing? That's not. Oh yeah, it is solved. Sorry, yeah, that is going to be defended, but I can kind of push my way into there or something. But anyway, I'm trying to fast forward a little bit here. So let's think about this with Wandering Voice. I have my Sacred Site there. That's the only thing I need to think about with that right now. So I'm going range 2 here. Here there be monsters. Already have this here. We have range 3 up to that land. Does feel like I want to get moving across the board a bit here. Where, I'm not sure, but maybe into there. No, I've got that side of the board covered with thing. I think I'll push my way over here like I talked about last time. Yeah, I think I'll go back in. I'll go into that land. Okay. Even though it's only range 1, it sort of feels okay. It's got good adjacencies. Okay. Gain the 1 energy. And then gain the air. So that's again going to give me 2nd level here and 1st and 2nd level here only. So again, we're 1 shy. And then now we will go pay 1 for that. And we can. Sorry, no, we can't. We have to go push 1 presence from each ocean. So I have to get these in here. Can't put it in here. That's about to ravage. Don't want to create a sacred site necessarily. On the reclaim, I can get that back out of there. So that's fine next turn. So I will go there. Over here, this is at risk of a cascade, so I'm not, or edge case, so I'll go in there. And then over here again, it's problem, and no problem, so I'll go in there. Now add a presence to a coastal land, so I pick a coastal land this time. Oh, this will actually allow me to deeps in there with as the land with your presence, so that's really nice. I actually want to deeps in there to deal 1 damage, which will kill off the town, which is also really nice. So these are my 2 deeps lands this turn, 1 and 2. That I can do at range, but I have to be able to reach it. So in there, if I miss, it's not great. I miss, I mean, if I get edge cased, it's not great. So I don't think I want to do that, because if that gets edge case and I destroy that presence, I'm in trouble. Whereas if I go in there, this isn't going to ravage this turn unless the event places an explorer in it, which could happen. But I'm much more likely to get edge case there that way than that way. So this is a safer land to be in. And then when I reclaim next turn, I can pull that out of there. And this will give me my range 1 in here. I put it in there and I get edge case, I'm screwed because I can't reach it. And I don't want to give the +1 range to Ocean this turn because they don't need the energy. Wandering Voice needs the energy much more, so I want to give it to them. So that is all my presence placement. No, not quite, because this one is going at range 4 and it's jumping across into this land. That's going to push this guy, and this guy is going to get pushed in here. Problem land, of course, but is what it is. Can't push it in there, needless to say. So that's all okay. So let us go now and pay for things on this side. That's 2 there, 1 saved, 1 on the bank. We've paid already and gained over here, and we've gained and paid over here as well. So quite good news, generally speaking, around the situation here. So let's go ahead now and do fast powers. Sunlit air, give it over to Laddie here. Give them 1 energy. I just remembered as well that you can actually give this +1 to yourself for the range, so you can give the Tempest, range 2 instead of range 1. But in this case, range 1 is okay. That might come up later though, so that's worth bearing in mind here. So this guy has +1 range this turn, but that actually won't matter. So let's go ahead then and Bird's Cry warning into that land up there. We already have it marked with a red thing. They're back in our hand for now, although you probably can't see them on the camera. No, you can't. So Here There Be Monsters is slow. Okay. Now we've got the double push here, so that's not flipped. 1. Strife this guy. Push him in here. Over here, strife the town and push him into the drink. Town goes into the drink, gain a fear, and then convert these 3 for 1 more energy. Ocean is also going to get 2 on the reclaim as well next turn, so definitely does not need any energy. So all of that is fine. Next, drift down into slumber, range 2, defend 4 in this land. Range 2. Okay. Now Tempest of thing. Choose up to 5 invaders in here, 1 damage to each of them. So I'll kill 1 and then fear push the other. This goes in here. That's fine. Now, Tidal Boon is slow. All of that's slow. The defend 4, 2 fear. Almost a fear card. Defend 4 in here. Give the power slow as well. And then over here, we already did the left innate. We did the fast power over here. So that is everything done for all of that. What are we at now? 2 hours, and we're just finished the second turn slow phase. That was a lot faster than the first turn. Hopefully you're seeing it starting to come together here, but there's just stuff everywhere. This is just abysmal. And we're about to hit another stage 3 Explorer here, which is just impossible. But we shall, as I said before, continue on. Let's flip an actual event and resolve one this time. What have we got? Healthy Island. Search for unclaimed land. Explore. Now stop making me explore. God damn it, more explorers. On each board, exploring the land with the fewest total invader / Dahan. No source required. Right. Forced. God, no! Oh, no. God, no! What else does this do? Push up to 3 from a land matching a Ravage card to a land not matching a Ravage card. What else does it do? No. Awful news. It's forcing me to explore in there or in here, and I can't do it in there because that's a bit to Ravage. So I have to go into the place where it's about to build. Like, God damn it. Come on. So annoying. Oh no, it's the same on the other board. Jesus Christ. Oh no, it's actually even worse on this other board because I have to go in there. God, this wrecked me. My last playthrough, to be fair, actually my last 2 playthroughs, the other 6-6 that I played, I generally had very good luck, to be fair, on the events. They did shine pretty well on me, but Jesus, we're on the first event in this game, and this has wrecked me straight away. That's a Blight Cascade and a Presence loss off that Forced Explorer. Oh, it's shocking. Awful. Awful, 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 awful. And I'm one fair short of a fair card. Oh, it's just dreadful news. Just dreadful news. Okay, here you go. Each board explored in the land with the fewest whatever. Get wrecked. Now, hang on a second. Am I about to flip the Blight card here is the question. I think I am. So let me just check that first, because I might still choose to do that instead of this, but we'll see. Well, actually, no, because that kills my Sacred Side, so I'm definitely not doing that. Okay, that's the thing. Oh, we need to finish carrying this out. So on each board, add stuff to a land with 3 or more explorers. So okay, I get some disease after getting wrecked. I at least get some disease. Add a disease to a land with 3 or more invaders. Probably don't want that to be building, really. If that's going to be my farm, I don't want it building. That's probably okay. This is a bit the Blight, so I'm not in love with having that building as well. And then on the other board, I mean, I guess. Awful. On each board, push up to 3 from a land matching a Ravage card to a land not matching a Ravage card. Well, okay. So I get to save this. Where do I push it? I suppose I'll pair it up there. Oh, God. Oh, up to 3. Thank God. I thought it was going to force me to take that out of there. Okay. I get to save this as well. Actually, oh, not matching a Ravage card. Okay, sure. I'll push you in there. Yeah, that's okay. Right. Done. Not in love with that at all. Let's Ravage. Over here. Blight. Over here. Safe. Over here. 1 fear. Push. I've only got 1 sun, so if I push this in here and then it explores, then I will not be able to stop the triple explorer, so I can't really do that. I guess this is a safe push, because if it explores, it's going to go to 3, but I'm already planning on getting this and the town out of there. So getting 1 more explorer into that doesn't actually change the mats in that land. It's just a free fear next turn. So I think that probably makes the most amount of sense to go in there. I could do a similar thing in there, but yeah, I think that makes sense. I'll push that in there with that 1 fear. Safe. And then we blighted. Okay, over here, blight. 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 God. Oh, it's just so bad. Yeah, we're blight. We're blight. We're, what do you call it? We're gonna. So it's 1, 2. The 2 to hand get protected. 3 of these die, and then 1 gets fear pushed. I just don't even know where I want to push this. mean, I guess it's got to be in there. That's our one fear off that. The three of them are dead. We took the blight. Get rid of that. This stage 3 card is going to flip and just end the game, isn't it? Just immediately end the game. So that's that. And then we still have this Blight Cascade situation. I was just wondering whether we could flip the Blight card before that happened, but we can't because we're going Blight. This is going to... We want to get this Ravage done first, so that'll kill that. 2 fear, and then this takes 1. And then we've got the Blight Cascade. So it's going to be 1. Flip the card first before you start doing anything else. It's a... It's a combo. It's the same thing that happened in my previous Russia game. It's the combo, adding fear markers to the fear pool. I made a mess of this in my previous playthrough, so I need to make sure I do the maths on this properly this time. It's still healthy for now. Invaders find the land to their liking. By far, one of the hardest fear cards or the blight cards in the game. If it's terror level 1, 2, or 3, so we are terror level 1. You need to add 1, 1.5, or 2 fear markers per player. Excuse me, to the fear pool. So it is, we're only adding 1, so the maths is easy. Add 1 to the pool per player. So there are 3 players. We add 3 fear to the pool. Awful. 1, 2, 3. We're now playing against England. 2 fear per player, or 2 blight per player. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but the 6th is going to cascade over here. This is gone, and then the cascade will be I suppose I'll cascade into a land I'm about to put a Deeps token in, because, you know, in theory I'm drowning it at some point, so we'll cascade in there. We're not getting hit by Russia 6, at least. That's something, because we added 1,000,000 blight, so yeah, flipping the blight card on the first Ravage is always good fun. We would have been safe if it hadn't have been for that awful event. No, we would have flipped it on the next turn, obviously, but yeah, awful event just caused so many problems for us here. Shocking. Okay, that's all of that. Let's build, and it's not really looking much better from here. That's gone. That's safe. This is building. I couldn't lose my sacred site here. I considered throwing away a beast to prevent this, to get some tempo ahead of the invaders, but I couldn't throw away a beast and my sacred site, because then I just lose my innate, which is just not acceptable. So we've gone what? Skipped? No. Build. Build down here, and then no. So we managed to nope 2 out of 6, which isn't really great. This can't contain mountains. It does. At least it doesn't contain jungles. Although actually I don't even know. Maybe I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I wanted that to be honest with you. I really don't know. It's the opposite of the other one, so maybe it's good. I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't know. Nothing feels like a good option there. Now, stage 3, we have to... is it immediately? Yeah, land rush. On each board, add a town to a land without a town. So let's see. A land without a town. 1, 2. Okay, so we'll land rush in there. So on this board, we'll land rush in here. And then on the other board. Land without a town. There. So that's the land rush. Now we actually explore. 1, 2, and that was the sand situation I was talking about. So we saved ourselves there. 3 and 4. Although now we have the problem on the mountain that we also talked about. So that's all good fun. And then this, we really didn't want that to happen. Because that causes a problem. That's another problem for us next turn. So that's 1. 1, that's another problem. Yeah, this is the situation with the mountains that we talked about. So 1, 1, 1, and now we also have a triple stack in that sand, so that's another problem. And then over here, that's a triple stack in that sand, so that's another problem. That mountain is going to ravage now. That's now a triple stack. Not only is that about to ravage, it's about to ravage all the time. And then that's that. Like this just isn't winnable. It's just not winnable. This is one of those adversary combos that it requires Finder, Fractured, and Starlight. Let's be honest. I'm not sure how many adversaries can realistically beat this. It's just so much. Is what I said at the start. Like these adversary or these spirits, especially Sunbright, looks like it's set up to beat this, but it's just far too many actions. You just can't stop it. And just the back-to-backs with the 3 and then the 2 and then the 3 and the 2, it's just going to keep putting the stuff back into the same land, which is just beyond ridiculous. It's just it is ridiculous. Okay. Now, anyway, let's see what we can do. I fear it will not be a lot. So Sunbright has push up to 2 things from a land. So that's probably okay. We'll have to be stopping something important with that, needless to say. We now don't have this solved that I talked about before. Well, oh no, this, yeah, like I said, this is inland, this is coastal, not inland. I was about to say we can hear there be monsters, but we can't. And we can't drown the land, which is what we'd love to have done as well. So disappointing. I'm thinking about hitting a G2 next turn and potentially reclaiming Bird's Cry Warning for this land. So I'm wondering, can Tidal Boon do anything more interesting then? But it can't really. Because we're going to Tidal Boon that out of there. But now if I don't have to do that, I can reclaim the Bird's Cry. So G2, go bottom, bottom. Reclaim the Bird's Cry Warning. I'll have enough energy to be able to play Bird's Cry plus the 2 cards in my hand. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Doing that would allow me to Bird's Cry in here. Now, what I would do is Here There Be Monsters, one of the explorers out of here. Then Bird's Cry the land so that it's empty and it doesn't build. That's kind of the idea. This is a train wreck, except I suppose what I can do is Tidal Boon this out now. And then reclaim the Tempest to get rid of the 3 explorers. And then maybe do the defend in there. It's a pity that there's no Dahan. Actually, even Dark and Tangled Woods does it, funny enough. Although I probably wouldn't want to play Dark and Tangled Woods for element reasons, but yeah. I guess Bird's Cry Warning then, pushing those in there might be something. So Bird's Cry Warning, pushing them in there to solve that land, kill the city, and then not have it build at all is pretty good. So it means Bird's Cry Warning would not be solving this up here. So what can I do to solve that is the question. Can I do anything? I could reclaim my my thing that makes things slow to fast, but that costs 1. I don't have the energy because I'm going to reclaim, and I'm only going to have 1 plus 1 is 2. Pity. It's a couple of, it's just kind of several nearlies going on here. Drift down into slumber can solve that, I guess. Or this, one or the other. This other 0 cost. Gift to the sunlit air gives me extra range. Not really doing it. Got multiple things I need to think about solving here, but this is just blight. 2, well, actually only 1 spirit loses present, but then I lose my sacred side. It's going to be very hard to get a sacred side back. Like, I can't let that happen. So I think, oh yeah, but then we're saying the Bird's Cry Warning is how I get the thing over, and then if I Bird's Cry Warning, then the Here There Be Monsters is a problem over here. Next turn I'll have what, 3 air. So I could go push in here, get that in the drink, and then push back in, and then move another thing out, which could be okay. But unfortunately, that still leaves. Still leaves one thing behind that it also doesn't allow. What am I talking about? My thing is over here. My presence is here. My actual thing is here. So no, that doesn't work at all. Oh God. And then I have to think about who I'm gifted powering to as well. Like there's just like a bunch of different things at play here. I have to solve like all of it. All of it. It's all awful. Like I'd love the information from Gift of Power right now. But I don't know necessarily who's getting it. If I reclaim and I hit that Tempest again, I have to play it with some zeros. We said we want to play Drift Down for sure. So on the reclaim with Sunbright, we're definitely playing those 2. And we can't play the 1s. And we have this, which isn't really doing anything with the +1 range. We do have a draft, so we've a shot at a minor power there potentially. Or even maybe a major, in fact. Throw away the Dark Entangled Woods and look for a major is probably what we want to do here. So the +4 energy on the following turn can do something. So I think we're looking for a major on the reclaim, which means that we're kind of forced to play this gift, which we don't really want to, because it's not really doing anything for us necessarily that I can see. That probably means I want to give a minor draft to Whirlwind to try hit something better for 0, like a defend power or something like that. Because over here with Wandering Voice, we have the option to draft again if we want. We have the option to G2 if we want to get that reclaim that we talked about, which we probably do want. So I think I think we do give the minor power to Sunbright here. So let's go. Give the power over here. Whirlwind. A defend power would help a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4. But we need one with range as well. Or even moving the hand. Moving to the hand fast. We've already thrown one of them away for sure. Yeah, we threw the promises of protection or whatever you call it. That would have been lovely here. Anyway, let's look and see. Sucking Ooze. No. Enticing Splendor. Good elements might help. Portents of Disaster. Good elements. Probably won't help as much. Call to Migrate. Moves the hand. It's slow and it's terrible. Enticing Splendor has got to be decent here. Enticing Splendor just solves. Enticing Splendor gathers to the hand into that land. It's beautiful. Get in there, Enticing Splendor. We got there. We moved to the hand. It's our perfect elements. It's probably, if I had to hand pick a card out of that deck, that was probably the one I'd hand pick. It's absolutely sensational. So Enticing Splendor. So next turn now, those go away. That's going to be in the bin. They're going to be back in my hand. That's going to be our hand next turn. So now we can get to the hand into that land at range 0. We could also solve this Ravage, but I think it might be more important to get the 2 to hand in there. Be nice, because if I could pull that in, I could combo it with the Tempest. So it's not impossible. I still want to do that because that solves another land, but it does 2 amazing things. So that's good. The Drift Down and the Slumber solves either that or that, depending on which one we do or don't go near. So that's okay. Deeps is gonna kill this building and then kill that building. That's okay. But that's going to leave behind 3 explorers, and we can only get, with the Gather, with the Call of the Deeps, we can only get 2 of them out of this land. Now, what we could do is the trick we talked about over here, where I lied, and I said I can go here and then here. I can't do that, but I can do it here. I can go in there and then back there, and that can push that explorer, and it can solve both of those lands. So that's got to be what I do there. So that solves both of them, obviously together with the Call of the Deeps. So now all of a sudden my Drift Down into Slumber does not need to protect this land. Although where on earth am I pushing that Explorer to? I'm not pushing it anywhere, am I? Because if I push that Explorer, the only land I can push it to is back in there. If I push it in either of those lands, it's a double stack. So that actually doesn't help. Russia! Russia. It's foul. It's foulness personified. It's the foulest foulness personified you can possibly imagine. It's a hideous adversary. It's fantastic though. It's so hard to play against. It's so fantastic, but god damn it, like killing me. Oh, Tidal Boon. I forgot I'm giving 2 energy over to Sunbright Whirlwind, so all of a sudden I now maybe have other things at play. Forgot about that. Although, to be honest with you, 2 cards I have, or the 3 cards that I have, are probably just it anyway. But I'm given 2 energy, and then I'm looking for a major, so in theory I could hit a major power. I'd have, what, 4? Yeah, but no. Yeah, I mean, 4 could solve this or something, you know, maybe. But anyway, yeah, we're searching for a major. We have to search for a major here for sure. I've mixed up my hand here, but we know we're reclaiming anyway. And we know we have this. Like, I'd love this to solve one of these 2 sand situations in the middle here. They're huge problems as well. This is really something. Enticing Splendor obviously could solve, some of that stuff as well. Like there's kind of things that can be done with Enticing Splendor. I might have to just hope for that fear card to solve at least one of these mountain problems. I also have this awful problem here, which we haven't talked about either. Blighted Land that's about to ravage for 6. I just knew that stage 3 card, no matter what was written on it, it was just going to ruin the game. And it has, in fact, ruined the game. It's like nothing I can do here. I can't grow with Whirlwind, so I can't do a trick to move a presence or whatever. It's just awful from every angle. Could also here there be monsters in this land which could solve, the ravage there. That's one thing. It just doesn't solve the problem over here though. Suppose we said we could do the Bird's Cry warning trick back in here, but then we didn't get to gather those two out of there. Problem was, if we don't put the hand in that land, then the tidal boon, like none of that stuff matters because it just that stays there. Yes, I could defend it, but then it just builds and it ravages again the following turn. That's kind of the big part of the problem here as well. But like I might just have to allow that in order to Enticing Splendor, like at that point it's that in there to solve that ravage or something. Like I can't just let everything ravage for 1,000,000. The mountains have to be the priority. That's for sure. But also the triple stack sands are also a big priority. Like I just have a million problems here. I have to just hope on this land. It's got 2 to hand. I just have to cross my fingers a bit on this one, I think. I don't even know what I'm crossing my fingers for, but I have to cross them some way or somehow. Because I can't be solving lands with 2 to hand in it. I need to just get incredibly lucky in this game. And there's at least one fear card or event card. There might be multiple copies of it that say in a land with I think it's a fear card. In a land with your presence and a hand, defend 5. That could be a fear card at stage 2. I can't even remember. That effect does exist in the game. I think it's a fear card. No, I think it's an event card is what I meant to say. So defend a 5 in there because my presence is in there. So I've got my presence plus my hand. I think I just need to leave this land alone and just accept that that's a mess and hope, beyond hope, that the problem gets solved. Because right now I'm not winning this game unless I'd rattle off about 4 incredible event cards in a row. Way too far behind. So I have to start playing. This is what we talk about loads on the channel. I have to start playing as if the events are just saving me every turn for about 3 turns in a row now until I get back in the game. So with all of that said, how do I play this game where the events just save my day? So that gets solved. I need to maybe play around Beast Damage, which solves these 2 sands. I might just need to play that way and just say, because there's so many beast damage effects in the deck, and like even just destroy one explorer per beast will solve those two sands. So I actually don't think I can solve those sands. But having said that, then what do I do with Here There Be Monsters? Well, Here There Be Monsters, if I actually push a town out of this land, well, now 1 damage per the hand solves that land as well. That's probably pretty good. So let's go ahead and Here There Be Monsters. That out of there. Play around now beast damage, and that makes over here that increases the number of things that can solve that land. So let's go ahead. So push a town and do 2 fear with Here There Be Monsters. Now 1 fear per moon that you have, which is only 1 now, and then 1 damage per sun you have to invaders with strife only. So in here, hit this invader with strife. This already has 3 invaders. It's already a problem land. The Dahan already get wiped out anyway if it doesn't get solved, and I already lose the game if this doesn't get solved anyway. So I suppose I'll just go ahead and assume that those 2 get pushed out, and then the 2 that get left behind get hit by the Ravage. Again, I'm playing this game in a way that I'm getting saved by everything. So I'm really leveraging all that because I can't beat anything, any hidden information. So that's that, and that's going to generate 1 more fear by fear pushing there. So that's okay. So we're done on the side of Wandering Voice. They're gone. So now that means that we do have a Bird's Cry warning to push them in there. So we're going to play as though that's the situation over here. Yeah. So Tidal Boon. Target spirit gains 2 energy and may push this town into the drink. So that's 1 fear. 2 energy. 1 and 2 goes over to Sunbright Whirlwind. And then they that's all of that with Tidal Boon. Now, Enticing Spirit, obviously that's I don't have any cards left to play, but I do have my innate here. Now, the innate is, if I'm not mistaken, pushing these 2 in the drink, I think. Is that what I wanted to do here? Oh yeah, no, I don't have to push this, of course. What am I talking about? No, I'm not doing that. Madness. I forgot. I was thinking I had to push this. I don't. That's way better. So then no, that's not what that's doing. So I can use my Violent Windstorms now to actually solve one of these sands, I believe. Or in fact, even better, solve that entirely. Because now, next turn, I still do the defend 1, which it goes in here. The Wandering Voice strifes that, but leaves it there, and then jumps back in and strifes the other one, pushes that in there, and then we still do the Call of the Deeps. So Call of the Deeps and Wandering Voice still has this land solve, and it has that land solve. So get rid of that. That one gets solved by Voice. This is still an ungodly mess. We might use the Violent Windstorms to help there. I think we will. So yeah, we'll definitely do that. So we'll leave these sands for now. Those ones were just assuming that we hit a beast damage, because if we don't, the game's over anyway. So 1 fear, push up to 2 explore / towns. And I think in this case, I'll probably push a town and an explorer, because a fear card is much easier to solve one single explorer. So I'll push the 2 of these. Where do I push them? Push the building to the coast, and then I'll push the explorer to the jungle. Okay. Because we're forced to put 2 explorers in here next turn, so I can't have any in there because of the escalation from Russia, so that's fine. So we took our 1 fear and we did that. So if we hit beast damage here, we also need to fear card solve that as well, and fear card solve that. So there's work to be done by the hidden information here, but I'm putting myself in a spot where hidden information can actually turn this game around for us. So you can see here kind of how I'm playing this and how I'm playing around certain things. And sometimes, especially in 6-6 games, you just have to do this. You just have to assume that, because you can't solve everything. It's not possible. And sometimes you just need to get super lucky. And of course, at 6-6 level, getting super lucky is far more a frequent occurrence than it is at kind of, regular 6, where a lot of the time you have the ability to more or less map out and more or less kind of keep on tempo with the invaders here. But as you can see, this is nowhere near possible to stay on tempo with this. Okay, that's that. Now, deeps. We've figured this last little bit out here. So we've got add a deeps token and then add 1 to a different land on any coastal land on any board. So it's going to be, as we said, 1 and 1. And now we've got range 1. 1 damage per thing to buildings only, which kills that, and that's a fear. That's range 1 in there. Our defend is gone. So that's nice. And then we also have repeat this power in target land or in a land with your presence. And I had a lot of problems doing this in the previous game where I kept being in the wrong land. But here we set this up quite nicely. So this is going to now 1 damage per deeps is going to kill this town. And that is going to be another fear. And we're 4 shy of another fear card. We'd love to hit one if we can. Yeah, and I think we can. So give us 2 fear cards to try solve these lands here. So that'll be really good. So, okay, all of this is gone. And we're on a reclaim with Sunbright and with Ocean's Hungry Grasp. Which is all pretty fine news. So, all this back in the hand of Ocean. I'm not certain we're ready quite yet to go major with Ocean. We're going up to 3 energy here, and we're going to have to play a couple of 1 costs, I think. Definitely playing 1 of them, because we're going to play this to try hit the fear card. And we need to play Call of the Deeps. And then after that, it might just be Gift of Power. I'm not fully sure then after that, but I think it's that, and then it's Gain of Power. Go look for a major afterwards, potentially. Maybe throwing away one of them, I'm not sure. We'll think about that. On the side of Sunbright, we're definitely going Reclaim, and we're definitely looking for a major power. So Reclaim +1 energy, and then 1 from the top track, and then we're going major diving. We're going to need some help here, big time. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need something to change the course of this game now. Come on. Come on now, Sunbright. Solidify. Now that may change the course of this game. Let's be particularly honest with ourselves. Solidify. Rumbling Earthquakes, that's not the one. Walls of Rock and Thorn, unlikely to be the one. Utter Accursed Dread and Bone, that's not Solidify Echoes. Let's get the Solidify in there. Card is bananas. Let's get the card cam up. It's the perfect elements for us. Can we threshold it? The Dark and Tangled Woods! Dark and Tangled boards. I was all ready to throw it away, but we might need it to threshold this card. That's incredible news. Okay. This card is pretty good without the threshold, let's be honest. But the problem is we only have one destroyed presence so far. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Read the card. Choose one of target spirit's lands. In that land and each adjacent land, defend 3. They add a broken presence to each adjacent land and then skip up to 1 invader action at each adjacent land. One of target spirit's lands gives defend 3 in each of those lands. Might be really important next turn. Like I can give myself a random defend 3. Technically, I can give myself defend 3 in this land and that land, and I can guaranteed solve those 2 lands this turn. But it means not playing the card that pings all those explorers, which is just kind of not an option. Because this is the full 4. Oh, I've got 5 energy. 1 plus 1, and I had 3 at the end of the previous. Yeah, I've got 5 energy, so actually, well, I still can't play the Tempest, but I was thinking I could only play 0s with this, but in theory I can play a 1. Yeah, 1's not great though. It's the 2 that I really need. I mean, I'm almost certainly slamming this card. Like, it's not Walls of Rock and Thorn, is it? It's hardly Walls of Rock and Thorn. I can threshold Walls of Rock and Thorn with Drift Down into Slumber. That's also pretty good. It's a good card, and right now mountains are very much my problem. Walls of Rock and Thorn in that land. If I threshold the walls, 4 damage with a bunch of defend. Just kind of wipes the land anyway, and then it means I wouldn't have to use that other nice card, which I could use on something else. Do you know what card I'd love to have access to right now is Spur On with Words of Fire. It would change things here. I think I'm kind of locked into picking back up that the Walls of Rock and Thorn in here. If I don't get a Dahan in the land, it still doesn't solve the land because it will still build. 3, 4, 5, 6. It requires 6, and I'd only be able to deal 4. So I'd have to have a Dahan in there, which isn't really great. I took Solidify Echoes. Oh, this is something. Solidify echoes. Obviously, if I have the thing, if I have the threshold, lets me pick back up. Lets me reclaim a card. It lets me pick back up a unique that I forgot. Like it lets you do some pretty good stuff. But it also kind of requires you to have destroyed presence, which I only have one of right now. It's definitely the best card. I probably have to take it. But I think for now, while I'm thinking about that draft, I need to think about what my other two spirits are doing, because it can change things. I think with Ocean, I need to draft a minor and see if I can't get some to hand movement or defend or something with that. That could help me solve one of these problems over here, which would be pretty nice. And as I said, I don't really have a card to throw away, so I think with Ocean I'm going to draft minor now, and it'll probably be the last minor, and then I'll go majors from there. So reclaim, it'll be gain 2 energy. I'll have to do the gather, obviously, and then it'll be gain a minor. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we know we're playing them two, but then after that, it's going to be Sap is the one. That's the one. That's the one I was thinking about. Sap is a defend. I also have the air over here. Sap is an absolute windmill slam. Cult Isolation is great as well, but Sap also gives me the water. Sap is a absolute slam here. So we're starting to turn this around just a tiny bit, because I think Sap gives me the defend for this land. Yeah, Sap all day long. Excellent card. So Sap is the card. That's going to go with these other cards. So I'm going to go 3, pay 1, bank 2. Now I have to gather 1 presence into each ocean. That's forced. This, I'll do that from there because I want to reach over here. Actually, wait, no. I was there, wasn't I? Oh yeah, no, that's forced. So yeah, from here, it's a range 1, but I have the other card here that can give me an extra range. One of my 0 costs is the Gift of Sunlit Air, and that can actually give me an extra range, which could be really good here. Range 2 solves that land. That's nice, potentially nice news. So we found a slammer there. The Grasping Tide goes in there. That gives me 2 fear. So then the question is, what does the rest look like? I'm going to put those majors to the side for now, because right now do we have any way to probably playing the Drift Down, we said. If we play the Drift Down plus the Dark and Tangle Woods, I really want to forget that card. Like, I kind of almost have to forget that card, but also it can solve this. We know these are both solved. And I can solve, so with them, I can do the pick back up the Bird's Cry warning play on this side, and then do what I said, which is to push them in there and then solve that land with either the Walls of Rock and Thorn, which I'd have thresholded here, or the pingy thing. Deal damage to the invaders. Funny, actually, I only need one to hand. I don't even need two to hand in the land. I only need one. I've just noticed that now as well, because I would technically be dealing one damage to it, but that doesn't matter. Oh yeah, we said we wanted to play Enticing Splendor, didn't we? That was the card we wanted to play. To forget Dark and Tangled Woods. Yeah, that's what it was. Almost certainly have to forget Dark and Tangled Woods. So I'm going to throw that away right now for the major, because it just has to be that card. So then the question is, do I do this turn with a major, or do I do it with the Tempest? It feels like I can get better with the Tempest, you know? I can put like a bunch of explorers in the land and just like shoot a load of them. Like after we hit here with the Explorer, put like more Explorers back into this land, assuming we solve these lands. Again, if those lands don't get solved, we're in all kinds of trouble here. But it feels like I can go next turn, like get my presence in here, assuming that hadn't been wiped, and then like push something out, you know, and kind of move that kind of way. Which means I wouldn't take Solidify, and I take Walls of Rock and Torn instead, which I really don't love the idea of. Solidify is just perfect element. What does Solidify actually do here? I really don't know. Defend a 3 in, like, you know, if I go in there next turn and then Solidify, but like defend 3, 3, 3, or like maybe over here somehow defend 3 in those 3 lands. I'm just not sure it's really doing anything. I mean, into that land is defend 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. That's 5 defend 3s, which is okay, except all of this is ravaging for 1,000,000. You know, if this doesn't get solved by the event, then that dies, and then I'll have 2 presents for the thing, which is something. Like I said, I kind of want to save that Tempest. I'm kind of greedy. So greedy. Terribly greedy. But Solidify just doesn't do it this turn. So I either have to play the Tempest this turn on those 3 things, or I Walls of Rock and Torn in the land, at which point I don't need the Grasping Tide, which maybe I can say for next turn, question mark. Maybe in there or something next turn will be pretty okay. This is extremely difficult. Extremely, extremely difficult. These are the margins that you win and lose on, which is why I'm thinking about this so much. So the drift down into slumber is solving this. Enticing Splendor, then. What are you doing, Enticing Splendor? I've just remembered, I need to play that other card, don't I? The one that gives +1 range. I haven't actually used that here. Yeah, drift down into slumber was supposed to be solving this, but actually I just enticing splendor to solve that instead, and I play the give to the sunlit air, and I play the tempest. The +1 goes to ocean, which gives them the sap situation to solve that. I'd really rather not rely on that one being solved by a fear card. But we are still in the territory of this needing to be solved by a fear card, but that could be solved by like any fear card in the whole deck. It's like push an explorer, defend one per the hand, one damage per the hand. There's a bunch of events that do it. Like that one, we just have to let that go. So we're gonna there. So that one we're gonna let go. This one we're gonna solve with ocean. Right now we're letting this go and hoping that, you know, about half of the event deck gives beast damage. So we just hope that that beast damage comes to the rescue. So given that all of this is the situation, then I think we go ahead and we take the solidify. Because solidify next turn can do this thing that I said, defend 3 around all this. It can give one skip, which maybe skips the big one, and then we do something to try help out the other lands. I don't know exactly what all that looks like, but I have to try. That gives me, you know, a chance at that mess, which it feels like Walls of Rock and Torrent doesn't. Taking the walls now solves a land that I already have a land solved in, and then next turn I'd have Tempest, which only solves one land. This solves kind of half of all of the lands, which gives me some kind of a chance. My slow to fast I now have for next turn as well, which can help. So yeah, and I also have to drift down into the slumber, which can give me defend 4 in one of these lands as well. So I think it can come together. We've already forgotten the card. We're taking the solidify here, so I know that took a while. That really took a while, and we're already at 3 hours. This is going to be an even longer playthrough than last time. Well, unless I just die really quickly, of course. But this one is a proper tinker, and not because of combos, but just because of how dead I am in this game at all times so far, and somehow we're somehow staying alive. Okay, so Bird's Cry Warning is the play we needed to make, so we're going bottom, range 3 and range 1. Reclaim 1 is the Bird's Cry Warning. It's coming in a little bit clutch a couple of times so far, which is good. That one energy was gone. So then we're playing 3 cards here. Going to be 1, 2, 3. That's going to be paid for by these 2 energy. But now when we reclaim next turn, we've got 2 extra cards in our hand, which the reclaim loop build doesn't allow. It only keeps 4, it never drafts. So now we're going to be able to break out of a reclaim loop. The following turn, we're going to be able to go G3, hit the extra air, or even go to 4 plays. 4 plays plus the extra air will let us to get to 5 air and use the extra innate. So it just scales better for me. So that should hopefully be quite nice. This, by the way, with the grasping tide, I didn't say it so far, but I was thinking about not playing that. Is there a kind of a way to play without this card? But I need to hit the 2 fear. This 2 fear, and then the Tempest will give me 1, so that's a total of 5. If I don't play the Grasping Tide, I'd only get 3, and I'd be 1 fear card short to try solve this land, as well as, of course, the sands here that are massively problematic as well. So all of that said, let's go ahead now and start resolving things. So here we took, well, we have to pay for things as well, right? So that's 2 there. We're going to hit level 3 of the innate. Unfortunately, we're one air short of level 4, but I think we'll have that next turn. We should do. Then we have deeps over here. We're going to, again, same as the previous turn, the first 2 here, and then the first and the third over here. And then on this side of the board, again, we've got 3 air this time. are not using G2, but we do still have 3 air. And then now this time on this side, we have, we still don't hit the last one. We'll start to get that online soon. And we'll hopefully empower, not next turn, but the following turn. So we'll have level 1 and 2 again, but this time we'll have 3 sun, which does a lot more damage. So that's kind of cool. And the other thing to think about here is on the reclaim, we're going to get a add move Incarna to land with your presence. So moving the Incarna from wherever it is, it's actually going to still be in this land. I want to now think about which one of these lands am I going to need to push something out of next turn with my Incarna. I don't know is truly the answer here. These 5 lands in here, we want to kind of, if that one gets solved, that's solved. That's not something we're going to need to defend on. But these other 4 sands will have to do help with. We'll have to help out with the defend that's going on the other thing. But we're throwing away a lot of our defend right now. So Frightful Keening, push the target land with your thing, push. So I'm going to get to go, because this is going to go in there and then back in here. That's going to push in there, which gets to push out the town. And then pushing out the town will leave behind something that just automatically gets defended for 3. So that's actually nice. That's solved next turn. Then we're going to get to go, like, when we reclaim, we'll still only have three air. So it'll be like, 1, 2, maybe something like that. Or actually, no, because we get to move the Incarna first. So it'll be move the Incarna into one of these lands, and then I'll get to go push. So the push will solve something between them 2 lands, which is quite nice. So I'm already in that land. But if I don't get my beast save, that'll be gone. So it feels like I should probably get a second presence in there now to guarantee that I can move in there next turn. If I go in the other land, they could both die and they both be gone. So I think my range 1 presence is going in there, making a sacred site. My range 3 presence, then I'm not really sure exactly where that's going to go. I might go over there just in case. I need to jump my way over with the reclaim. Although, can that be correct? Can't be correct, can it? I don't know. It just looks like a sitting duck to lose to get hit by a blight on the following turn, doesn't it? No, that can't be correct. Go there. Okay. Now I did, of course, reclaim with Ocean, which means I have to do the gather. So I already did it here. I did it here, but I didn't do it. I started doing this about half an hour ago. I wanted to gather. I think I want to gather in there. I think this turn I'm going to go add 1 thing in there and then double deeps it to just kill the town. And then I don't know after that. But yeah. Something like that. Actually, swallow the land dwellers is a pretty good answer. Instead of having to do that, but I can't. No, I can't swallow the land dwellers. No. Okay. It's fine. I think I'll just keep that there anyway, just in case. No. Again, I don't want to get edge cased. I don't want to force an explorer into that land and get edge cased. So I won't. The other land is safer because I'm about to wipe the whole thing out. So because yeah, I've got defend 4 and well edge case proofed on the ravage. So okay. Now, what am I doing? I am doing. This is This is breaking my brain, let me tell you something. I have one other beer that was sitting on cold here. Let's open that up. It's not that cold anymore, but it might still be serviceable. Label all falling off it. That's okay. Still had some left in that one, didn't I? Kind of warm, not gonna lie. Let's get the cold one. Feel better about ourselves. Not that cold, not gonna lie. It's been 3 hours. But anyway, okay. Let us proceed. Target spirit gets +1 with all their powers. If you target another spirit, they gain 1 energy. That's going to Ocean. Ocean, you're going to need the energy. I'm going to want a major power out of you pretty soon. Now, that gives me +1. Sap the strength of multitudes. I have an air, so it's already increased by 1. Now it's increased by another. That gives me range 2 into this land, which gives me defend 5. Lets me kill those 4 explorers, albeit getting one getting fear pushed. Now, Grasping Tide, 2 fear, defend 4 in this land. Call of the Deeps, gather these 2 explorers in here. 1 dies, 1 gets fear pushed. I forgot they both don't die. The fear push is a problem. No, I already thought about it. That goes over there. No, the fear push is a problem. No, it isn't. It's nearly a problem. I had forgotten that I had to fear push twice here. So it's okay. So in actual fact, I didn't really need the fear off Grasping Tide, but anyway, all of that is kind of neither here nor there. Now, Enticing Splendor over here. Gather you into there. That's a land 0. That's a range 0 without a blight. Tempest. All of those take 1. The city takes 1, and then these all take 1. 3 of them die. One of them gets fear push. This is another fear push I forgot about. Fear bomb is after the next fear card. It's coming, folks. This gets fear pushed. It goes in the drink. No, it gets fear pushed twice. It's fear pushed once. Then it goes in the drink. Then it gets drowned and it gets fear pushed again. And then it goes in here. That's how that works. The drowning is another action. It's a new action. Having said that, I can put that back in there, but that is now then very much on the borderline of getting edge cased, and I'm not in love with that. If that get edge cased, the game is over, so I can't do that because that's 5 and 4, and then any plus damage will just destroy my whole game that I'm trying so desperately to salvage. So that's nonsense. We won't be doing that. So that goes there. So that's those 2 solved. Now we have the Bird's Cry Warning. Range 3. Push them 2 in there. Now, this oh yeah, actually no, we're fine. Yeah, slightly better than I thought. It's okay. So the left innate of Wandering Voice is going to go in there and then back in here, and then that's going to strife both of them. First one gets strife and stays where it is. Second one gets strifed, and instead of pushing it in the drink, which is what I was planning on doing, but then I have to push it back over here, I'll just push it straight in there. So neither of those gets fear pushed or anything like that. That's all fine. That's the left and 8 done, and we're back in this land. Now, next, exhale confusion and delirium. 2 fear. Invaders with strife don't participate in ravage. I'll choose this land, not this one, because I want that to participate in ravage. Now, that is almost all of our mountains sorted except for this. And of course, we have our 2 problem sands in the middle of the board, but you're there. There for another. There for the fear card. Okay. Now, we're on our way to something working here. Something happening. Just a little something happening. If we hit beast damage and we hit a fear card to solve that land, we might be onto something just a little bit small. So let's not get ahead of ourselves here, because I haven't seen the fear card yet, but this could be huge. This could be monumental. Come on now. Come on now. Let's go. I don't want to look. I can't even look. I'm closing my eyes. Is it beast damage? Ah, it's a beast, but it's not damage. No! It's so sad. I'm so sad. However, it is worth noting that these are 3 distinct boards, 1, 2, and 3. So technically, I can still hit a fear effect that says on each board, push an explorer or something of that nature, which would solve all of my problems. So a beast damage did not happen, but still, we can still make something work. Now, having said that, we are getting ahead of ourselves. Lesser spirits imperiled. Each spirit gains an energy. Discard 1 mana per player from the deck, and for each thing you remove a blight from the blight card, and for each thing you destroy a Dahan in a land with a blight. And that's just all kinds of not happening. Four per player, aided by by a thing that I have none of in play. I've got Gift of Power in my hand. And over here, do I have anything to forget? I do. I have Turmoil's Touch. So actually, I have some forgettable. I have some forgettable plant cards, and I also have 2 in play here. So actually, we might be onto a winner with this. Each spirit destroys 1 of their presence and gains 1 permanent element for the rest of the game. Isn't that a beautiful thing? So that would immediately upgrade that innate. It would immediately upgrade the Deeps innate, and it would immediately upgrade that innate. Let's do it. Yes. Love this card. Come on now. It wasn't beast damage, but it's pretty good. So, okay, 4 energy per player aided by things. So we've got 2 in play, none here, none here. Not a great start, but we're okay. We can make this work. We've got a terrible unique power, Turmoil's Touch from things. So that's immediately in the bin. That's 4 energy. Now we have a really, really good unique power, Gift of Power, but we're happy to pitch it because it's too important to pay for this. So Gift of Power, discarding it for 2 is just not going to do it. You're gone. You're 4 energy. So now we have to pay 2. And we can either discard Drift Down into Slumber, or we can pay 2 energy, or we could pitch Drift Down and we could like keep the other card that I had there, which actually might be better. Keeping Gift of Power, pitching Drift Down might be a better play, because next turn we're going to go Solidify, Scatter, and Gift of Windswept Steppes probably, with another G2 to get a bunch of energy so that I can reclaim and play them again. I think that's just probably better. Drift Down is good, but it's only 1 land. We do like the idea of the Defend 4, but it's only 1 land. Next turn I could use like Gift of Windswept Steppes to fast phase the scatter, which already solves a land or something like that. I don't know, but it feels to me like I kind of want to keep Gift of Power. And I can also go bottom track next turn with Ocean. Bottom track with Ocean gives me what? Well, it gives me the... Actually, what have I only got here? 3 energy. Next turn, gain a power card. I'd have to gain another minor. I'm not quite at major power yet, territory yet, but gaining another minor next turn would be really nice because I can go to 4 card play and I can just, again, keep the action economy high here. And then I'm really pushing the drowning stuff. I'm starting to drown lands then. All I'd need is 1 moon element, and I have all of my innate to unlock next turn. So yeah, I've got to keep the Gift of Power. Pitch the drift down, and now I'm still too short. So now I have to pay for it. And if we're not gaining majors with Ocean, that means I can probably pay for it with Ocean. Ugh, no, I don't love that. Paying for it with maybe 1 of Ocean because I need to be able to gain. My hand is 0-0-1. So if I pay 1 with Ocean, then I can afford a 1 cost on the draft next turn. So pay 1 with Ocean, and then I guess just pay 1 with Sunbright. Like, I know I've got a +4 energy button there, but I'm gonna need to loop majors here. So I need to try save my energy. Next turn I'm gonna gain 5 more, 5, 6, 7, and the hand that I want to play is 6. So yeah, I can afford the 1. So 1 and 1. Means we're not quite getting to the drowny stuff with Ocean yet, but it's okay. We're kind of on top of things here, just a little bit, just that much. Now we still do, of course, need to get our ass saved with the fear cards here. But if the fear card saves our ass, we're making a tiny bit of progress. Okay. Now, so that's paid for. Each spirit destroys 1 of their presents. Not in love with it, I won't lie. We don't love destroying presents from our friend Sunbright Whirlwind here. I may be about to lose this presence anyway, and if I do lose that presence, I can't have destroyed that one, so I'll have to destroy that, even though there may be some effects that get better by being in that land. I just can't risk losing that and that. Also, losing a presence for Sunbright Whirlwind here helps with the solidify, which is fantastic news. It's a combo. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a combo. Okay, so each spirit destroys 1. Now, Ocean destroys 1. Which one is it going to be? We've got 1 over here. It won't be that one. We've got 2 here, and then we do have 2 over there. 1 in the drink and 1 in the thing. Push presence from each ocean and add a presence to a coastal land. So now we are going to have our deeps situation online, which will allow us to drown this land if we want it. So that'll absorb our escalation on this board, which is pretty good. It'll actually also absorb our Russia 6, which is also... Oh, no, it won't. Russia 6 is going to... Oh, Russia 6 is going to have to go in there. Ooh. Oh, Jesus. Russia 6 is going to have to go in there. That's nasty. Nasty. But anyway, okay. I forgot we're not Russia 6. Oh, we're Russia 6ing on this board as well. Jesus Christ above. This is all kinds of bad news. We're Russia 6ing everywhere here. It's after the Ravage as well. I forgot. No! So it actually makes these problems in here far worse than I thought. We're now going to have to get 2 explorers out of those lands. Oh, it's just nasty. Oh no, sorry, because obviously Russia 6 happens after the Ravage. Yeah, no, forget the last 20 seconds or so. That was nonsense. I'd love to cut it out, but I'm not bothered. Okay, anyway, what was I saying? I was getting all caught up in myself here. I was thinking about which presents to destroy from Ocean. I think this repeated land you're in stuff makes me want to stay in that land. So I think I take that one out of there because I might want to be in that land. I mean, it's unlikely, but I might. Okay, that's destroyed. And then our friend over here, this should be a safe presence. We know we have to keep in there, so we can't pick that one. We like our sacred site there, so it's either this one or this one. This can all come back. Kind of have some sort of handle over that corner. Similar-ish situation down here. We're gonna drown and then move our way in here as well. So kind of similar-ish. Yes. Destroyed. Okay. Now each player picks a permanent element for the rest of the game. I've had this come up before where this wasn't great. Now it's the biggest windmill slam of all time. Fantastic. There's one for you. There's one for you, and there's one for you. Upgrading 3 and 8s with one action is absolutely money. But it's going to be all for now if we don't get saved by the fear card, as I say. Okay, quit the farmlands. On each board, push a beast to a land without buildings. 1 fear if things are present there. So this at least gets to save the beasts. However, I have a feeling that I kind of need to keep these beasts in this land, even though they're about to die and it's about to be awful. Beasts give me a chance with some of those fear cards. I'm almost certain of it. I'm pretty certain that there's at least one fear card that'll say like deal 1 damage in a land with a beast, something like that. So I think I have to keep these in here because them hitting right now, wiping out a presence, wiping out 2 to hand, placing 2 blight, like it's all so bad. So what I can do here is I can push 1 beast in here, which is going to destroy 3 of them in theory, but that gives me a shot at that land as well. So that's a fear. Want to get this beast out of here because it would get drowned. So I can't have that. So I'll push you out of there and into here. That's a fear. And then I have to push a beast on this board. And then pushing the beast also matters for escalation purposes here. So where do I want to escalate? Nowhere is the answer. I mean, actually, I probably just want to escalate in that land. Oh, hold on a second. I've just noticed something. I can't get rid of that presence because I have to range 1 solidify into that land next turn. I have to, that land has to get solved by the fear card. Otherwise, I'm range 1 solidify. To nowhere. I mean, technically, I guess I can range 1 solidify in there and skip this and this. But again, we need the defender 3. Like, again, I have to play as though those fear cards save me here. They have to save me. So I'm going to destroy that one. And I'm going to play as though this fear card saves me. I know it's tragically naive, but it's just one of them things. I just have to do it. Okay. Fear card. Each player pushes on each board, push 1 explorer. Just saves everything. So I still didn't push my beast on this board, and this is a forced. I have to do it. So I think I want to escalate into this land. I think. Because escalating into any other lands just creates more problems. At least that's already my problem land, and that's kind of what I have to imagine here. I mean, I'm going to escalate, and I'm going to Russia 6 into it, but again, I can't give myself more lands to contend with here, so this has to be the play. It's an awful play, but it has to be the play. Okay, here we go. The fear cards. On each board, gather 1 or 2 into a land with setup symbols. Okay, actually, that's also something. With setup symbols, so I have the hand in here already. Setup symbols in there. On this board, the hand setup symbols. How many do I have to gather? 1 or 2. I have to do this in here. And then on this board, I don't have a good target for this. Definitely not pushing this out, needless to say. So I have to push this out. I don't want to push that out because I want to kind of have the hand damage or something to kind of help me there. So I think just have to gather that in there. It's awful, but it's one of them things. Okay, this is the whole game. The whole game right here. Two stage 1 fear cards. The game is probably over if I miss here. Come on now. First, can't look. It solves one of the lands. What do I do with this is the question. And I think the answer needs to be 1, 2, 3. That protects my presence for solidify next turn. It stops, obviously, a beast dying, and critically here, because I've only 1 fear card left, if I hit 1 damage per Dahan, that would not solve this land. Whereas now 1 damage per Dahan will solve all of my problems. So I think that has to be the thing. Each player adds a strife in a land with or adjacent to thing, and that obviously is a land with beasts. Come on now, 1 time. The hand attack, I think you call it. Come on now. Come on. Heart of the cards. Show me the money. Flip it. Yes! Yes! A land matching a Ravage card. Let me read how Russia works. Let's bring it up and read how Russia works. Where is it? Ravage cards also match lands with 3 or more explorers. Competition among hunters, ladies, and gentlemen. All right, let's come back here. The game is saved. We did it. On each board in a land matching a Ravage card. So this does match the Ravage card. Ping the Explorer. Generate a fear. Get the hell out of here. I don't care where you go. Go somewhere else. Where does he go is the question. Oh God, that is a good question. Actually, it goes in there because that's a land I can drown. So that's actually a lovely place for it to go. So that's fine. We'd actually like that to explore so that we could drown the land. So that's lovely. That's a fear. Now, here, ping this. Solve this. 1. That's an ungodly mess anyway, so I'm not really sure how we stop it, but it is what it is. Did I take a fear for that? I think I did. And now I can still ping 1 on this board and keep those strife instead of them all falling off now. So I still do the ping in this, so that's going to be another 1, and I'm going to ping and move this. Where do I ping and move it to? I suppose the land with the hand, just in case I get to defend it or something later. So now we're going to have to rush a 6, and we're still, I think, going to rush a 6 into this land, and then we'll escalate into the land as well, so that we don't cause problems with those other adjacent lands. We don't want to rush a 6. Oh no, we're gonna rush a 6 in there. Yeah, beautiful. Oh, getting that explorer in there was so nice, so nice. Okay, that was what a look. If that's not playing around things, I don't know what is. We found a way. Now I'm celebrating. It's like I'm drinking champagne here. But you just know when I flip the next Explore card, I'm just getting triply wrecked again. So it's just like we're almost at the fear bomb. And this is what I said at the beginning of the game. It's like when you play against Russia combos, you work so hard. Like you work incredibly hard. And then you think you're back in the game and you think you've got something going. And then the fear bomb hits and you get destroyed. The game goes from I might be in this to I'm just immediately dead, which is of course what's going to happen here. So we do need to be thinking about keeping as many empty lands as possible so that when the fear bomb hits, we don't get completely neutralized by it. And the problem here is 1, 2, 3. 3 of my empty lands on the board right now are a card that can't be the fear bomb. So really what we need to be thinking about trying to do here is clear our sands, because they're now our big problem land, and then hope that the fear bomb is sands. I think that's our way to win this game. Because if a fear bomb is jungles, the game's over for certain. And if it's wetlands, the game's over for certain. Because the wetlands is where all of my blight is. Like I can't possibly beat a fear bomb of wetlands or jungles. So yeah, we have to play this game right now where sands is the fear bomb. And how do we empty sands as much as we can? That kind of has to be how we do this, because we've 2 reasons to empty sands, if you see what I mean. Okay, and again, this is back to the point of when you're really behind and you're in a game that looks impossible to win, you have to play in such a way where you assume that the thing is the thing, and then you play towards that thing. And if you hit it, you can win a seemingly impossible game. You can't hedge your bets when you're in a situation like this. When you're that far behind, you have to assume that. So anyway, I'm harping on. I know. I apologize. So that was that, and we can actually go and start doing our things here now. So let's go ahead and ravage. Dead. 2 fear. Oh, this fear bomb is probably going to flip before I even get a chance to deal with it. Is it? Oh, I'm not sure. So no. Now we don't have any matching explore situations. So down here we're going to go ravage. 1 will die, and then 1 is going to get fear pushed. Back in here, because that can be drowned. No, because that's about to build, so we don't want to do that, do we? No, we have to do that because we can't put three explorers in any of the other lands. But again, we're going to have to rush a 6 here. Where the hell are we rush a 6ing? Probably just into that sands, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. But yeah, we can't make either of those match. So we're going to drown this land this turn, and we're going to drown this land this turn, and just make 2 less problems on the board. So pushing in here, then building, then it won't explore. Well, it could coastal explore, which would probably be actually pretty good. Coastal is probably pretty good here, because coastal explore would be wipe and wipe. It's just 2 wipes. I mean, it puts extra stuff in the sands, but I don't know. But anyway, we're pushing in there. That's where we have to push. And then what else? So that was that. That was this. Obviously, we do that before that. Needless to say, or sorry, we do this before this, so it's a safe ravage. Over here, safe, and then over here is all dead. 1, 2, 3 are dead, and then the other is fear pushed. So we don't flip the thing. They're gone. And then the fear push is into yeah, I just can't make my sounds harder to deal with here. I just have to go in there and then just hope that it's not jungles. As we said, I can't beat jungles, so I'm just gonna have to play as though it's not jungles. So that was our one fear. Interestingly, actually, range 1 into here, I can just use this as my mind-shattering songland, which is pretty nice. But anyway, that's all okay. That's all of the ravaging done. We made it through. Now, Russia 6. This is the tragedy, because we didn't place any blight. So now we have to Russia 6, which, let's remind ourselves, is awful. After the ravage step of turn 2+ on each board where it added no blight, in the land with the most explorers, add an explorer and a town. Easy when you can play around it. Very easy. It's one of them where you go, no stress, Russia 6, no hassle. I'll just take some blight and I'll play around it. Problem is, when you can't play around it and you have to protect your lands because of all the mess that you've seen here, then this comes and wrecks you, because it now makes triple stack lands. And your hand is forced. So where my hand is forced right now, it just has to be in here. 1 and 2. I'm about to build a city in the land anyway. The land is already a train wreck anyway, so I just have to do that and just see what happens. That's 1. Over here, we said we got away with it because we got to go 1 and 2, which is really good. And then on this board, it's got to be this land, 1 and 2. Okay, that's our Russia 6. Now we build, and we placed that one in a pretty nice spot earlier on. We talked about that not wanting to build, so that was pretty good. That skips. We go city down here. We go miss here because it's empty, and we go miss here because it's empty. So they're 2 really beautiful things. Take that back. Over here, we are going to build in here, but that was planned. Then we go miss in here, which is nice. We go in here, and then we do the city build in here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And now on this board, we go town. And we go town over on the coast. And then we go miss and miss, which is also lots of beautiful things. So lots of nice things happening over on that side of the board, all about to be massively undone by the flip of jungles, which we can't possibly beat. It's coastal. I have no idea whether this is good or bad. It's pretty terrible. But it's not jungles. Jungles wasn't beatable. Coastal might be, because 2 of the coastal lands that just explore right now are undone. But it hits this, which is awful. It also makes that sands and that sands a big problem. It also hits this, which is now a triple stack. So this is terrible news, but I'm not sure that we had much better because wetlands and jungles, as we said, were not beatable. So unfortunately, this hits 2 of the wetlands. But anyway, look, It is what it is. We'll see how it goes. Explore. We don't have an escalation, which is something, I guess. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then over here, 1, 2, and 3. And it's not lost on me either that when you drown the land with the explorers, they also have to get pushed, which is really bloody annoying as well. I'm not even sure how the hell we manage that either. But anyway, one step at a time. One step at a time. What time are we now? Speaking of time, it's 25 to 2 in the morning. But it's the weekend. And I have a couple of hours of a lie-on organised with the good woman herself. I got up and took care of everything this morning, gave her a lie-on, so I have a bit of a situation set up for myself, which is quite nice. Okay, now. What have we got going on for ourselves here? We've got this innate here. Let's have a little look at what this innate looks like here. So we've got level 3. So we can push and explore. Then we can push up to... Oh! On the previous turn, I did that as an instead. Why did I do that last turn? Can't even remember. But yeah, I did it as an instead. That's cumulative. I made a mistake on the previous turn. I did that as an instead. But anyway, push and explore. Then push up to 2 explore/towns. And then for each invader pushed by this power, 1 damage in the land it was pushed to, which is unfortunate because that kind of gets nullified if you're pushing into the drink. But, you know, it's a good power. And that can potentially do a lot of work over in that land up on the coast there. This sands up here, which is a double problem, obviously. As we talked about, sands is a pretty huge problem right now. Just push all of that in the drink, which is pretty good. Not all of it, almost all of it. And leave the 1 town behind. Push up to 3 explorers. 2 of them will die. 1 of them will get fear pushed. It'll go back into this land, and then that will all get swept away by the drowning. So that's not terrible. Likely what we're doing with that anyway. I know our inland's also a mess, but like our inland is a mess and our coast is following up with a mess directly behind it. So, you know, it's one of them things really. Can we generate fear here before we see the fear bomb? Over here, this only generates 1 fear, and then it will do 1 damage per son you have to invaders with strife only, and then for each pair of those things you have, you destroy an invader with strife. So actually, this is kind of a whole bunch of not great. What I can do is I have the frightful keening, which is push my my thing. I can push this in here, and then I can strife something in here, and I can generate 2 fear. So generating 2 fear can push, for example, that in there with a strife. And then I could mind-shattering song into this land, which would be enough fear to flip the fear bomb. Then next turn, when I do defend a 3 in this land, that's now solved. This is solved. So I don't actually need to destroy these because the land is already solved with a defend of 3. So destroying these 2 towns in here. Now this obviously defends for attacks for way more than 3, but it's towards solving it. But I also get to see what the fear bomb is before I do any more. Yeah, my hands are kind of forced, but at least I get to see the fear bomb before I see, for example, use my deeps ability. So I'm kind of, my hand is kind of forced in this mind shattering song, I would say, or in the frightful keening, realistically. I know I could, in theory, push in there and stop that being a thing, but I just can't see that being true. So we're going to move our Incarna back in here during the growth. Are we? Actually, not sure that we are, because we're probably just skipping this land. If we skip that land once with the solidify and skip this land with the solidify, we're only one explorer here away from just solving that problem till another day. And by another day, I mean this stage 3 card here. And then the same thing here. So we don't have to get in and start like clearing that whole land or whatever. Like a one skip on that and then push a single explorer out could be pretty good. I've got to see that fear bomb. And I have to solve this land anyway. The defender 3 is not solving that. So I've got to solve that. Actually, where was my thing? My thing was in there. So let's go ahead and Frightful Keening. Push the thing. Get it in there. I've got to push this, because I can't be pushing another explorer into that other land. Despite the fact that it would kill it, I'd have to push it somewhere else, and I don't want to do that either. Let's get that in there. 2 fear. Now, mind-shattering song in this land. 1 fear per moon you have, which is, that's not my hand. This is my hand. 1 fear. 1 damage per sun you have, which is 3. So I get to 1 damage in this, and then the last thing is going to destroy an invader. So it's actually going to destroy both of these. So that's going to be 2 more fear. It's the way all of that shakes out, which will flip the thing and flip the fear bomb, and it's going to show me the jungles I was talking about and end the game. 1-on-1. Jungle, again, this actually can't be anything other than sands. I lose the game to anything other than sands here, which is only a 1 of, because coastal's gone. So it has to be either jungles, wetlands, or sands, and I can't beat jungles or wetlands, because I've got 2 massive problem wetlands here, as well as like this area. It just can't be. It has to be sands. And if it's sands, I maybe have a chance. That's the kind of the way this works. It's a 1-3. Come on now, sands. 1 time. Give me a shot. That goes there. I can't look. I can't look. I mean, it would be immaculate if it was sands. Let's be honest. It's wetlands. God damn it! God damn it! Okay. Wetlands is not jungles. Jungles was a definite loss. Wetlands is tragic, though. Absolutely tragic. My 2 awful wetlands are also coastal. It's just the biggest pile of tragedy. It's so bad. No. I also have to escalate when I hit that card. So when I hit that card, it'll be on each board. Place 2. I suppose I can place them in there, because now I spread those beasts out. But it's still awful. It's just awful. Awful. Okay, well that's that anyway. So we've resolved all of that stuff. It feels like a certain loss now. If that was Sans, it felt like we were in the game, but without it, it just feels like a certain loss. So we'll be reclaiming. Now, like, I still just have to do this stuff with the sands in that corner because it's still going to ravage and it's coastal. So I just have to do this. So it's going to be push 1 explorer, and then it's going to be 1 fear, push up to 2 explorers. So that's going to be 1 fear. It's going to push all 3 of these explorers into the drink. 2 will die. 1 will be fear pushed out here. And then for each invader pushed by this pair, 1 damage in the land it was pushed to. Yeah. It's just the same. Like, it would have dealt 3 damage in a land that the stuff was pushed into, but again, I pushed it in the drink. Oh yeah, you get the extra no, you don't. Because it was all pushed, and then the drown was what pushed it out here. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. So now we have add 1 deeps. Oh, we only have this twice, but it's okay. We only need it twice. It's going to be once on this board. Oh no. No, no, no. No. I'm not in the land. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. How do I keep letting this happen? Don't understand. I was in that. Why did I get out of that land? I keep doing this with deeps. Why did I stay in this land? Why didn't I stay in that land? I'm so upset. So annoyed. Put 1 in there. We don't need 1 in there, but we can't drown that anymore. It's just abysmal. Suppose I'll put 1 in there. No, I can't. I can only put it in 2 lands. What am I talking about? 1 damage per thing to buildings only. Range 1. If at least 3. Oh, I have to put 3. I need 3 things in the land. I'm just lying. I can't drown these lands at all. I'm lying. I'm just lying through my teeth. None of this works. All of it is a lie. Look. 1 damage per deeps tokens to buildings only. If there's at least 3 deeps and no buildings are present, drown all stuff, push all but 2, and then it becomes part of the ocean. And then repeat the power in target land or in a land with your presence. Look, there's only 2 in each of them. And I don't have my presence in either, so I couldn't have done it anyway, even if there were 3. Shocking. I'm all over the place. I couldn't be more all over the place. And now I've just pushed 1 billion things into that land that's about to ravage, and it's about to build, and then it's about to do everything. Oh, I can't even possibly win this game. I can't even remotely win this game. Why do you need 3 deeps things in there? It's just so stupid. It's so annoying. Ocean, I hate Ocean. Ugh. So annoyed. What am I even doing here? I don't even know. Christ. I don't know. I'll just deal 1, 2 damage to that thing. Stink. I've already done this ability. Oh, I'm so frustrated. So frustrated and so annoyed. I mean, I do that and that thing, and then I can repeat the power, which I can't repeat it anywhere. Nothing. Dreadful. Oh, it's dreadful. I thought I had such a good thing going there. People at home probably looking at me going, what is this absolute lula talking about? He's lost the plot. It's 2 a.m. Go to bed. That's what you're saying. And you'd be right. You would be right. I thought when I was reading The Lesser Spirits Imperiled, I told you I opened the champagne too early. The man went ahead and lost the plot. Reclaim. Do the ad move a thing, incarnate stuff, and then gain an energy. One energy. Here it comes to save the day. One. At least we have Bird's Cry warning. Criminal situation happening here. 3 slow powers in my hand with Ocean, and about 1 trillion problems. Roughly 1 trillion. Not exactly, but roughly. I mean, again, it's got to be the gain of power. Go to 4 plays. Look for a minor power. Like this, it's just let's do the thing that I said I was going to do. But now I'm just taking about 1 billion blight and all that other stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. Call to trade. Not awful. Guardian Serpents. Call to guard. Desiccating Winds. I can't ever read that card without thinking the word desiccating coconut in my head. Call to trade. The problem is call to trade. I mean, what range is that? Range 2. I guess I can call to trade in there. I was already skipping that land. Good elements, obviously. Well, at this point, we may not need the water, is the thing. Oh, yeah, we said we needed the moon to unlock this, but what's the moon doing for us here? Defend a 4. Right. Defend a 4. It's going to save the day, actually. Defend a 4. Dreadful. I mean, I guess Scatter to the Wind solves that problem, doesn't it? As many different lands as possible. Oh, it doesn't solve a problem at all. It goes in there, triple stack. In here, whatever. In here, problem. In here, Ravage and Blight. In here, Ravage and Blight even more. Doesn't even solve the problem at all. As many different lands as possible. Oh, Christ. mean, technically, I don't have to push into all of them because the ocean is one land. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something don't make the triple stack in there, but that's not exactly good news. I didn't exactly just explain a strong set of plays there, did I? It's got to be this. It kind of feels like it needs to be top track. Give myself the extra energy so that I can reclaim and maybe hit it again next turn or something like that. We're not getting a next turn, are we? But anyway. So that will be 4 plus 2. So 2 from here plus another 4 from up there. Placing your presence at range 1 into this land, which actually just doesn't do anything. Just funny enough. How on earth do I stop all of this? What kind of a nonsense is all of this? Now I can't get in this land to drown it because it's going to ravage. Like, I suppose I can just Blight Cascade in that land and then let it build and then drown it. So actually, I think I have to do that because that still does get solved by the drown. Obviously, I'm going to have to go deeps, place the thing in there, which is, that's fine. But I have to take a Blight Cascade to solve that land. I can actually solve this with the scatter in theory. I can solve this with the scatter. This problem over here needs to be solved. Oh, I can solve that with Call to Trade. I say solve. I use that term very loosely, but Call to Trade in there is somewhat serviceable. It's going to build and it's going to build again. It's going to be the biggest, giantest problem ever next turn, but at least it doesn't ravage this turn. If I scatter to the winds in there and push 5 of those things out, I'll just leave a city behind. Push a town in here, a town in here, an explorer in here, an explorer in here, and then an explorer in there, which is a disaster. No, so I go an explorer in there. I mean, this is all kinds of problems as well. But it at least stops Blight. And then next turn, just like Infinite Blight again, because it's got 3 explorers already. So I kind of have to do that. Then we said we skip with this solidify, we skip with the solidify. This gets defended, that gets defended. This mess, Blight cascades. But what can you do? Well, I tell you what I can do is I can go to bed because it's 2 o'clock. So that's going to be, we'll just make sure I leave this in a state that makes sense. So I'm doing the thing, I'm going to be playing this. Over here, we are looking for a minor power, likely Call to Trade for that mess in there. And then over here, we're doing the reclaim and we need to think about where that what you call it, incarnate is going to. Unfortunately, our presence is in rubbish conditions. Two empty lands, basically. The only place where it makes sense to push that to is to is to that land in there. And I guess in there I can just push the explorer into that land, so that's actually not awful. Because it stops that being a problem next turn. So I skip it once and then it stops it being a problem. So it's somewhat okay. So yeah, I think that's how that works. Unless, I mean, there's hardly anything else I can do with, so I'll have what? 3, I'll have 4 air. I'll be able to, no, I got rid of my only, my only plant card to empower the Incarna, which is kind of funny, but whatever. We're definitely not playing that game anymore. So it'll be 4 air, so I get 2 pushes. So I was just wondering whether like push can stop any problems for me here, or like 1-2 or something. Move in there and then go 1-2, which can strife the city, and then push an explorer out or something, which stops this ravaging. And then we deal with the problem of that 3rd explorer next turn. That might be better, because jumping in here right now is not really doing anything for us. And then I have to push twice. And where am I pushing twice to? I actually don't have any land around here that needs to be solved. The lands I need to solve are that one, that one. Did I solve this mess in any way? No, not at all. That's another massive problem. We said we could scatter one of these 2 lands. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. I need to mull this one over a little bit for a day or two while I'm offline. What are we now? 4 hours, and I feel like we've done nothing at all except just die slowly. If you're watching this and you've stuck with me for these 4 hours, God help you. And God bless you, because this is just insanity. This is my form of fun, believe it or not. I do quite enjoy this, but talking through it and trying to comment through this and just show you the utter insanity that goes on and that goes through my brain is, if you're enjoying it, fair play. I appreciate you being here very much so. And I'll see you next time. Have a good evening, have a good whatever. And yeah, let's do this again, shall we? See ya. Well, welcome back, folks. I just realized, and I've realized this before, but I do this every time. Hello, welcome. I'm all hands. I do this all the time when I'm talking and I'm, remonstrating. Is that the right word? I shouldn't try to use big words. Anyway, after that disaster of an opening, we're back. And we're here to, actually, bit to say was I going to clean my glasses before I started. Oh, well, we'll do that. We'll do it. Oh, look, you know me. BlunderSpeaker Show and all of that. I wouldn't be bothered restarting. We'll keep it. So we'll give the old glasses a tiny little bit of a clean. And then we'll start in. We are back, of course, to take a look at this horror show of a game. I'm hoping my beer here while I'm getting set up. We're back on the Erdingers alcohol free. I still had a few of them left in the fridge. This is only a couple of days later after the first session, so we're back with the Erdingers. Fine drink as it is. One here and another one in the cooler. My darling wife took the 6th of the 6-pack yesterday, so she took one, which is fair. I get the other 5, not too bad. A fair deal, I would say. Another typical Irish summer day. Absolutely lashed rain all day. Literally the entire day, it's lashed rain. Apart from now, it stopped about an hour ago. But it's just the usual. It's just the humidity. You're sweating, but it's not even warm kind of thing. It's just, anyway, I complain about it all the time. I'm sorry. I've done it even in this episode. This is the 2nd time. Anyway, Now, before we jump back in and start actually playing this game, I need to fix two things. Now, uh, this may well have been spotted, or these two things may well have been spotted by the viewers, by you yourself. But I did. I thought about one of them, and then as I was going back and looking, I actually remembered the second one as well. Or at least I knew to go back and check for the second thing. Now, what am I talking about here? Well, let us return to the previous turn. On the previous turn, I made two mistakes. Well, one was a game's rule violation, so I broke the rules of the game, which we're going to have to fix for sure. Which is why we're rewinding to fix the break. And the second thing is when I had my big meltdown and big dramas over my drowning ability with Deep's Ocean. I just made a total mess of it because I actually had a drown available to me. And I got so caught up in the fact that I didn't have two drowns available to me that I just kind of started resolving the left innate and then just like didn't really resolve any of it correctly. So to be clear about what I mean here, let's just again take a quick look at Ocean. I believe it's this one. And whereabouts are my? Yeah, here they are here. So Deep's 1. So I had Deep's level 1 and 2. I had basically the Deep's thing to two different lands. So I had that. I didn't quite have the third one because I think I was missing one moon. So I had the kind of double add, and then I essentially had all of the right innate. That's where we got the extra water off the Lesser Spirits in Peril. Now, what I got so caught up in here is that, again, I had my presence in the wrong land, which kind of made a mess of things and meant that I couldn't sort of do the drowning properly. But actually, as I said, I still had a drown available to me. So if I come back here, so you can see here, it's 1 damage per deeps to buildings only. And then if there's at least 3 deeps and no buildings, you get to drown the land. And then you can repeat the power in target land or in the land with your presence. And that third effect there was where I was kind of annoyed I didn't have the right setup with the lands. However, what we ended up doing was when I went to resolve the deeps, the left part, I picked up 2 deeps tokens. And I only placed one, and I didn't even know what I did with the other one. I must have put it back over there in the middle of my going crazy about not having access to the right thing, because I put one in this land, and then I never put the second one. And of course, my second one was going in this land, obviously, because this is going to be the land that I was intending on drowning. I was intending on drowning both, right? But I got frustrated that I couldn't do both because you need 3 deeps tokens, which is fair enough. But clearly here, putting that into this land was going to be the other deeps token, and that actually gave me access to a drown, which of course I would be doing. As opposed to picking off a single town over here, I would of course be drowning this land. So that I'm going to go back and I'm going to retroactively fix that situation, because we're already in like a 90%, to lose this game situation anyway. I can't give up what was the plan all along because I forgot and I made a mess of it. I got all dramatic and I was tired and everything else. So I'm going to fix that. And in the meantime, I'm going to fix the other problem I was talking about, which is to say that I had 2 explorers in this mountain here. It's land A6, and it's funny. I talked at the beginning of the show about probably making this mistake, and I did make the mistake, which was, of course, that if a land ravages next to my my Incarna, the hand don't participate in Ravage. I said I hope I don't forget this in the game, and I did forget it. So last turn, this Incarnate presence was actually in that land at the time of Ravage, and then I think I used the Frightful Keening in the second or in the slow phase, I think, to push that in there. But at the time, it was in this land. So when it was in this land, of course, the hand can't participate in Ravage, and I put 2 strifed explorers in that land, and they essentially died to the Ravage. One got fear pushed. So that was kind of the mistake that I made. That was not a legal play. So I'm going to have to fix both of these 2 things, and essentially they kind of get fixed together. Because had I come into that turn and gone into my kind of growth and fast phase, remembering that I can't kill those things in the Ravage, I had already moved my presence over here. Like, essentially, I do the exact same turn. I just do the operations slightly differently, and it ends up in a very similar place. Let me show you what I mean. So at the time, of course, we didn't have this building because that's just after building when we had the Sands Mountain card that was in the build slot. So essentially, the way the turn looked, it was like this. There was one explorer in each land. And no town, right? So that town wasn't there. And there was, of course, only 2 deeps tokens, right? So there was an explorer here and an explorer here. Now, what I essentially did was, and I think my incarnate, I think, started here in this land. And what I essentially did was I went move, move. I just moved the incarnate back and forth twice, strifed both of the explorers, and then when I when I strifed this one, I moved that into that land. My incarnate ended here. Those 2 explorers were strifed, they went into the Ravage, and then the Dahan fought back and did 2 damage to them. So that's essentially what I did on the turn. Now, as I say, that's not a legal play because, of course, my Incarnate is 1 away. So what can I do to fix this? Well, I can do something pretty simple, actually, to fix this. So again, that's the state of play at the beginning. Now, all of these lands around here, and this, of course, didn't have 3 explorers either. That came from the explorer from coastal lands. So I essentially don't have anywhere I can push these explorers, right? I essentially have an explorer in each, and all of the surrounding lands all have 2 explorers. So there is no sort of strategic option to push these out and put them into another land to make it ravaged. That's just not going to happen. So I have a choice. I can either, put 1 and 1 and then strife them and leave them where they are, which doesn't really make any sense because then I'm going to the build slot and I'm going to build in both lands. So that's not a strategic option either. Clearly here, I'm doing this kind of what would I have done kind of mindset, and hopefully you'll be in agreement with me here. So I either have to essentially push them both in there or push them both in there. That's clearly a significantly better play than putting 1 in each because this stops a build. So now the question is, which one of those 2 things would I have done? And very clearly here, I hope you'll agree with me that the land that I'm planning to drown this turn will be the land where it makes sense to put my explorers into, as opposed to this land where I don't have any way to fight back there. I mean, sure, I have a beast, maybe I get a beast damage on the event, but realistically, no. I'm putting them in this land because my whole point in this game with Deep's Ocean was to try drown lands full of explorers to get the benefit from that particular interaction. So hopefully that makes sense for everybody. And just to kind of finally clarify how those operations would have worked, we had 1 and 1. As I said, I go 1 in here, which is strife the first explorer, and then he gets pushed back in there. Then I move in here, and then I strife this explorer. Now, when I strife that explorer, I actually have the option to push, and I can push that explorer into the ocean, where it would be attempt to drown, and then I can just push it back onto the shore. Now, I'm not actually gaining a fear from doing this. I'm actually staying at parity from fear because, of course, I took a fear from when the Ravage happened and then I pushed the other explorer back here. So I'm kind of, in doing this before the Ravage, I'm 1 fear under and I'd have to give a fear back. But actually, very clearly here, what I obviously would have done is just push that in the ocean to generate 1 extra fear. So I'm at parity with fear as far as that whole transaction is concerned. My Incarnate still goes into this land, and then, as I say, in the slow, I push it out there. So I haven't really changed the game state all that much. Obviously, the build still happens there. Now, one thing that I could have done, and I probably would have done this realistically, but it's not going to make any difference to the game. I obviously played the Exhale, Confusion, and Delirium card, and I think I targeted like this land or something with it to say that one of the strifed invaders doesn't participate in Ravage or something like that. I probably would have done that in that land to keep the strife on there. But again, I'm about to drown the land anyway, so it doesn't matter. So we can kind of forget about all of that. So that's the way that the situation ends up. Now, after that, we end up with... of course, I'm now 1 explorer short here because one of the explorers died in the Ravage. So I have to add an explorer to the board, which came from that coastal explorer. So that would have put us up to 3 explorers in that land. Let's just say I remove the 2 strife because they wouldn't have blighted the land. They're gone, right? So now we're at 3 plus the 1. Interestingly also to note here, and I'm not going to do this, but had I have done this the correct way and ended up with the kind of 2 explorer situation like this, when I did Russia 6, because I didn't blight the land, what happened was, in reality, I rushed a 6th in this land, and it's going to cause me a problem because it would put me up to 3 explorers in this land. What I would have done is I actually would have rushed a 6th into this land. Why? Because it would have gone at an explorer, at a town. This is before the build even happened. Then I would have built in the land, which would have built a city. And then in the slow phase, when I'm using my deeps 2, the right deeps ability, I'm going to be targeting this land twice because I have no other land to target. So actually, I would have ended up doing 3 damage and then 3 damage again, and then the second, the repeat of the power is the one that would have drowned the land. So strategically, this would have made infinitely more sense for my game, and I would have played this way because I would have been, all that was face up on the table. But I'm not going to give myself that much of a boost here. I'm going back and I'm sort of fixing the board state to an extent. If I was feeling a little bit generous to myself here, I would take the Russia 6 over here, which gets an extra explorer off the board. It gets me an extra 2 fear from drowning the city. It stops it will be much better for my game to do that, but I'm not going to do that because I don't want to feel as if I really helped myself by retroactively going back here. So hopefully you're with me on everything that happened there, and you sort of understand that I gave myself the bit of the boost because I didn't want to ruin the game, but I didn't give myself the whole boost and solve my game either. So I sort of landed in the middle there. So hopefully all that makes sense. Now, that would have been that. Then we did the build. Now, the other thing, so then we did the build. Then we came to the actual drowning itself and the 2 deeps abilities. Everything else we just kept the same. So then the one thing now that I have to undo is, obviously over here, we drowned a town in that land. I still would have added the deeps token to it, but now instead of targeting that land with the right deeps ability, because I just killed a town in there, obviously we're undoing that, which means I have to undo a fear. But I'm going to redo the fear because I'm going to drown this one instead. So again, I'm not going to touch the fear for now. Now what happens is I go up to the three explorers. Now we're in the slow phase. Now I'm going to go add a deeps over there and add a deeps over here. Now the right innate targets this land, and it's going to drown this land. It's going to deal 3. And then I'm going to waste essentially the repeat. That's where I said the city would come in. But anyway, so I'm now going to drown this land, which is going to kill this. That's going to give me the same fear that one did over there. So we're at parity there. We're going to, so let's just actually go and take a quick look at what the text says. If there's at least 3 and no buildings present, drown all explorers and the Han. And then you push all but 2 of the things. And then the target land permanently becomes part of the ocean on its board. Flip all remaining things that were reminder markers for the expanded ocean. So push all but 2. Oh, I thought that was push 2. It's not. It's push all but 2. So I'm actually only going to get to push 1 of these things. And I thought I had a really nice setup after doing this. But now that I look at it, I actually don't, which is a real pity. Because I thought I was going to get to drown the land next to it. But I'm not. Which is frustrating. Ah, damn. Okay. Well, anyway, let's go ahead and do that. So we will push all but 2. So push 1. Drown all these explorers. 2 of them die. 1 of them gets drowned. And we get fear pushed, which generates a fear. That's going to push this explorer into the ocean, which is a new ability. The ocean is not like it's not a modifier. It's an actual new triggered action. So this is now going to drown again, 1 more, and then I'm going to push it up onto to the shore, and we'll push it into this land. Which puts it up to 3 explorers, but we have something for that, I believe. I think I had a plan involving this land here, but now that I'm looking at that plan, it's not quite so. It's not quite so good. What was the plan? Not sure. Can't remember. I thought I had a plan, but now I'm not certain. But anyway, so that was that. That was the resolution of the thing, and that fixed the game state from the hand part and also the drowning part. So this land is now drowned, and we can flip these. That is now part of the ocean. Okay, and that will be all of that. All right. How long is that? 17 minutes just to fix the previous turn. This is going to be a 10-hour video, guys. If any video is ever going to be 10 hours, it's going to be this one. But anyway, so that was all of that. Yeah, I'm a bit thrown here because I had a plan. I had a really good plan. I thought I got to push 2 of them in there, and then I was going to get to drown this in this slow phase. And now I can't, which is super frustrating. Such a pity. I, of course, have to drown this one over here. I was going to try to drown this one and this one, but now that's not possible. So we're going to need to figure out what that's all about. So now, anyway, that was that. Now we're back in the growth. We did our growth over here with Sunbright Whirlwind, and we had a plan which actually I've ended up having to look at and slightly change, and I'll show you why now very shortly. But we had a plan. It's almost the exact same. It's just some targeting stuff. On the ocean side, we're still looking at this draft for a minor power, and we had some really good options, and I was thinking the call to trade was going to be more or less a windmill slam. Not actually the case. There are 3 very useful options for me here, and I still haven't quite nailed it down, but I think I'm taking the call to guard as opposed to the call to trade. But we'll just quickly figure the rest of this out. From a wandering voice perspective, we did the reclaim. Now, the reclaim says add move in Incarna. Add move your Incarna to land with your presence. That has to be done. You have to do that. But my Incarna can count as my presence. Now, what I was talking about before we broke for the break was come over here maybe and jump myself over here to kind of sort some of those problems out. But then I was thinking to myself that actually staying over this side of the board and sorting these problems is going to be much better. So that stops these 2 lands both ravaging this turn. So that's kind of what I want to do over here. But the question is, well, not the question, but the point is, when I was making that plan in my head in the last day or 2, I was assuming I was going to get to drown this, and then now that's not going to be the case. And if that's not the case anymore, I wonder, do I just deeps into there or something? But I'm 2 turns away from drowning this. Next turn, it's going to go build, build. I'm only going to get to add 1 deeps token in there. And then the following turn, that's just going to ravage for 1 million before I get to drown it. So can I, or sort of, I'm going to have to deal with that before that happens. So I'm wondering whether scatter to the winds. Oh yeah, scatter to the winds might be the one. But I also have 1 million other problems on the middle of the board. Like, I've got so many problems here. What I was planning on doing was gift a Windsped steps this turn to make my violent windstorms innate fast. And I was going to solve a couple of these issues over here. That was also part of my plan. I was going to push these 3 explorers out of here, push them all, push. Oh, what was I going to do? Oh God, what was I going to do? Oh dear. I had a plan, but now I'm actually looking at it and I don't think that plan works. I was thinking about taking the call to guard to defend this land, pull in at a hand, and then defend it for 4. I was thinking I could wipe out the 2 explorers and then push an explorer in and then wipe out 3 explorers. But That doesn't work at all. So if I push 3 invaders into this land, it can deal 3 damage, but that would just kill 3 explorers. It wouldn't actually solve the other problems here, the other invaders. Oh, dear. This is really something. I could perhaps have to go back to the call to trade issue. I wish I had realized all of these nuances of this thing before I restarted my camera. I've just noticed about 4 things that broke my plan since I restarted, which is not ideal. I've been very much focusing my thoughts on the coast and how can I clean up the coast, especially these 2 lands, because they're going to double ravage next turn. And obviously anything with 3 explorers will also double ravage. So we also have a problem in here and then in this land as well. So we've all kinds of issues. But I was kind of thinking my Incarna maybe over here can kind of jump out here and maybe push one of them out, which solves that land, that type of thing. But I'm not sure. And then we've got our inland wetlands, which are all a disaster as well, needless to say. 3, 5, 7, 9. Ravaging for 9. Like, what is 9? I have absolutely no clue what I'm supposed to do here. Like, these are both now ravaging, so we kind of have to do this stuff with Wandering Voice. Jump in there, strife this, push it into the ocean, fear push, and then I can push it up into that land, and I can do the same with one from there into that land, and then end somewhere that's not adjacent to them, and then they die in the ravage. That actually was my plan. That was what I was intending on doing. And then I was going to end in this land, and I was going to use Tidal Boon to kind of help clear that land for the for the drown, which I now can't do. Oh, it's so painful. Pity we don't have Finder in the game, could open the ways and push them from there to there. That would be beautiful. I've just noticed one thing at least. My plan for the skip with the Solidify Echoes, I'm putting a presence in there with the Sunbright, so I do actually get to push one Explorer out of there with my special rule. No, during growth. God damn it. Why is that during growth? Why doesn't that work if you do with a power? Sunbright Whirlwind. Stiff wind at their backs after you add it during growth. Oh, that's so painful. Oh, God. When I actually thought this game was somehow still doable, but now that I look at all these things that I thought I had, and I just don't have them. Because I was planning on the thing I was talking about over here, push some invaders in here, clean some stuff up, and defend the ravage, and then it's like next turn it's empty and all this kind of stuff, and it also stops there being 3 explorers in there. Like what I was thinking about doing here, just to be clear, solidify. I need to grow into this land because I need to solidify and defend this one. Solidify. Put a presence in here, but the other thing I have to do is I have to put a presence in there to give me range into that land with the innate. So that was kind of what I was thinking about. Which it means I can't skip this land this turn either. That was the other thing. So I'm going to have to take an extra blight because of that. But that's sort of okay. I could accept that if I needed to. So what does this Flight of Windstorms do? Let's go back and look at it again. Push up to 1 explorer, then 1 fear, push up to 2 explorer/towns. For each invader pushed by this power, 1 damage in the land it was pushed to. So essentially you push your 3 invaders, and then whichever lands they land in, each of them individually do 1 damage. So if you push them all into 1 land, you deal 3 damage in the target land. If you push them into 3 different lands, they each ping for 1 into the lands that they go in. So here was me thinking I had a super cool combo. Push 3 explorers out of that land, push them in there, deal 3 damage, and kill 3 explorers, which is all well and good. But I was sort of just forgetting that then there's 3 extra explorers in the land. So it's like you push the 3 in, you kill the 3 that you pushed in, but it doesn't really change the land at all. It gets 2 explorers off the map and it gives you a fear push, which is fine. But the net result is this land just ends up looking exactly the same. Which is just not helpful at all. Really. The only thing it does is it stops this triple stack, which I kind of have to stop as well. It's just absolutely dreadful. One thing I can do is I can combo Bird's Cry Warning with Call to Trade. So one thing that I kind of have my eye on here. Bird's Cry Warning. So I've reclaimed obviously here with Wandering Voice. What I could do is maybe push one of them in there and then Call to Trade this land with Ocean, which could pull that town out of there, which makes this slightly easier to defend. But this is still 3, 5, 7. Like, it's a disaster. The other thing I could do is I could do Scatter to the Wind. Yeah, that town is going to be in there. I can do Scatter to the Winds fast, which has better range. And I can Scatter to the Winds one of the lands here. Choose up to 5. Explorer, Town, or Dahan. Push them to as many different lands as possible. So we've only got 3 adjacent lands to this land, so we could be a little bit more careful about where exactly we push stuff. We could do Town in there. We could do oh, that doesn't even push the city. Oh, for goodness sake. First Ravage. So Call to Trade only works on the first Ravage as well. I was thinking if next turn I could kind of combo Call to Trade to stop one of these coastal lands with two things in it, but it only stops the first Ravage, so it actually doesn't even work. One other thing to mention here is, again, similar to before, I have to play assuming certain things are happening in this game. I can't protect this land. I can't protect this land. So I need to assume that I have either 1 damage per Dahan or 1 defend per Dahan with that fear card. And if I'm going to maybe hit another fear card in the fast, no, I probably won't, will I? No, so it'll be 1 fear card. And I just have to assume that, or the event gives us a defend 2 in lands with Dahan. So it feels like this, I have to take advantage of that in this land as well. In some way, I need to assume one of those 2 effects are printed on the event, or sorry, on the fear card, and play in such a way that that is the case. So obviously this won't get solved by an event or a terror level 1 card, not in a million years. if I don't do anything right now in this land, that will ravage, that will wipe out all those Dahan, and it'll just be really bad news because it'll be obviously ravaging again next turn. But what I could potentially do is like what I talked about: this scatter to the winds, push three of the things out, and then leave only the city behind, and with two or three Dahan, probably three Dahan at that point to try hit the one ping per Dahan, and that gives me, it actually kills the city even if I don't get solved by the ravage, saved by the fear card. So that's one way to kind of go about doing that, but it just means I end up pushing these two explorers out to as many different lands as possible. I forgot the ocean is also a land here, right? So I can do, but that's not even really helpful because it's 1, 2, 3, 4 lands, and if I want to push 3 invaders, it'll be, well, I suppose I'd have to push that in there, assuming I have my Dahan defend. So one of them will go in there. The town would go in wherever, and then the other explorer goes here. And then where does it go? I suppose I can push it back on there because there's 4 in that land already. So kind of that's probably how that all ends up going. Actually, it'd be 1 explorer in there, 1 explorer in there, and then the town in there would probably be how that looked. No, because I want to drown the town for the energy. So anyway, that could be that. I can kind of semi-solve the land. Then I've used the scatter to the winds fast. And in theory, I call that land solved. So it's like, that land's solved. The other 2 lands over there are solved. This land is going to blight Cascade, but then I'm going to drown it in the slow. So what I was thinking was I'm going to need to find a way to push that town out of there and then drown this land. The other thing I could do is I could actually just let it build the city and then just hit it twice with the drown effect. Because I'm not going to be able to drown another land. So I'd be giving up on, for example, 2 damage in this land to not have to worry about pulling the town out. I think I will do that. Not sure if I spoke too fastly through too quickly through that, but I can't dedicate an action to pull that town out of there this turn. I'm not going to have the action to do it. So I think it's going to be a double drown in this land. I also need to be really careful about making sure I have a presence available. And as of right now, my only adjacent presence to that land is under threat of a ravage. But again, I can't beat anything right now. I can't even beat the board. I can't even beat neutral events right now. I can only beat positive events from the deck. So I have to play as though they're there. Again, I said that enough in the previous playthrough. So again, we're talking about push 3 invaders out of here and make this a mess. In theory, that could allow me to, call to guard this land. But I don't want to call to guard that land. Because that's a waste. I'm assuming that land is going to be solved by the ravage. So call to guard is not what I want to do. So in that case, then, do I scatter to the winds, pick the Dahan, push the Dahan in there, and then call to trade the land? And then next turn, I can reclaim and call to trade it again. At that point, I've done nothing to solve this land, or, of course, any of the inland wetlands, but I've kind of done something with this one. Well, actually, no, I've done nothing with this, and all I've done is stop it ravaging this turn. That's still a problem next turn. And then I've solved this. And then in theory, both of those get solved by the ravage, so they should be safe as well. So kind of all of that, assuming the stuff goes our way, we'd have all of that solved. Coastal on this side is all solved, except for this one and that one. This will be solved, and then these both be a nightmare. Yeah, I have absolutely no clue how we go about all of that, but we just, I don't know, we just have to do something. So I think that's the plan, and I think I do take the call to trade. was also called to trade on the reclaim. Can, yeah, as I say, I can just skip this twice. Now it's going to have 3 or 4 explorers in it as well, so we also need a solution to that problem as well. But you know, we can't get ahead of ourselves. There's only so much we can do. So let's just go ahead then and try to do that. So we're reclaiming. At this point, did we say we need the bird's cry warning? Well, the bird's cry warning was giving us. That means that if I do bird's cry warning, I wouldn't have to scatter the third Dahan out of there. And the third Dahan is a safety net because it gives us any of the Dahan ping for 1 damage abilities. And there's at least 1 or 2 of them. So that kind of gives us an extra fear card that saves us there. So I maybe would like to do that. But it does mean then that my 1 energy ability will be I have 3 1 energy cards, and it would have to be Bird's Cry Warning, and then these 2 kind of thing. And then I've got the 1/1 there for next turn, which I can only afford if I go top track. I'm not even going to get to go bottom track, but anyway, that kind of just have to be that. So I won't have the 5 over here either, but you know, whatever. Okay. Is that a good enough use of my resources? It isn't. No, it isn't. Because again, I'm now playing around. I'm minimizing the things I'm playing around, which I can't do. I have to sort of maximize the things I play around. No, said that wrong. This maximizes the fear cards that save me, but I'm not in a state. I'm not in a place in this game where I can afford to maximize the things that save me. I have to rely on the minimal amount. I have to give myself cards that save me, but like as few as possible, in order to dedicate enough actions that I can survive next turn. Getting through 1 turn, like this play helps me get through this turn, but it doesn't help me get further in the game. Again, hopefully that makes sense there. So I can't afford to do that because again, I'm just dying. So I have to do something else that affects the board as instead of just gives me +1 or +2 fear cards that save me. Like I have to hit the nuts here. So I'm just going to try to hit the nuts, and instead I will take one of these other 2 fear cards here, or not fear cards. Sorry, unique powers. One is going to push my thing, and then the other one is just going to add a strife. So pushing the thing or adding the strife are essentially the same thing. Pushing the thing could help me solve these kind of problems down here just a little bit. Still not sure what on earth we're doing with the with this mess, but I don't know, we try to defend it or something next turn. So okay. So what I will be doing is this turn I'm going to have. So the reclaim cards, I reclaim and I go into this land. That does one thing right now is it actually adds a strife. So that is counted as moving in the land. Even though I haven't actually moved, I've moved within the land and it does trigger my special rule. I checked that before. So that's that. Now, am I pushing that explorer? No. There's nowhere I want to push that explorer, so it's just going to stay in there. There's going to be a defend 3 in this land, and the strife will get wasted, but it's fine. That's going to happen. Now, then I'm going to play. Oh yeah, which one of these 2 cards am I playing? I'm playing. I guess I'll do it this way because that maximizes the right innate. Something like that. So the frightful keening then will allow me to push the thing. which is fine. So what I'm doing right now is I'm then going, I've got 1, 2, 3 air. I've actually got 4 air. Oh yeah, I get 4 air without even having to get the 4th card play. I forgot about that. Okay, that's quite nice. So anyway, for 4 air, 3 of it for the left innate. So let's go ahead and use the left innate. I'm going to go in here once and then in here, and I'm going to stop in this land. My other plan was reversed. It was going to be in there, but now I'm going into that land instead. And you'll see why in the slow phase. So going through there, I get 2 fear pushes, or 2 pushes, and they will become fear pushes. So I'm going to push into the ocean, which is going to try to drown, and it's going to push it out into there. That's 1 fear. And then similarly over here, it'll be a fear push. It would be push in the ocean and then fear push out to here. And now I'm not adjacent to that, so that will ravage over there. So that's fine. Oh yeah, they were just reminders to fix all of that. So that's that. Now neither of these will ravage this turn, which is quite nice. So they're in there. Now you go there. Next thing. That's that innate. We also have that maxed innate over there. We have to pay, of course, this 1 energy. That's fine. Exile, confusion, and delirium. Target this. 2 fear. These 2 explorers don't participate in ravage. That's my fasts over there. We're taking on this side then, I think we said we're taking the call to trade. Yeah, it's got to be. Try to keep us alive a little bit. We take the call to trade. And then we're going to, we have the 2 energy. We have to place a presence. So this is where we need to think about where we're placing this presence as well. And we need to think. So first of all, we're going to pay for these. Then what we're going to do is we have to obviously resolve this. So push 1 presence from each ocean. So we don't have a choice in the matter. That needs to be pushed to there. I mean, technically I can push it there, but I don't think I want to do that. So push to there. I'll push that in there because that gives me more. It gives me more effects that defend the land. That gives me maybe another 1 or 2 fear cards. So that goes there. And then I don't have anywhere to push on that side of the board. But then I have to add a presence to a coastal land. And as we said, I have to be able to drown this. It's going to ravage, it's going to blight cascade into there, but I think I have to put that in there. Because if I have to have any chance in the game at all, I definitely have to solve that. Okay. There's something cooking, but it's not cooking very well. It's a low temperature. It's really tepid. It's a tepid goose in the oven is what it is. And a goose is it's a very fatty bird. You do not want to have that thing going tepid, warm, soggy, fatty. No, you want to make it crispy and delicious. Let's try make this crispy and delicious. Come on now. Right. That's all of that. We gained our energy over here. We went on the top track. We're going to play the Solidify about 2 hours after I drafted it. But that is neither here nor there. That's all of that. We bank 2, and then next turn when we reclaim, we'll have kind of 5 energy where we can sort of make something happen. So that's okay. Now, do this gift of wind step stuff on myself. To give me a push or gather instruction slow to fast. So then I'm going to scatter to the winds. Now I can't do it yet. I have to solidify first. So this does solve my problem I talked about before with the range issue, because now I'm using this instead of this. So actually it's a little better now. So now I don't have to take this blight. So first of all, I grow into that land. Then I go solidify, and I choose that land. In that land and each adjacent land, defend 3. So I'll put a defended 3 in there, and then we remember it's all adjacent lands. Now, and add 1 broken presence to each to each adjacent land. I only have 2, so the adjacent lands I'm going to be adding it to are going to be that one and that one. Skip both of those lands. It's such a pity that that bloody special rule doesn't trigger there. I really don't know why. Maybe it will be too powerful, but there are very few effects in the game that actually let you add extra presence. So it feels crazy to me that that doesn't give you a push and explorer. But anyway, it is what it is. So that's all of that. I obviously don't have the threshold there, so that's fine. So then I do scatter to the winds. This is fast. Now it's a range 2. So now I have range 2 from here to here. And I can do, so obviously, sorry, I'm going to go skip that and skip this here. Now, push up to 5 explorers, Dahan and towns to as many different lands as possible. So we said push 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then we get to push these. So that has to go in there. We have to put the Dahan in there for the call to trade. We have to, this we're assuming we're going to get defended or protected in some way. So that's, again, another one that we go is kind of safe. So that'll have to take an explorer, I think. The town goes in there to stop that being a triple stack. And then the explorer goes in the ocean, which triggers a fear push. And then the fear push goes back in there. Now, that's obviously a disaster land still, but it was going to be a ravage anyway because it has 3 explorers, so it doesn't change anything. And now it's not going to ravage because I'm going to call to trade it. So that is all of that. We have our level 3, I think. Yep, we have level 3, so that's going to be for the slow phase. And then on the side of ocean, the Swallow the Land Dwellers is going to go in here. Oh, drown that bloody Dahan. What I was thinking about doing was, the reason I was sort of planning this in a certain order was I was going to drown this, or sorry, push this in and then push those back in there to defend that land next turn. But now I'm going to drown that Dahan, which is terrible news. So I might reverse this and I might go into one and then the other. So the invader thing is still the same, but now I'm going to be in this land and I'm going to be able to drown. Oh no, that doesn't work. That's stupid. Oh no, yeah, because it's going to build twice. It's going to build 2 towns. So that's going to go build a town. Then it's going to build another town. So then I'll be able to swallow the land dwellers to get rid of a town and an explorer. I'll be able to target this spirit over here, voice with the tidal boon, which can drown the other town, and then push this in here. And then I don't know. After that, I'm not sure. We tried to defend there. Maybe we called to trade an extra, and I really have no clue. But that's something at least. So we do that. So there are 3 cards. We also have Gift of Power in the mixer there. That's going to give us levels 1 and 2 of this, and then all 3 levels of this. And then we have Call to Trade over here, which is going to target this land. You may gather a Dahan. Do I want to gather a Dahan? No, I doubt it, because that's just going to ravage next turn. So we don't want to kill any of our Dahan, so we won't gather a Dahan. If the terror is 2 lower, so I can actually gather that town out of there, which might help next turn. I doubt it, but maybe. And then we put a reminder into that land. That's going to be build instead of a ravage. And that is going to be all of that. And I need to run to the bathroom first. And then I will be back. And we will continue after I have, well, you know yourself. So I'll see you in a second. Alrighty then. Too much beer, I guess. That's that all sorted. We did all our fasts. It's the moment of truth. As I say, if if I don't hit the hand defend or the hand damage, it actually has to really be the hand defend because of this land down here. If I don't hit it, this game is just actually over. But if it's not, then I at least get to play on. But yeah, we're even in that best case scenario. We're probably still only like 10% to win this game. If I somehow happen to come back and win this will be my best win ever, for sure. But anyway, alas, let us continue. Come on now, show me the event. Show me the money. What do we got? It's a defend per the hand. Yes! Yes! But we've got some other stuff. Healthy island. On a coastal land on each board. We'll move one town, 1 or 2 lands inland. Okay, well, that might be interesting. Is that interesting? Indeed it is. Indeed it is, because it solves that problem over there I was talking about, which is great. So on a coastal land on each board, move 1 town, 1 or 2 lands inland. Okay, here, town, 1 or 2 lands inland. Let's get you over into that land. That's 1 land and then 2 lands inland. So that's grand. Now, this board, town, 1 or 2 lands inland. Ugh. Technically 1 is fine because this is strifed and we're still defending 3 on this board. So I can actually just leave it there. I don't want to put it obviously in the wetland there, so that's fine. And we do want to get that out of there to make this easier next turn. So this is really good. And then over here we've got move 1 town, 1 or 2 lands inland. So it has to be from here. 1 or 2 lands. I guess I'll just put it in there. Actually, no, I'll put it in there because that's a bit to ravage and that's a free kill. Defend 1 per the land, and that's going to ravage for 2, so that's a free kill. So that's beautiful as well. So just couldn't have worked out any better. We played around the perfect event. I could have probably barely picked an event out of that deck that worked better than that one. So that's fantastic. On each board, choose a land with disease. In that land, 2 damage to invaders and 2 damage to the hand. Well, wouldn't you look at that? There are no lands with disease and the hand, but there is certainly a land with some invaders. So do I kill the town or the 2 explorers? Either way, I'm skipping the build. So if I kill the 2 explorers, it only ravages for 2 next turn versus 4. So there's that. I'm going to have to rush a 6 again on this turn. So where am I rush a 6ing is the question. It's going to have to be in that mess again, isn't it? In the middle there, and then just hope that we can do something with two of those explorers. Something to that effect. So I have to fear push the explorer now. If I kill the 2 explorers, where can I fear push the explorer? Well, I can fear push the explorer into the drink, and then back into this land, because this land is currently going to wipe out 2 explorers. But if I put 1 more in there, it'll still defend for 1. So then I could, like, one of them could die, one of them could stay around, and then one of them could go fear push in here and then back. But that's now a coastal land, so actually no, I don't want to do that. Forgot that that's coastal, but I don't want to do that. Where would I put it? I'd have to just push it in there. It's already got 3. It's about to put 2 more. I mean, I don't even know at that point what exactly I'd be looking to achieve by I suppose I can push 3 of them out with the violent windstorms. Oh yeah, push them all into there. That's pretty good, but I would go up to 6 and then I pushed 3 out, so it'll put me back down to 3. I'm also taking an escalation of Russia this turn, haven't I? Because of the wetlands. So that Russia is escalating. Oh, Christ. Where am I escalating? Well, Not in there, so I'm going to have to escalate in there and Russia 6. But I don't want to put any more in there. So it's 1, 2, 3. Russia 6 puts me up to 4. Then I escalate is 5, 6. So I actually would have to, at that point, push 3 of them out, all in there. And then I'd still be 1 over. I'd still need to find a way to push 1 of them out of there. Oh, and I've got here, there be monsters where I'm in that land. So that's amazing. So yeah, so I don't want to push any more explorers in that land. That's clear. If I push into the drink now, I don't want to go in there. We can't go in there. We can't go in there. Technically, I could go in there, but that puts me up to 3. No, I can't go in there either. So no, I've actually nowhere, and I clearly can't go in there because that's empty, and I don't want to put an explorer in that land either. So I have nowhere to push those explorers right now. Push a single explorer. So I will just kill this town, which generates a fear. I don't love it, but we'll have to just figure something out for next turn. So that's that. And then on the other side of the board here, we can kill 1 more town with that one as well. That's 1 more fear. We're 3 short of a fear card, unfortunately, but that's okay. This hardly could have gone better. So that's the Grim Toll, and it didn't take any of our Dahan out, which is also lovely. So let us go ahead and well, not Ravage. Let us go ahead first and do the fear card. So that was amazing. That event was the beginning of the comeback. We still need many more steps on the comeback, but that was the beginning. Each player may push a Dahan from a land with invaders or gather 1 into a land with invaders. So that could also work pretty good here. So let's think about what that looks like. Well, one thing I can do is I could push both of them out of there, put them in there, and then just kill all of that. So that seems like a pretty likely candidate for that stuff. Anything better than that I can do? Don't think so. I can also do it in here as well. It would only get 1 town because these 2 explorers aren't participating in Ravage, if you remember correctly, but that's fine. So yeah, so let's go ahead. So it's push a thing from a land with invaders, or so either is fine. So I'm going to go 1, 2. It does mean that they won't be around to defend the Ravage next turn, which is whatever, but I'm getting to wipe invaders out here, which is great. So that's fine. And then the other one is, and this is not on each board, this is just wherever. So then I will go, not that one, one of these. Yeah, because I want to keep them in there to defend that land. We're not going to be defending this land. We might defend that land. So that goes in there, and then that will kill a town for us. So, yeah, I dare say we can't have done too much better off an event and a single stage 1 fear card. You can't say I didn't play around it. Okay, let us go to the Ravage, where we're still probably getting slightly wrecked, but can we keep the card from flipping is the question. I think we can. So, let us go. This board, dead, 2 fear, defended for 2, of course. Skip this Ravage and build instead, which builds a city. The one I just killed from here goes in there. That's fine. That comes out of there. No. Dead. Defended for 1, of course. That's a fear. We got a fear card. Dead. Generate a fear. Push 1 explorer. You hate to see it. Can't push it back in there because that'll build. Can't push it in there because that'll be now a fear thing. So it's going to have to be in there, which is now a 4 stack. We don't love it, but it is what it is. That's fine. We did the fear. Now, that Ravage is skipped. over here. No, this ravage, it's defended for 3 plus 2 more. It's fine. So that's all going to ravage, and they'll all die. One explorer will die, and one will get fear pushed. So one explorer dies, a town dies, which is a fear, and then we get one more fear from this getting fear pushed. Now, I should point something out here. One thing to be aware of is when you, I think I might have said this in the Russia episode, but right now, for example, here, when I get to the card, I check every land that matches the card. So I would do the triple explorer check before any of those ravages happen. So what I'm getting at here is I could actually, if I wanted to, push this explorer into any of these lands containing 2 explorers, and they will not ravage from this card because they didn't qualify at the beginning. Now, if you had 2 cards there and I did it in the first ravage and then I pushed in there, they wouldn't ravage for the first one, but they would ravage for the second one because the check is done for each card. So that's just something to be aware of there. Now, the question is, where does this get pushed to? Again, I can push in the drink. No, I can't, because it's not a rule. It's not a power, a spirit power. I hope I haven't done that already in this game, where I did a defend from a ravage or something and then pushed into the drink from like an event or something like that. Ugh. Yeah, I might have done it with the fear card, did I? No, because that was inland. I don't think I did with that. Yeah, okay. Just worth remembering here. I can't, with events and fear cards and stuff, I can't do the trick with the ocean. So I couldn't actually do what I was about to say there and push that into the ocean. That doesn't work. Right now, this is gonna go town, town, and then I get to remove town, explorer, town. There's every chance it hits another explorer off that. But if it doesn't, it would be only a city and an explorer left. So that's defendable by my defend 4 on the reclaim. And I have a defend 5 for that land. So technically I could defend both those lands next turn. And then I could reclaim Bird's Cry Warning and maybe do like a Bird's Cry Warning of push two of them into one of the lands. Oh no, sorry, Bird's Cry Warning is in my hand. Something like that. So just thinking, I don't really want to push them into there. That's already going to be a problem I have to solve next turn. I don't have the Sacred Site to be able to do the 1 damage to each thing. The Sacred Site is miles away. I think it has to be in there. I think I'm far from sure about that, but I think it has to go in there. Okay, that was the fear push. I think we did the fear generation from that. Over here, then we go Ravage. One of them dies, and one of them gets fear pushed. And again, I have no clue where I'm pushing this either. Aye. Well, I already have to sort this land, so it's got to be in there. I already have to do something about that land, so I suppose I'll just push that in there. Again, can't push it back in the drink. This gets skipped. And then this doesn't qualify, so that's fine. Now, on this board, so that town will die. That's 1 fear. The explorers don't participate in the ravage again. So that's that one. This is safe. This will be another fear push, which can push in there because that land is defended for 2. And right now that will only ravage for 3. But the thing I said before, this does still qualify, of course, because there was already an invader in there. If that land was empty, I couldn't do this. But the fact that the land has a town already, I can do this. And it's a new ravage action, so it'll get fear pushed again. So that's that. So we did this one, this one, this one. I think we took the fear push, and then now this ravages and it's defended for 3. So the town will die. That's 1, and then the fear push will happen, and then the fear push will go into here. One of the only moderately safe lands on the entire board. And then, of course, we have a Blight Cascade situation here. Blight Cascade. Okay. We made it through the ravage. Not sure I'll be able to say the same thing about the ravage next term. Oh, and by the way, the other thing to bear in mind here as well is there's only 4 cards left in the deck. A 3, a 2, a 3, and a 3. This is, of course, Brandenburg-Prussia we're playing against. And I have like no way to play majors here. Because I just don't. Oh, do you remember I said before I wanted to pull? Where did I say I pushed that town? Oh yeah, I had to push the town in there, didn't I? Because I didn't want to push the explorer in there. I wanted to drown the town, but I couldn't. I had to push the explorer in there. So I'm getting so few town drowns, and I'm not getting the energy to play majors with this spirit, which is just a disaster because I can't do it with Wandering Voice, and Sunbreak can play some majors, but like we're playing a defensive major. How am I clearing this plastic? I have so much plastic to clear. And I have the 3, 2, 3, 3, as well as the stage 3 fear bomb. So this is just like going to keep piling plastic, and I just can't see a way to get to the finish line. Even if I could somehow contain all that, how am I getting rid of the plastic? I just have no clue. But anyway, that's the ravage. Now, Russia 6. Didn't do it on this board. We didn't blight on this board. We did on this board, and we didn't on this board either. No, we didn't. So we have to Russia 6 on 2 different boards right now. You hate to see it. I mean, at least I can Russia 6 in that hellhole on the coast there, which I'm going to have to deal with anyway at some point. So that's going to be 1 and 1. And then on this board, it's, as we said, 1 and 1. Oh, actually, now we can change our mind if we want to. We could Russia 6 in there, which means I would escalate in that land, but then I could solve it by pushing out the violent windstorms. But it does mean then that I've got this absolute atrocious mess to deal with. But it's only 1 land with a triple stack. I might have to do that. I mean, I'm of course going to hit sands here, which is going to make this a big giant problem anyway, but this just kind of feels like a land I can eventually, get a double stack in one of these lands and then hit it with my Tempest. Like I could maybe Blight Cascade here next turn. Oh, it's a double Blight Cascade. It's going to be a Blight quintillion Cascade. It's going to be Blight everywhere. Awful. I can't be doing that, can I? No, I need to play around beast damage. So no, I will Russia 6 in this land. Oh no, sorry, because we said we had Here There Be Monsters, didn't we? Yeah, sorry, we had Here There Be Monsters, so it's good. So yeah, Russia 6 goes on that land, and then it goes over there on that board, which is also just a giant problem. Yeah, I just I have no idea. I have no idea how we're supposed to be dealing with any of this. But anyway, that's the Russia 6 is done. Now we actually do the stupid builds. So, building coastal lands puts a city over there. it's a town in there, and then nothing in there. Over here we get a town. Over here we get a town. Oh no. No. I just remembered. This land is sunk, so this land is now coastal. No. So it's building twice as well. God. Oh. So remove one disease, and then this land is coastal and it has nothing in it. Over here we build a town. Nothing and nothing. Well, that in some ways wasn't too bad. It was dreadful. In some ways it wasn't too bad. Now, that's the coastal builds. Now we have the wetlands builds. Back over here. Another town. No way for blight to escape here either as well. Like all of our blight routes are just cut off as well. It's just so thing. So this at least is empty, which is great. No, hang on. Before I build, I have to escalate with the Russia escalation. Before I built anything. So far what have I done? I've only built in that land. So technically that didn't happen yet. So I have to escalate here first, and clearly I will be escalating into the mountain and not the land that's about to build, and then ravage. So that's that. And then of course I hit the mountain on the stage 3, and that becomes a triple stack. But anyway, over here, as we said, we go Russia into that land there. Technically I could put one in there, but no, we said we can push 3 out and then push one more with the Here There Be Monsters and hope that it's not sands. At this stage now, I'm hoping it's not any of the terrains. I'm somehow making plans for it to be none of them, and there's 2 of them coming out, which is just dreadful news. I'm not sure which is the worst one that we could hit here. Sinking this jungle over here, you know, yeah, sure, jungle is good, but jungle. And then this horror show as well. Like, I just can't believe that that's good news either. There's none of these terrains that are good for me. No, none of them. Anyway, where was I? I escalated in there, and then on the other board now I have to escalate into that land and make a quad stack again, which is always good news. You love to see that as well. You just love to see it. Dreadful. Okay, and now we build. Now we actually have to do the other terrible thing, which is building that wetlands. Building that wetlands. Building this wetlands now that our disease is gone, and then build a city over there. And a city up there. But at least one of the explorers is strived. The one good piece of good news here is there is at least one wetland on my board that has no blight in it. Now, admittedly, it has no invaders either. The invaders are all in the other lands that have the blight, so that's, I mean, it's a stretch. I'm putting this down. I was about to put this down thinking, oh, that's all of that done. No, it's not. Now we have our stage 3 explorer plus Prussia escalation. They're all terrible. None of these are good. Mountains and jungles. Mountains is probably the best explorer, to be fair. Yeah, I dare say mountains is our best explorer. It makes a triple stack here, but we're just going to let that go and hope we get a beast damage. But for sure, because the rest of the mountains are empty and this one is sunk. So, yes, I know that's going to make a coastal ravage next turn, but we'll be letting that go as well. That'll be a defend per the hand moment, as will that. So that'll be 1, 2, 3. Where I've run out of explorers now. Over here we have 4, 5. So that's the thing. Oh, I had to Prussia escalation first. Yeah, sorry. So Prussia escalation is on each board with buildings. I dare say that's going to be all 3 of them. Add a town to a land without towns. God damn it. one of our coastal lands. That's going to ravage next turn as well. But again, it's going to be defended for per to hand, so we don't have to worry about it. Slightly similar situation over on the other board. I could put it there, but that just makes a bigger problem with my mountains the following turn. I am going to have to play around the hand defend. So I'm going to put that in there. And then similar on this board, I'll do the same thing here, the hand defend. Yeah. Technically, I could play around the hand defend in that land as well, but it's okay. I have to do that. So that's okay. So we're playing around the hand defend and beast damage this turn, which isn't a great place to be. I'm not going to lie. Having to have both is really not a great place to be at all. And now we'll actually finish exploring because I didn't do that either. I did all the mountains and I didn't do the jungle. So there's the jungle. Look at how many invaders are in that land. And that's ravaging every turn for the rest of the game and twice next turn. That's ravaging twice next turn. That's ravaging twice next turn. That's ravaging twice next turn. That's not ravaging at all next turn because it's going to be at the bottom of the ocean. And then that's not ravaging next turn, which is good news. But 4 of the jungles are ravaging twice next turn. Only 2 of the wetlands are ravaging twice next turn. But they both contain blight. Actually, that's a lie. Only 1 of the wetlands is ravaging twice next turn. This is getting better by the minute. Can't lose. At this point, the no-brainer. I will give you a piece of a really good piece of solid, positive news. We're at least multiple fear cards away from the second fear bomb. Still 2 cards away from stage 2, and then it's 1 more below that. So that's great. Isn't it? And now we're having to dedicate actions to a sands that isn't even one of the lands. It's literally none of the lands that are taking action next turn. Coastal, wetland, mountains, jungle is like everything else, and I'm having to dedicate an action to that sand because that just double ravages if I don't. That's just a glory. It's just a great time to be alive. I have to dedicate an innate and a card play. What a time to be alive. I just do love to see it. Okay. Let's add some Deeps tokens. We don't need to add one in here because no, of course we do. I was about to make the same mistake again. So of course that one needs to take one. And at this point, surely we just have to put that there to drown that land. But the thing is, do we? Because now I'm going to go, this turn I'm going to go drown a town and an explorer. Then we're going to drown, we're going to push the town into the drink. That's going to drown that as well. And it just leaves the 2 things behind, which I'm going to defend. And that'll be that. I'll just defend 4. It'll ravage twice. It'll be safe both times. And then the land is forgotten about. Whereas this land, I'm going to have to dedicate the actions with the hand that I talked about. That's going to be more important. So, like I'm going to need to defend I'm going to push this in the drink, and then I'm going to defend the 4 explorers with the 2 to hand, and then it won't build for the following turn. So it'll kind of solve all of that. So in fact, I just don't really do that land here. It's a waste of a Deeps token, unfortunately, but where do I do the Deeps token? Suppose I've got to put one over somewhere on this side of the board so that when I drown this, I push one out, and wherever I push it to, I put the deeps in the other land. But the problem here is I have to do the deeps first. And so I can't drown this and then pick a different land. So right now I'd actually have to add it on either here or here. And this is the only land where I can push that into. So that's actually just a disaster. My placement here has not really lined up well at all. So despite what I said, I might just need to just get in there anyway. And then just kind of push some stuff in there on a future turn and just make that a drown land. Because it's going to hit wetlands again. Like, I can't just put this in a random there. It just doesn't make any sense to do that. Like, I'll be pushing from here and probably pushing into like one of these lands or something like that, you know? Which is like 2 turns away from getting drowned, but it might come up later. That's the sort of gist of what I'm thinking about right now. I actually just noticed as well, I get to drown this and then I get to kill one of the towns from the innate. So I don't actually have to drown this town with the tidal boon. I can drown this one with the tidal boon. Which is pretty nice. It works out fairly well. That's actually going to help me for next turn as well. Yeah, it's going to be really helpful for next turn. Yeah, that can work out pretty well, actually. Okay, so where was I? What on earth was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Was I doing the deeps? Yeah, I did the deeps. I did it there, and then I did it there. Okay. Yeah, because we were in the slow here. So that's fine. Now, next thing is we do the violent windstorms because we have to in this land. Push up to 1 explorer and then 1 fear, push up 2 explorers. So we'll push 1, 2, 3 explorers. We'll generate a fear. All 3 of them are going to go into this land. And then when they go in that land, they're going to deal 3 damage. When you go in there and deal 3 damage, it's going to kill 2 explorers. It's going to fear push one of them. Which generates a fear. Pushes it in the drink. Ocean's going to drown that. That's another fear, and this gets pushed back here. Again, Ocean's thing is an extra action. So that goes back into that land. That's this ability done. Sun Kitty is done. Ready to draft a major on the reclaim next turn. Hoping beyond hope. Now, next. We've done the Deeps 1. Now we do the Deeps 2, I think. Yeah. Deeps 2. First of all, range 1 in here. Deal 3 damage to buildings. Kill that. 1 fear. Drown the land. All of them die except for 1. One of them get fear pushed into the drink. Drown. Fear push. Oh, I just realized I cheated on the previous turn. Ah, god damn it. So what did I do? On the previous ravage. So I'm still deciding where to put this. I think I just took the fear. So let me just stop and clarify where I am before I do anything. So I'm going to undo that fear. This is still here. I still need to resolve where I'm pushing this. And actually, I might even put it back in there and think somewhere else. But for now, let me just clarify the other thing I just remembered. On the previous turn, when I had the Explorer die in the Ravage, I pushed it over in there and said, that's only ravaging for 3, when there were only 2 to hand in the land, defending for 2. But that's not the case. That was ravaging for 4, of course, not 3. So I couldn't have done that. So what I did was I pushed it in there. Then when it ravaged, I had the Explorer fear pushed, and I pushed it into this land. So that's what I did on the previous turn. So that was a nonsense. But it's an easy fix, because all I just do is just push it straight in here and take 1 less fear. This ravage still happens. This town still dies, and the Explorer still ends up in the same place. It wouldn't ravage because it didn't qualify and all that kind of stuff. So we actually end up in the exact same spot. It's just 1 less fear. So sorry about that mistake. Now, I'm still deciding where I'm pushing this. The reason I realized it was because I was thinking, well, if I push it in there, that ravages for 4. If I push it in there, that ravages for 4. And then I was like, hang on, that doesn't work. So now where do I push this? I actually have nowhere to push this. Every choice is terrible. But at least if I push it in there, 1 damage per Dahan will save me. But 1 defend per Dahan won't. But also, like, push and explore, and I don't know, there's like some amount of things that can help me there. Not many. I don't really. I mean, I could push it into that land. That's already a catastrophe of a land, because that's ravaging twice now, because that's now becoming a coastal land. As is that. As is this. As is this. Oh my God Almighty! I've just created 4 coastal lands. Oh no! Oh no! Oh Jesus! That is absolutely catastrophic. Like, that's catastrophic to the point that I don't think I can actually do this. There's no way. They already can't deal with this land, but like, if I force it to ravage, like, I can maybe get an Explorer out of there. But if I force this to ravage as well as this, and make this ravage twice, I mean, the whole thing is just so bad. There's just no way. I actually don't think I can drown that land, which is just awful. I don't even know how many Explorers were in the bloody land now. There was like 1,000,000. I was about to say I could just reclaim the card that does the 1 damage to all the Explorers, but that won't even solve it. There were so many Explorers in that land. Oh, Christ. Oh my God. What a mess. No, this is just unwinnable. Unwinnable in every sense of the word. Right, well, I guess before I do that, because I'm halfway through resolving that ability, but I can undo this, because I've just realized the error in my ways. But before I do anything, I would gift a power, because that's more information before I choose where to deeps. So I'll use gift of power, but I'm not even sure who I'm using it on. Next turn, I'm reclaiming, and I'm going for a major power with Whirlwind. Um, and then over on this side of the board, it's like, what am I even doing? I can go like top track. I can get 2 energy. So we can get 2 energy with 3 card plays. A draw card. I'd reclaim another one. So actually, I was gonna give Wandering Voice the title boon, which gives them 2 more energy. So I could, in theory, go bottom track here and just play like 4 cards, which does something, but they can actually get 4 card plays anyway by going G3. Um, if I went G2, I could go top bottom, reclaim a card plus a gift of power card right now, and that would give them still, because I had 4 card plays, provided I found one with air, I'd have the 5 air anyway. So that would at least be something. Like giving it to Ocean. Yes, I've got 4 card plays, but I'm also looking to reclaim and draft a major power with Ocean, because I'm going to get to drown a little bit of towns here, which gives me a couple of energy. It's not great, but it's a few. Over here, I have this major, and I have a couple of 2s, and I've got some 1s, a couple of 0s, some 1s, and a 2. Kind of got sort of enough to work with in a sense there. I kind of have enough to work with Ocean as well. Yeah, I think I will give it to Wandering Voice so they can high roll a little bit. Gift of Power, Wandering Voice. Minor. They're hardly taking a major. Oh, it has to be a minor. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hole Beneath the Hungry Earth, Nonsense, Trap, Veil the Night's Hunt, Gift of Constancy. It's not an air, but it's a good card. Obviously, Veil the Night's Hunt. Each the hand deals 1 damage to a different invader can be pretty good. I mean, it's a good card. Obviously, Constancy's a better card. If I give myself Constancy, then I could go Constancy, and I could do G3 instead to give myself this, which I really want to hit. Can't give up Constancy here. If I'm going to do anything in this game, surely Constancy's going to have to be involved. So I'll take that. So that's that. So now we're back to what the hell are we doing over on that side of the board. So if I don't drown this land, just achieving almost nothing, isn't it? Really, like, stops all of this mess, of course, but like, I just have no idea what on earth I'm supposed to be doing here. I mean, I'll just do it because I can't think right now what's better. I'm just, the game is lost. I really don't think there's almost anything I can draw from the major pair to solve this game. So I think at this point I'll just keep it, and we'll close out, and I'll package the game up, and I'll post it online as an impossible game that just I couldn't find any sort of way to win into. Um, the deep stuff, just creating the extra lands, is just madness, and all these extra ravage. It's just crazy. Okay, so then the other deeps thing, then of course, so that was at range one. We did that land. Then the other one is going to be when we repeat it. We'll repeat it in here, and then it's going to be deal one damage per deeps, which is two. I'm not going to generate a fear. I think I forgot to generate the one from the fear push over there. Anyway, I'm not going to give it to myself. I'm not sure if I did or not, but it's okay. Um, what else do we have? Well, that's all gone. Sorry. We have Tidal Boon, and I was saying that could be Tidal Boon. That's my presence. That's not Wandering Voice's presence. So that was not madness. But we will Tidal Boon on Wandering Voice. They are in here, so they are going to go. Target spirit gains 2 energy. And they get to push this in here, which I do get to drown. That gives me a fear. And yeah, they get to push 2 to hand, which isn't going to matter. Now we've got Swally the Land Dwellers, and I can do it in here: drown, and explore, and a town. So the town's going to go in there. That's a fear. The explorer will also fear push because it gets drowned. Now that gets fear pushed into the drink when it gets drowned again, and God only knows where that's going. On the floor is where it's going. Jesus Christ. I have no idea. I already have to solve this problem anyway, so maybe I just put it in there. Not that that helps in any way. Actually, no, I think I just actually put it back there. Okay. Now, that is Ocean's stuff all done as well. Now, 2, 3. Oh, I can't even. It's painful. Can't even generate. Only generate 1 energy off that. Shocking. Oh, I lied. I don't only generate one energy off that. I drowned about 1,000,000 explorers over here. I need to pause and go back and check how many of those I drowned, because that actually matters. I actually drowned some over here as well. So yeah, the drowned explorers do go into this pool. So I need to go and check how many. That's a few energy that might matter. Let me go check. Well, couple of things. One, I did forget to give myself that fear when I talked about that fear drowning up there. So I'll give myself 1 fear for that. Other thing, I actually successfully drowned 2 explorers over here, which is those 2, and then 6 explorers up there, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can go ahead and actually convert some of this to energy now. 3 of them is 1 energy, 3 of them is 1 energy, and then an explorer in a town is another. So that is 3 energy, which will go towards, hopefully, a major power next turn. We got a 3 energy in there. Now, the next thing. Forgot all about my second beer. Not that I'll be playing for too much longer in game actions, but you know me, that'll probably be an hour. So we'll open a beer. And I'll play the hardest I can possibly play to give myself some kind of a shot. The best chance I think we probably have here is we draft G3 over here with Wandering Voice, which lets us hit something like Sky Stretches to Shore. And then Sky Stretches works with one of those big broken, I don't know, Briny Deep type cards. I've no idea what that lets us work with, but we'll see. We shall see. The beer is quite nice. I say beer, it's kombucha really. That's all it is. But at least the kombucha is nice. You have to drop in a bottle and smashing it on the ground. Wouldn't be ideal. Okay. Now. Oh, do you know what? Here There Be Monsters. I was supposed to do that before I did any of the rest. So Here There Be Monsters is... Oh, if the target land has Beast, I get the bonus. Excuse me. So I actually get three fear off Here There Be Monsters. I was supposed to push this Explorer in there before I drowned the land. So that's actually one extra Explorer getting drowned over here, which is good. But I'm still one away from that being an extra energy, which is not so good. But anyway, that's fine. Now, next thing, we have... So we don't have that anymore. We have over here a way to generate some fear and some damage. So we've got 2 moon and 2 sun for this right innate, which works well, except we don't have very many explorers to kill. So it seems like killing those 2 explorers and stopping that being a triple stack is pretty good. But of course, then it pushes explorers, which isn't good. I have push my Incarna. I needed to get this down to the 3 and the 5, didn't I, from last time? Now it's 3, 5, 7. Which is a pity. Oh, I put that in there, saying with the Dahan in this land, but sure, the Dahan need to get pushed into there. That was what my plan was. I wasn't going to keep the hand in that land. God's sake. Doesn't work very well at all, does it? Now I've just got a town ravaging in there on a coastal land. Oh boy. Man. None of this is lining up in any way. None of it. have to do this. Strive this. 2 fear before adding the thing, and then I'm going to add this, and then I'm going to push this into the drink because that's adjacent. That's going to go in, it's going to generate a fear, and it's going to get drowned. And then I'm going to convert that to another energy. Hating every second of it, but it is what it is. Now I've got my right innate from a sacred site. 2 fear, 1 per moon you have, 1 damage per sun you have to invaders with strife only. And then for each pair you have destroy 1 invader with strife, which isn't going to do anything. So I just basically get to kill these 2. 1 will die. And the other will run away, which is going to generate a fear. Where is it running to? Guess it's running up into that other mess up in the corner. I've already got 2 explorers in that mess. That's going to make it match coastal lands. I probably shouldn't do that. Where on earth else am I going with it? Because I can't push it in here. That's only 1 ravage next turn. It's not coastal or any of that nonsense. Yeah, so the thing will come off. Yeah, okay, I'll just push it in there. And now that stops being a quad stack at the very least. So that is all of that. I dare say things did not go well on that turn. If you might call me crazy. You might just call me crazy, but for me that didn't go well. Let's go. Ocean. Find me a major. Find me the major of my dreams. Find me a way to win me this game. This needs to be the best major. This needs to be a major pair that doesn't exist. That's what I need to find. A major pair that doesn't exist. Ideally. +2 energy. I've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Up to 7. That is not enough, believe it or not, for the cast down in the briny deep. Trees and stones. I doubt it. Settle into hunting grounds. What, like every time I need a card, I find this thing. Every time I desperately need like the money shot, I find that card. Savage transformation. I need a big hitter, and I find like the 3/2 cost. Oh, God. Oh, just take none of them. Like that's how bad they are. I suppose technically I'm going to be pulling one of them out of there, so I will have Bombard with Boulders and Stinging Seeds. Legality. Trees and stones. What can that do for me? Can't even threshold the thing. I mean, it can combo with the Bird's Cry Warning, and then it could solve that land. Probably what I end up taking, but that is shocking. Reclaim cards. Look for a major power. With Sun Kitty. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay, and that will be 1, 2 more on the top track. And this will likely be the last turn of the game here, given that Ocean completely missed. Bargains of Power and Protection. I doubt it. Mist of Oblivion. Another humdinger. A humdinger. Inspire the Release. Another thing. Sea Monsters. None of this is it. Sea Monsters. Can't threshold you. Inspire the Release. God, if we could do that slow to fast, things could be good. We of course can't do that slow to fast, let alone hit the threshold. Well, I guess we're looking for a major power with Wandering Voice as well. We don't have much else going on. G3. Look for a major. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wrapping Wings. I mean, pretty good elementally and all that, but it's just not winning the game. Accelerator Rock, Power Storm, Strangling Firebind. Power Storm almost gives us a threshold, but not quite. No, actually, yeah, I can threshold that. Yeah, I can threshold the Power Storm. The problem is what I'm actually doing with it. Ugh. The thing is, the answer is nothing really. Right, I've been sitting here for a while, studying the situation, and it's really, really bad. But there's sort of some things I can do. 1 or 2 things. And it doesn't get much better than that. Let me take back some of these solvey things over here and make sure that I'm not just, cheating or whatever. Anything else there that I pretended to myself that I had solved? No. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, it's absolutely awful. But there's, as I say, 1 or 2 things that can happen here. I'm going to take Power Storm because it can make 1 or 2 things happen. So that's Power Storm taken on this side of things, and then I have to throw away a card for that. And I guess it's going to have to be a 1-cost card because I'm going to be trying to play Power Storm as much as I can. So I'll throw away the 1. It's also a slow. That's gone. I don't have the Bird's Cry Warning. I was sort of planning on having Bird's Cry Warning here, but I won't. Damn. Ugh, I was making a plan with that card. So my Reclaim 1 has to be the card here, Frightful Keening, because I'm going to have to play that. And I don't have the energy to also play Bird's Cry Warning, because this is going to be 1 plus 1 plus the 2 I have. So that gives me 2. It's me 4 total, which I need to play on them 2, and then I'll just play the Gift of Constancy with it. So I'm I'm short of being able to play the Birds Cry Running, which I really wanted to be able to play here. But look, it is what it is. I have to try and make the Power Storm work. So having said that, do I need to threshold the Power Storm? I might not need to. One might be enough. Gifted the Sunlit Air. So I'm taking, sorry, so this was my hand before. I looked at those 4 majors, and I don't think any of them are it. So I'm not taking any of them. I'll take one and forget it, obviously. So that's those. Now, so that's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to play these 2 zeros from hand. Now I just need to decide what I'm doing with the Power Storm, whether I need to threshold it or not. So I need to repeat the Solidify, but I'm wondering whether I need to repeat the other 2 cards as well. So I'm still thinking through all of that. Over here on the side of Ocean, I was thinking about taking the Trees and Stones. Yeah, that does good work for me here. Trees and Stones is pretty good. So they're gone. And then I have to forget a card. These were the 3 I was thinking about playing. I think I'll pitch Swally the Land Dwellers then out of my hand. That's gone. Okay. So this is going to be 1, 2. This is going to be 1, 1. And then I've got 3 there. Oh yeah, no, I need to. Ugh. Oh, it's so bad. There's so many bad things happening here. I needed to. Oh my god, this is just such brain breaking nonsense. I was thinking Trees and Stones into that land over there, but that's only ravaging 1. So Call to Trade is probably not bad in there, but that's a perfect land to Trees and Stones. Don't really have another perfect land for Trees and Stones. Call to Trade in there's like it's good, but it's 1 skip and then it just ravages again. So it stops a Blight Cascade. But the problem here is this land. This land is going to go Blight, Cascade into here, which is then with this land going to go Blight, Cascade. And that's once. The second time it's going to go Blight, Cascade, Cascade. It's just going to cascade all over the whole board. That's our big problem, land. And I've no Blight removal. I've no way to stop that land. It's ravaging twice no matter what, because it's coastal and wetland. I just don't have a way to stop it. It's ravaging for 1,000,000 as well. 3, 5, 7. Sorry, 3, 5, 7. And then that's if I was thinking if the 2 explorers were gone. It's 9, 11. It's ravaging for 11. Oh, man. I was thinking about giving the Power Storm over to Sunbright Whirlwind. This was my plan. Give the Power Storm over to Sunbright Whirlwind. Use this twice in this land, which means that this and all adjacent lands get defend a 6. That solves that land. It almost solves that land. Doesn't quite, but we'd need a fair card effect. It doesn't solve that land either, but what I was thinking about using was Enticing Splendor to help out a little bit. It just actually just doesn't solve any of that, does it? I thought I had a plan. I don't have a plan at all. What happens if I Power Storm Ocean and I go Ocean, give them whole bunch of Power Stormy type stuff here. Call of the Deeps twice could be pretty nice over here. It could pull. I mean, it could stop this matching the Ravage card twice. That's like a full 2 things to dedicate to that, which I don't love. Freeze a Stone, Speak of War. If I did that twice anywhere, does that do anything? Not if I don't push them to hand first. Or I can give the Constancy over to Sunbright Whirlwind, so I can actually give them better cards out of their hand here. I was thinking I had to play the 2 zeros because I don't have enough to repeat, but if I Constancy, I can give myself a 1. A single 1. I don't think I can give myself 2 1s, but Gift of Windsped Steps, I can get that twice. And that might be useful. Might it? So imagine I replace that with that, for example. That will cost me the full 5, and then the Power Storm plus the gift will give me the 5 again. Now I could use my innate fast, which would be level 3, push some stuff. Not hugely exciting. I could give myself that push, help with one of the lands. I just have no way to even give myself a chance. Like, I'm trying to find any way where it's like, okay, there's Dahan or there's Beast or there's something in the land where I have some kind of a chance. This cascading nonsense over here is just ending the game in basically all of these circumstances. I am going to be able to definitely hit the 3 fear to level up those, that to get that fear card and have 3 stage 2 cards, which is again slightly helpful, but it's not really doing anything. Fortunately, I don't have any destroyed presence for the solidify that would give me the skips. And that really does that. And I was just thinking there, like with my left innate, I get 2 pushes with this, and then I get, um in theory I could do the gift of the Windsped Steps with a frightful keening. It gives me 1. I could do this fast, so I could push the incarnate 3 times. I was thinking, like, here, and then back into this land, maybe that can kind of help out a little bit over there. And what I can also do there is I can get 1, 2, 3 town kills, town drowns, because they can all get pushed into the drink. So it's like, pushing that out of there still leaves that ravaging for 6. you know, um, leaves that one ravaging for 9, leaves this one ravaging for 1,000,000. It's like it doesn't really actually change anything. And I suppose ravaging for 6 does get solved by a double solidify if that was the way I was going about it. So I guess that one does help. Um, Push that out of there. This is still ravaging for 3, 5, 7, 11. That's, I mean, no good really. Um, uh, this the same. This ravaging for 6 does get solved, so we like that we like the ravage for 6 situation on that land. So it's like it kind of helps, but again, here, then what am I doing? I haven't repeated anything with Ocean, so it's like down here, I'm trying to gather Call of the Deeps, gather like 2 of these out of here, and then what? This Ravage is for 6. I've no defend for that card. I've got to defend a 4 in here, and then maybe I push that in there or something. It's like I have no idea what I'm doing at that point. I've got a Call to Trade, which I think I said I would then throw up into that land. But now I've done nothing here and here. They're my 2 big, massive problem lands. And that's still not counting all of this nonsense over here. But like my massive problem lands aren't solved. I guess at this point I haven't used the violent windstorms. So that I could do that in a land, but it's not solving any of my actual lands. Suppose at that point I wouldn't do the call to trade in there because I've got a couple at the hand. I'd need to just trust that the fear cards did something with those. So I could call to trade in there, and that places the single blight. But the single blight is still enough to be a massive problem. So the violent windstorms, then I could do it in this land, which can push 2 towns and an explorer, and it leaves behind a ravage of 5, which I could actually defend with a grasping tide in there. Push all of that nonsense in the drink. Actually, no, I could push 1 town in there, which pings an explorer, which stops that ravaging, so that could help a little bit. Even though I'm kind of just need that to be a beast damage. No, I can't solve that land. That has to be beast damage or I lose anyway. Beast damage here. I'm kind of hoping that does something as well, or like presence in the land. I mean, I don't even know what I'm trying to do at that point, but so to be called to trade in here once. The second time it will ravage and blight. And then at that point, we haven't blight cascaded here because we solved that blight cascade. That was kind of what we're saying, I think. We're still depending on a million effects. And now I haven't solved this either. But that can blight cascade twice, which it can't really. But what have I done with the trees and stones? I haven't actually done anything with that yet, have I? Like, okay, at that point I could trees of stones in there, but that's not solving my problem down here. The other thing I could do is give me the trees and stones back in my hand and I can sap instead. It's not exactly exciting, is it? But it stops blight cascades in some way, shape, or form. I think I have to do that because I've no way to get these moving. No way to move them. No. All right, I think this kind of has to be the setup. Put that back in my hand. Trees of stones back in my hand. Play the sap. And then with the trees of stones or something, I'll look for another major next turn or something like that. So this is kind of got to be it. So I still need to resolve now my growth option. So here I needed to gather 1 presence into the ocean. That was there. Here it's this one. And here it's this one. Okay. We gained the 2. Did we? I think we did. Yeah, I think we did. And then we gained our energy over here, and over here we have to place a presence. We gained 1 energy. We did the energy gain, which gets paid for with all of this. We did our reclaim for the frightful keening. Yeah, we do. I believe we need to have the full threshold of the power storm, so we had to reclaim the rightful keening, and we need to place a presence with this. Let's put it somewhere where we need to defend, and hope to get lucky. So this is kind of defended already, not really. Sometimes it's like skip a ravage in a land with your presence or something like that. That's ambitious. I think that might be one of the lands I have to protect, because I need to go this one defended and this one defended, and this one will ravage twice. So it is what it is. But yeah, one of them things. If I can push a single explorer out of there, it stops it ravaging twice at least. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. So I think that's that. Um, yeah, yeah, tragic, absolutely tragic, all kinds of tragic. Okay, we did something. We're about to just die, but whatever. If we hit the absolute nuts again, we might be able to survive a tiny bit. Okay, Power Storm and Gift of Constancy gives 5 energy over to my son Kitty over here, which lets them replay this and this again. So I'll have two instances of each of these 3 cards. And of course, Gift of Constancy has a reminder thing at the end of turn, but we won't be making it that far, so I'm not too worried about it. That's in my hand. We have 3 instead of 4, so we have that, and then we've got the full max over here. That's okay. Over here with Ocean, we have 1 and 2 here, and then we have the, oh no, we don't even have the Drown. Oh Jesus, we don't even have the Drown. Is that really true? But I need all the other effects, so yeah, I don't have the Drown. That's it. Don't have the Drown. I've got the first and the second level, but we don't have the Drown. But anyway, whatever. No big thing. Right, let's go. Solidify. Target myself. This land in here, and each adjacent land gets a defend a 6. Unexciting. We could have, of course, if we targeted Ocean, we had 1 presence to return there. But yeah, it's okay. I thought at some point I had. Oh yeah, I do. I have a. Oh, nice. Actually, I have a skip because I'm in that land, so I can target Wandering Voice. So I actually have a skip. Although, I mean, what does a skip do here? It doesn't really do anything. Jesus Christ. Because it's all like these are all just double ravages, so single skips are useless. Oh, this is also a train wreck as well. God. As is this. Jesus Christ. I just noticed those problems over there as well. It's just the most amount of problems. So actually, I'm going to have to go across that way with what I was talking. I was talking about going over this way, but I actually can't. I have to go across the other way because I have to stop this. I have to stop this. Both matching the Ravage card because they just both Ravage for 1,000,000 as well. It's just, what can you do? Like, so I just need to hope that this gets defended. So I can't really skip that, but I actually have to return one of these. So where do I return it to skip? I mean, I guess I'll just do it there. Anyway. Because if it doesn't get solved, I've one Blight Cascade and go there. I mean, if it doesn't get solved, I'm dead. I'm dead in every single possible direction. The thing I was wondering was, could I possibly... No, because I have to do the defense 6. Yeah, I'll just do it this way. It's fine. Okay. So that's that. So we did that there. We did that here. It gets one skip. Now, Gift of Sunlit Air is targeting myself once, I think. Yeah, myself once, and then maybe myself twice. I don't technically need it. Well, actually, no, because I'm going to use my only other power, so I don't need myself twice. So definitely not myself twice. One energy, I need to give somebody one energy, and I'll give it over to Wandering Voice in case we reach another turn. So that's that. The Gift of the Windsped Steps then on myself once, and then the second time I give it to Wandering Voice, and they get another energy. So they get a slow to fast, and they get extra range. So we'll have that now over here. So left in 8. Push once. Push this Explorer back in here. Actually, we'll push it in here. And it also has a thing. Oh, in that case, well, if it has a thing, then I'll push it back there. It's fine. Now, that's the first one. Second one, then we push over here. And we get one of these. And we push it to here. Now we have this. We Frightful Keening back into this land. And we get the Explorer going again. And this time it'll go in there, but they actually won't be able to participate in that Ravage, which is great news. But you know, whatever. Yeah, well, is what it is. Call of the Deeps. Gather 2 Explorers. One and 2. One of them is going to get fear pushed. One of them will die, and it's going to go there. And the other one is going to get fear pushed, and I think I just put it back here. There's like nowhere else to put it. I guess Beast deal 2 damage. I'll play around that. I'll push it over there. 2 fear, Grasping Tide. Defend 4 in here. Now, defend 5 at range 1 in here. Call to Trade in here. You may gather a hand. I won't. Gather a town. Where will I gather a town out of? We'll gather a town out of there. Sure. Let's do that. In that case, then I'm reversing this. So this is going to be the Defender 4, and this is going to be the Defender 5. Because I'm about to push the 3 things out of here. So it'll make more sense to have the Defender 5 over here. Okay, and then the Violet Windstorms now, so it's range 2 because I have the extra range. 1, 2 over in here, and I can push up to 3 explorers or towns. So I'll do 1, 2, 3. And what I do here is I go, town goes in there, the 2 explorers go in the drink. One of them gets drowned and one of them gets fear pushed. So fear push the explorer, and it gets fear pushed to this ungodly mess. The town goes over here, and when it goes in there, it pings this explorer, which gets fear pushed into there, into the ungodly mess. And is that all of that? Is that everything? I think that might be everything. Oh, I got one more fear off the push up to 2 things. And we're almost at the fear bomb. But we'll be dead before we make it. So we will be almost certainly dead here in the I don't know, the Ravage or whatever. So yeah, we'll see. Let us have a sip of a drink. We've got an event and 3 fear cards at stage 2 to do something or another, but yeah, can't really imagine they will be doing what we need them to do. But we've done our best. We have done our best. Let's go. Event. Let's have a good start. A strong start here. Healthy Island. On each board, add a town to a coastal land adjacent to a coastal town. I'm not in love with that. I will admit I am not in love with that. I do get some beast damage though, so that might help. Add a town to a coastal land adjacent to a coastal town on each board. Definitely not in love with this. Actually, it's not bad on this board. I don't have any coastal towns over there. I have one on this board, which is a pity. And that now becomes a giant problem. But it is what it is. And then on the other board, adjacent to a coastal town, into the mess you go. Doesn't make any difference. Now, on each board, destroy 2 explorers among lands with beasts. It's not as helpful as I thought it would be, actually. I've got to destroy one of them. I can probably leave one behind, but I've got to destroy one. And then the other one can be from here. So it's 1 and 1. Now, the question is, where do they go? This one can go in here for sure. And then this one can get destroyed. So that's a fear push. 1 fear. This board. Yeah, I mean, I take it I just go 1 fear push and then 1 destroy. And then this board, I only have 1 target, so it's 1 destroy and 1 fear push. Where do you get fear push to? Probably just in, no, that's triple stack. We don't really want the triple stack, but I guess we can just push it in there. Okay. All right. And then on each board, add a Dahan to a land with Dahan and no blight. So our Dahan were in the wrong place to begin with, so adding them is not really going to help all that much here. I mean, I'll certainly add one in there. On this board, I'll add one in here in case that helps. And then on this board, it's that land, I guess. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 explorers. What I was thinking there was, if I push it in there and then a fear card lets me gather in, can I possibly wipe out all the explorers to stop it matching the wetland, and it only ravage once, and then the call to trade actually saves the land. I think that's probably my best bet. like 2 separate fear cards that do the same thing, like gather an explorer, deal 1 per explorer, something like that. So I think I'll put it in there, despite the fact that that's about to actually just kill both, what you call it. I think that's my best option. Okay. So that was the event. It was okay. Wasn't too bad. Destroying the explorers thing probably helped a fair bit. I've Slave Rebellion, you can probably see sitting on top of the deck. That's the first time on the channel this has happened. So I leave that face up in my deck all the time. I just shuffle, and then whenever I come across it, I just put it on the bottom. Just makes it easier to find it when I'm playing against France, of course. Yeah, so when I get to that next turn, we'll just obviously go past that one. So that was all of that. We still have plenty of trouble here because we've still got all this stuff that's actually ravaging and destroying us, but we'll see what the fear cards do. 3 of them at stage 2. These need to be really, really good. Why is it so shaky? What did I do there? Shook the table, did I? All right. Okay, here we go. First one. It's got to be a windmill slam. Stage 2. On each board, choose a land with stuff. Downgrade stuff there or skip the next build action. Get out of town with that. On each board, choose a land with Beast, Strife, or the hand. Downgrade stuff. I mean, downgrading from a town to an explorer is just not on, so we can't really be doing that. It's a pity it doesn't say downgrade an invader, because then the way a downgrade works, you would get to kind of kill an explorer, which could be pretty cool. Which is stage 3 actually lets you do it. So barely see anywhere where I want to do this. I mean, look, I can downgrade this city into a town, which is like it stops 1 point of attack. Still ravaging for 10, but it's like something. So we can do that there. On this side of the board, we can do something similar because we haven't solved that land, so we can downgrade that into a town. And then on this board, I don't even know what we're doing on this board. I doubt we want to downgrade any of those towns into explorers, so that doesn't seem great. Downgrading something in this land is just pointless. Pointless exercise. Maybe I do just downgrade this so it doesn't build a city. Maybe. Just makes it more likely that it hits the triple explorer, but whatever. One less city on the board. Maybe we can fear rush. Who knows? Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. We did it on all 3 boards, right? Yep. Okay. That one was not the money shot. We needed a lot better than that. 2 more left. Let's go. This has got to be huge. Each player removes up to 3 health of invent. I hate this one. Like, when do you ever have stuff in disease land? Flee the pestilent lands, my arse. Each player moves up to 3 health worth of invaders. That would be amazing in, like, any land or something like that. Or remove an explorer from an inland land. Remove an explorer from an inland land. Yeah, so these are all coastal, remember, because that's the thing. So remove an explorer solves that land, so that's okay. Remove an explorer from an inland land. That's inland, and that helps, but it doesn't solve that land. No, that was a lie. That's coastal, not inland. So it's adjacent to this. Like, sure, I can remove a city, but it's not doing anything. Yeah, well, we're going to be dead now. I'll remove this and I'll remove these. Shocking. That's us. Toast. Toast, toast, toast. Each player removes 2 explorers or 1 thing from a land with Dahan. And we know our Dahan are not well situated for this particular situation, so we know we're in trouble with this one as well. Tall tells us average. So we did not hit at all on our fear cards. It can solve this land, but that's about all it can do. So remove 2 explorers. Well, we only have 1 in there. We can remove what? So we can solve this by removing the 2 of them, and then remove this, but that still doesn't even solve that land. Yeah, it's tragic. Yeah, we just blight everywhere. So at least removing the 2 of those over there stops that blight cascade. And then again down here, I could remove the 2 explorers, but then it still ravages and blights. Blight cascading here as well. The game is just over. Yeah, it's fine. The game's just over. We'll just do all of that. I mean, actually, I guess I won't remove it from a land that's about the blight cascade. Probably stupid, because that's going to go coastal. What is that going to do? I can't solve any land that's going to blight cascade, can I? I don't think so. I can only stop a single blight here, basically. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess I do. Oh no, because that's not actually stopping a blight. It's going to blight once only. So can I actually stop? Oh no, I can't even stop a blight. That's what I was saying. This only removes 1 and it still ravages for 8. It's defender for 6. Oh, dearie me, dearie me, dearie me. It was a good run. It was a good run. We'll play it out. We'll just remove 1 from there and whatever. Or no, we'll go back and we'll do what we were going to do. Remove the 2 of them and we'll play it out. Okay, that's that. Rubbish. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. What else do we have? We have, yeah, let's go on ravage. So safe. This is coastal this time. Safe. We do a build. We'll just add a thing. It doesn't matter. Over here, you know, this would ravage. It's going to place a blight. One of this dies, and then that's going to get removed. And we attack back, and we just kill the town. Sure. Now coastal, okay. Anything else? We're here with triple to match coastal. No, so over here we didn't defend this, so this is going to blight cascade. We forgot about that problem. So blight, and then that destroys that. Over here, this is defended. This is coastal, but our thing is beside it, so they'll ravage. That'll get removed. The hand won't fight back. So that's okay. This is coastal, so this is going to blight cascade. Let's go blight and cascade. Yeah, I mean, disintegrating ecosystem. Immediately on each board, destroy a beast and then add a blight to a land with towns or cities. Oh dear, it gives us 5 blight per player, but we're just going to place about a trillion blight here. Add a blight to a land, so it's going to be 15 blight. Oh, couldn't be bothered doing the maths here. I'm going to put it out here, 15. Just show how badly the island gets ruined. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Is that right? Here we are. There's the 15. Okay, now where was I? I hadn't blight cascaded here yet. Oh yeah, I need to do this first. So destroy some beast. Sure, whatever. Where am I about to destroy? I'm about to destroy that beast. And then whatever. Is it on each board? Yeah, whatever. Each board. Destroy that. Destroy that. It's 3 beasts down. And then we have to add 3 blight. to lands with buildings. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Force a Blight Cascade on me there. That's nice. Oh, it's going to force all kinds of Blight Cascades on me here. This is just going to force the worst. So it's going to go Blight Cascade. I can't do it there because there's nowhere to cascade out. This is already going to be Blight Cascading, so I can't do it there. In here, it's going to Blight, and then I can cascade away the other way. It's just ridiculous. Over here, I've nowhere to go because I'm penned in by Blight, and then I'm going to Blight on both of them. So we'll just do it anyway for the fun of it. We go Blight here and then cascade into there. That's dead. Yeah, we continue ravaging. We never even finished this Blight Cascade, so that one had to go out this way, which kills 2 of them. Over here, this Blights. So where are we here? Yeah, that Blights. Then over here, we've got, this is now matching 2 cards. So it's matching Coastal, first of all, which gives me a Blight Cascade, which goes, we're dead. GG. Good game. Nonsense game. This setup of spirits just can't win this matchup. I should talk into the mic, shouldn't I? Yeah, this set of spirits just cannot win this matchup. This adversary combo, I think, is comfortably either first or second in the hardest in the game. We talked about Sweden Habsburg last time out and how challenging they are because they put a loss on you so early. Get rid of this for now. They put a loss on you so early, but it can be stopped with skips and certain effects, as we saw. I kind of beat it twice, right? Obviously, once was a loss and, all of that, but for the most part, apart from cheating on the first turn where I used my finder and 8 wrong, it was 2 wins, or pretty close to 2 out of 2. Here, this wasn't ever even close to a win. And okay, this is a significantly worse set of spirits. Yes, that's true. But the problems are there to be seen with this adversary combination. It is just demanding so many actions from you because they just put problems in every single land all the time. So it's not like, okay, we're ravaging and there's these couple of lands that you have to take care of, and if you don't, you lose. With this adversary combination, it's like we're ravaging and now every single land is a problem. And you don't necessarily lose when you let some of them through, but like, look at the problems and how they stack up. You just get behind and it's impossible to catch back up. And just when you think you're caught back up, the fear bomb drop. Like, let's take a look. I was a couple of fear away here. Fear bomb drops. Oh, look, mountains and wetlands. Imagine it just dropped in the fast phase there. In theory, no, it wouldn't, right? Let's say we do all of the building and all the other stuff. Then we're going to explore jungles, and then we're going to hit mountains, wetlands in the slow phase, let's say. And then it's like, it's just far too many actions. And that is always the problem with Russia. I mean, it's not the problem with Russia. There are many problems with Russia. It's extremely challenging. And when you put it into combos, it's deplorable. And the main reason for me is those fear cards. Because the stuff they do on the board is horrible, but you can kind of get around it. You can find ways. There are ways around what Russia does to you. But when you do all of those ways and you invest all the stuff and you kind of figure as much of it out as you can, then the fear bomb drops and the game's just over. It goes from like, oh, I'm kind of in it, to the game's just over. As we saw here this turn, like everything for the last 2 turns since that fear bomb dropped, the first one was just, how do I not lose to that fear bomb? Like, sure, I lost to, everything else on the board right now. It's not only the fear bomb, but the fear bomb gave a sense of inevitability. Like, I had to stop these coastal wetlands, of which now I had 3 because of this stupid deep stuff. But like, even if you didn't account for all those extra coastal lands, like those lands, the coastal wetlands were like Blight Cascade, Cascade. Like, that one card alone was adding at a minimum 6 extra Blight to the board. So it's just, it's tragic. I'm going to now leave this combo for my final game of the 28. So I'm sure I talked about at the start of this video. I did, of course, because I was showing you the spirits on the tail. So I'll need to find, maybe, I don't know whether I'll play these 3 spirits again. I might, because they were okay together. I wouldn't say they were great together, but they weren't terrible. So I might try to find a way to get these 3 spirits back on a different matchup, maybe. Um, but either way, it certainly won't be into this, and none of the rest of the spirits I have left in my roster of 12, I think it is, are capable of beating this. I highly doubt it. I do have Lure in there, so Lure can kind of do some things, but this requires Broken Spirit Island, and what I have left isn't really Broken Spirit Island. I have uh Stone's Unyielding Defiance. I was keeping him until the end because I knew I had a couple of very difficult Habsburg games left, and I've got Gritting Trickster. So 2 of those are pretty high power. I've got Roots in there, which people say is very high power, but I don't really see it personally myself. And then I've just got like a bunch of like Shroud of Silent Mists, Vengeance. Who else do I have in there? I got a couple of Horizons done. I still have Heat from Horizons in there, as and Sunbright Whirlwind. Yeah, don't know, just like some of the kind of mid tier. I've got like River, Thunder Speaker, like some of the kind of just mid, just not really broken, just kind of get some stuff done type spirits. And it's very hard to beat these bloody games with those kind of spirits. But anyway, we shall try to find a way next time out. I might try to get 1 or 2 more on the channel. I will play my 28th game, the final game. I will play that on camera again. That'll be however long away that happens, and I'll get that back on the camera, and I'll pick something broken. I might just play Finder Fractured and start out again. Who knows? But I'll definitely get that one on the camera and see if I can't get the win for my achievement on record. So, but look, anyway, that's it. I don't know how long we are at this stage now. We're well over, I think, anyway, 6, 7. God knows how many hours, which resulted in a very pathetic loss. So I'm sorry. That may have been very unsatisfactory for you. But look, it's interesting nonetheless, I guess, to see the horror shows of what this game can be. And if you stuck with me all the way until the end, massive thank you. Please do consider hitting the old like and subscribe and share and all that kind of good stuff there. It does, of course, help the channel. But for now, that's going to be it. I will see you back for the next time. Thanks for being here. See ya.